Chapter 531 Breaking the Situation. The construction of the natural sulfur, or mountain branch base, went quite smoothly. Lin Yu here also built a living space for the warriors of the Shinju tribe by merging huge warehouses. Of course, we also built them the same connected toilets as before, so that they can meet their needs in that regard. After that, he built 4 more glass greenhouses on the outside of the city wall of the natural sulfur, or mountain. After purchasing a large amount of humus nutrient soil with an outrageous number of survival points, he connected the water source there, and placed 10 huge water tank. Then, Lin Yu asked the little ice lizards to teach these stupid big guys the steps, and key points of placing humus nutrient soil on the planting platform, starting sowing, and so on. After everything was explained, Lin Yu also put away the robot dogs in this natural sulfur, or mountain branch. And the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform was broken down into raw materials using a high-precision research workbench. Then, he began to build engineering robots to replace the robot dogs and go to the mines to continue mining. After collecting a large amount of sulfur and other ores here into the storage space, Lin Yu returned to the shelter without stopping after arranging the defense tasks here. I always feel that as a king, I really have to do everything by myself. I have to do many things one by one with my own hands. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh after packing up a large amount of materials in the shelter. Indeed, this is how he is now. He has to do everything himself in order to feel more at ease. Although Xiaoming and the others under his hands are very powerful, they are unable to accurately talk to him, which also makes it impossible for him to explain some things clearly and clearly. Similarly, they are also unable to express their thoughts and demands in words, as well as discussions and reports on various other matters. It would be great if there were more Xiaobai guys. I could lie in the shelter and just give various orders every day. Lin Yu imagined that in movies and TV series, those kings and emperors spent their lives sitting on the throne listening to the opinions and suggestions of ministers, and putting forward what they thought were the correct orders. Then, these ministers sent people to execute them. Lin Yu can't see this day now. Although Xiaobai can indeed do this, there is only one Xiaobai, and the rest still can't be counted on for the time being. This is the tragedy of a lone wolf survivor, although it is actually quite interesting. Lin Yu felt that as long as he built the foundation well, he wouldn't need to worry about anything else. Like now, building this kind of infrastructure in each branch base is actually a bit difficult and tiring in the early stage. Later, it is just a matter of not having to touch it, just waiting for the acceptance of the results. After completing the full set of saltpeter mines, oil and ore mountains, and sub-bases to the west, Lin Yu finally returned to the main shelter again when it was completely dark. Now, each sub-base has residential and living buildings suitable for the Shinju tribe. At the same time, the mining companies have replaced their robot dogs with engineering robots, and the glass greenhouses and water tanks have also been arranged. All medium-sized sentry machine gun platforms were removed, according to the number of Shinju tribes stationed in each camp. Lin Yu installed a large amount of water sources and established more water storage tanks in each sub-base. Now, the foundation is completely laid. The 4,000 divine horns in the main shelter take turns to collect more food in the exploration gate, and at the same time, they must constantly expand the map there. The other divine horns in each sub-base are responsible for guarding and are always ready. Fortunately, when orders are given here, they can go out at any time. After putting all the ores and the like in the warehouse, Lin Yu stretched his arms and finally returned to the main shelter again, lying down in the comfortable space sleeping cabin. Now that everything in the main shelter and the 4 sub-bases had basically been arranged, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Next, just wait for the passage of time. The Shinju tribe will adapt to the life here, and everything will be on the right track. As for tomorrow, Lin Yu felt that he would not pack up the many supplies brought back from the designated ancient gate of the secret realm. It seems that for a long time recently, he has neither been to underground ruins nor secret realms, and he has not paid attention to any news about mythical beasts. If possible, he really wants to use all his strength in fighting instead of in these aspects. Now the main base and the various sub-bases no longer need to think about what to do anymore. In fact, now they can really think about how to explore. By the way, I wonder how the battle is going on Fei Yue's side. Jia Yunjian, a mere Jia Yunjian, should not be his opponent, unless... Lin Yu! Something happened! Suddenly, a message came from Fei Yu. Lin Yu felt some bad premonition. Problem occurs. Could it be that? Let me guess. Jia Yunjian has joined Lily Karahao's team? This is what Lin Yu is most worried about. And at the same time, it is also what he least wants to see for the time being, without having most of the human group in his hands. If Jia Yunjian joins Lily Calaheo's team, then I'm afraid things will become extremely unfavorable. It's like knowing things like a god. That's how it is. Fei Yu's tone seemed helpless. Lin Yu immediately hung up the voice call. This whole matter could no longer be handled so slowly and leisurely. Indeed, I have thought about this possibility. Fei Yu, what is the specific situation? Lin Yu sat up and opened the system tablet. But the scene in front of him even made him surprised. Specifically, what do you want to say after looking at the regional map? Lin Yu was silent. After a while, he slowly spoke. Lily Caraho actually took advantage of the speed of our expansion to get almost 1/10 of the other refuge villages to join her alliance. And it can even be said to be under control? This person is really much better than us. Indeed, this is the current situation. Hundreds of thousands or millions of refuge villages, large and small, throughout mankind have formed various alliances under various interests and circumstances. Gradually, small refuge villages were absorbed by larger refuge villages. And since then, the number of larger refuge villages has continued to increase. And this speed was not that fast before they took action. But after the operation, there was more action in all the refuge villages. Fei Yu's action to unify the entire wasteland also made Lily Calaheo feel the crisis. At the same time, this powerful human turned this crisis into an opportunity. Fei Yu's current actions have simply created an excellent opportunity for Lily Carahao to form the Anti-Fei Yu Alliance. She established this territory that expanded thousands of times without even sending troops. And these refugee villages that did not want to be annexed by Fei Yu have become the puppets of Lily Calaheo. It will be extremely difficult to get rid of them in the future. It can even be said that it is completely impossible. Ha. Our actions like this make us look like bad guys. I asked all my subordinates who can contact the senior officials of other refuge villages to contact us. We can't just sit back and wait for death. In the past, I used superior troops and superior weapons. We went to attack other refuge villages. But now it's the other way around. Fei Yu smiled as he spoke, as if this extremely serious matter had not happened. But Lin Yu knew very well that this stupid guy didn't want to worry his subordinates in the refuge village. Fei Yu, our current situation is that if we continue to attack Jia Yunjian, it will be equivalent to directly entering into a battle dialogue with Lily Carahao's alliance, which has dozens or hundreds of times the advantage over us. And then you will also because of this. I am stuck in the quagmire of fighting with her, and it will be difficult to do anything in the future. Lin Yu analyzed it, feeling that things were getting more and more complicated. Yeah. So, Jia Yunjian is just like Xingling Feng last time. He can't move at all. It seems that we are at a dilemma. I said, do you have any good ideas? Fei Yu looked at the regional map. Does feel tricky. The current situation meant that he could no longer take his time and conquer other people's refuge villages one by one. Isn't the solution right in front of you? Fei Yu, I think you have been confused all of a sudden. You have to listen to the suggestions of so many capable subordinates. I think there must be someone who thinks the same as me. It's the same. If we want to break the situation now, we don't just have to wait for Lily Carahao to grow slowly and accumulate strength. There is another way. That is, we don't have to have a head-on conflict with her. After all, in this world, there are still 9 out of 10 refuge villages in the regional map that haven't joined her men. Right? Fei Yu suddenly realized. Yes. Yu Siyuan and others have also said this method before. I was a little confused. So I came to you. Now think about it. Indeed, I am not this opponent. So there are so many neutral refuge villages. That's it. Fei Yu, since Jia Yunjian can't fight, don't insist on a head-on conflict with Lily Carahao. Just continue to attack other refuge villages. Let's see who is faster. You or Lily Carahao. Faster. Lin Yu felt that this was actually an opportunity. Now in various refuge villages, it is actually a good thing that there are people taking sides. This proves that they all recognize the strength of Fei Yu and Lily Calaheo. On the world rankings, in addition to Lin Yu himself, Lily Carahao and Fei Yu, who are second and third place, are already ahead of others by a considerable amount. Their location has also attracted the attention of many other refuge villages. As for Fei Yu's crazy expansion, it has made the situation even more chaotic. Of course, Lily Calaha's actions have further aggravated this situation. The current situation is that many refuge villages are not that strong. In fact, They are just grassroots. This is one of the main reasons why Feiyue has been able to expand his power so quickly. When you say that, I feel that this is not a crisis, but an opportunity. You are really extraordinary. Linyu. Feiyue is impressed again. Linyu thinks of everything. How to break out of difficulties. And believe that all crises are opportunities. What he said was indeed correct. For the remaining 9/10, if he was fast enough, Lily Callahau wouldn't have much of a chance. What's more, he has more and more powerful subordinates, and Linyu as his backing. So there is really nothing to fear at all. It's good that you understand. You should know what to do tomorrow. Right? It doesn't matter even if Jia Yunjian joins Lily Callahau's camp. If you eat away all the refuge villages near his refuge village, he will be isolated for a long time. No matter how you can't hold on. Lily Callahau won't always provide resources and promises to an isolated island in the ocean. Given time, that guy will come to you with his head in his hands and beg for your forgiveness. Feiyue. Again, now is an opportunity. It can be said to be a better opportunity. What we want is to make Lily Callahau react. The movement you created, the big catfish, did make the fox move. That's enough. Understood? Linyu. You idiot. If you were my leader, I could capture 100 refuge villages for you in one day. But it's a pity for you. Even Tiantian's own. I don't know what to say about you. No. You are also a little king now. Those humanoid races with horns on their heads. Like centaurs. I heard them report that they did not harass the refuge village. I have to say, you have 2 brushes. The surprise is still to come. Feiyue. We have to kill those behind the scenes and return to the earth. Whether it is the Divine Horn clan or the wolf-headed man. They all have the same idea. After uniting everything that can be united, we have a lot more to do than we do now. Feiyue. I will go to the secret realm tomorrow. And I will leave it to you in the other world. Leave it to me. Don't worry. Although our brains are a bit stupid, we can still do things reliably. Feiyue said and hung up the voice call. The subordinates around him also felt confident in the strategies and ideas conveyed by Linyu. Boss, look at it. You're a lot worse than Linyu, aren't you? You see you and punch Feiyue. You still have to practice. Hey, you kid. It's just you who doesn't respect me. But like you said, I still have a lot to learn and do. After all, I can't always think about what to do. But just like Lin, the more you do that, find a way to break through in this situation. By the way, the main room of the lizard men is not far ahead. Everyone is ready to fight. In front of me, the huge wooden door was knocked open. In the light of the torches inside, a fishy smell spread into the nasal cavity. Feiyue took the big shield and walked to the front. He fired a signal bomb directly inside. In the white light, everyone waited for a while to enter. They suddenly discovered that there were countless corpses of lizard men here. What happened? Feiyue placed a large number of torches on the walls of the house. And the whole house became brighter. But among the corpses on the ground, Feiyue suddenly discovered a human being. Xingling Feng? He recognized this person as Xingling Feng. At that time, he had supported Lin Yu's shelter with this person, and had done business several times. I will never admit my mistake. Really? That old guy? Yu Siyuan walked over and couldn't help but exclaimed. Indeed. Who is this if not Xingling Feng? Moreover, he is still alive. Chapter 532 Big Surprise. Xingling Feng? At the beginning, Feiyue really couldn't believe that they had actually found Xingling Feng. But the fact is that this person is Xingling Feng. And he is genuine. Boss! Niobe! This time is a huge harvest. This is the old guy. There is no human skin mask on his face. It's him! Yu Siyuan was also very excited. He knew that this was a step forward. A big step forward. Lin Yu had specifically emphasized to them that if Xingling Feng was caught, he must be informed as soon as possible. This is enough to prove his extreme importance. Yes! It's a huge harvest. Everyone, please be careful! Feiyue looked around and saw corpses of lizard men everywhere. What is going on here? He squatted down and carefully checked the status of a lizard man. There was a bullet hole in the head, a penetrating wound, and he was killed by one shot. Looking to the other side, it's the same. Boss! Their heads were all exploded. Who is so accurate? Lin Yu? No. If it was Lin Yu, why didn't he take Xingling Feng away? Yu Siyuan checked around and found that it was true. Almost all the lizard men were exploded. Every one of them died miserably. After counting the lizard men here, there are as many as 200. It's not just Lin Yu who's accurate. This old guy is also accurate. Yuan, have you never seen him use a gun? Fei Yu motioned to everyone to gather the lizard man's corpses in a pile and put them away, and took out a few more. A piece of cloth was used to tie Xingling Feng's eyes, and a rope was taken out to tie up his hands, legs and feet. That's not true. The old guy is really good with swords and guns. By the way, boss, shall we close the team now? No. Let's take a look at the mural first and find the hidden space. Fei Yu first grabbed Xingling Feng's information and left a message for Lin Yu. Then he walked to the huge mural and took a photo with the system's built-in camera function. For a moment. After that, he looked at everything on the mural carefully. This is... Fei Yu was surprised. It depicts a battle between a lizard man and a man with horns on his head. The two sides kept fighting. And above their heads, two full moons shone, as if they were watching the fight between these two life and death races. At the end of the picture, the lizard men were victorious, and the horned race was completely wiped out. But behind the lizard men, there was something huge in outline. Myth, giant beast. Fei Yu saw that there were two huge heads on the outline, and a black tail like a snake, with bursts of mist emerging from it. Isn't this the second mythical beast that Lin Yu killed? The lizardmen used the power of the mythical beast to kill the horned tribe? Lin Yu had experienced driving those giant creatures to attack the main shelter before, but he had never suffered such an attack by such a mythical beast. Will this happen in the future? Fei Yu sent the photos and a video he took. Lin Yu hasn't replied yet. By the way, he said he was going to the secret realm? Why are you so in a hurry? Fei Yu turned around and saw that his subordinates had moved the corpses of all the lizard men to places out of the way. Xingling Feng, who had fainted, had been tightly grasped and could not escape. Yuan, pull the two lizard man corpses and put them on one side of the circular pattern. There is also a secret room here. Fei Yu saw the familiar pattern and gave the order. The boss is working on it. Don't rush it. By the way, I think the murals are quite interesting. They can be read as comics. Yuan also noticed something, and he was also very interested in them. I'll send it to you later. Take your time and read it yourself. Fei Yu saw that as a lizard man's corpse pressed against the circular pattern, and a gurgle sound came. A downward entrance appeared on the ground, with stone steps inside. Fei Yu was the first to rush over and jump down. Everyone followed him in, leaving half of them standing guard outside. This is an extremely huge space, and as everyone continues to put torches on the wall, this space of tens of thousands of square meters is also revealed in the firelight. It's the same as what Lin Yu said that time. Fei Yu frowned. He saw an unknown number of white skeletons at the bottom of the space. Everyone went down to the bottom and looked around. The skeletons were all arranged in one direction. Some were large and some were small. However, the bigger ones are only about 1.51 meters tall. Their skulls are shorter than those of humans, and their noses are longer. And, boss, look, they all have 4 legs. They also have 4 eye sockets. Yuan shouted instantly, his voice trembling. Fei Yu knelt down and took a closer look, and nodded. From the Divine Horn Clan. I'm afraid this is the skeleton of the Divine Horn Clan that the lizard men killed. It's been here for who knows how many years. Look, there's nothing over there. Are they all broken? Fei Yu stood up and looked around with the flashlight in his hand. Finally, it stopped on a stone platform. On it, there was a pink object that reflected the light of his flashlight. Rough gemstone. Fei Yu took a deep breath. This is what Lin Yu is looking for. Boss, what could the pink gem be? Yuan also saw it, and his eyes lit up. Who knows? Pink diamond? I have no idea about gems. Fei Yu carefully avoided those skeletons and gradually approached them. Ha. It's okay if I don't have any idea. Boss, you gave it to your wife as a gift. Yuan shut up as soon as he said it. He knew that he said the wrong thing. Fei Yu paused for a moment, then continued walking forward. It's okay. It's all to blame for this broken survival game. I just want to pull down all the bastards who look like us on the moon and let them. They are desperate for life and death. Neither Yuan nor anyone else spoke. Fei Yu's wife passed away shortly after entering the game because there was no medical equipment to sustain her life. At that time, I don't know how many people died like that. Those who are sick are hospitalized. Those who are weak. And those who need medical equipment to stay alive. At that time, everyone died. Like garbage. Abandoned by this so-called survival game. The same was true for Yuan's own parents. They were killed by mutated creatures not long after arriving. And he regretted it for a long time. We too, want to bring down those bastards who are above us. Kill them all, others shouted. Feiyu was silent for a while, then looked back at everyone. With our current strength, we can only think about it. All human beings are still fighting to the death. For such high-level creatures, there is currently no threat. Everyone, uniting all mankind is the first step. After that, we can think about how to take revenge. Boss, what are you talking about, Linyu? That. I'm not saying that this big guy is not good. I just think that if Linyu fights with us, I'm afraid some things won't have to be so strenuous at all. For example, if we join forces, if you attack that bastard Lily Calaheo, you will probably win in a few days. Right, Yuseyun said, and everyone else nodded. Feiyu was silent for a while, then continued forward, picked up the huge pink rough gemstone, and returned to everyone. It's not because of Linyu that our speed is so slow, but because of Linyu that our speed is so fast. You silly guys are all very powerful when it comes to coming up with ideas. How did this happen? Are you stupid? Without Linyu, the last time we were attacked by the coalition forces, we just took the dog and fled into the secret realm. We also threw everything away. Because of that time, we were completely ruined. Look, who would dare to come and cause trouble for us? Without the protection of force and prestige provided by Linyu, we would be the target of public criticism. And we would be the big fat sheep that everyone wants to get rid of. Feiyu paused and continued. You guys, what you eat, the armor you wear, and the gun you hold are not given by Linyu. When you are eating green vegetables, others are eating them. You have to calculate how many days you can eat bread. When you are not afraid of bullets and rush to the front. Have you ever thought about how much help this Tianlong armor has given you? And who gave you the technology and materials? What we have to deal with are mainly those mythical behemoths. And we have to make plans to bring those humanoid alien races back to fight with humans. Tell yourselves, who of you can fight around with the mythical behemoths? Don't talk about anything else. Godhorn? If just one of the tribe comes out, dozens of you will be trampled to death. Right? Everyone was silent. Indeed, what Linyu wants to do is absolutely impossible for them. But when it comes to attacking various refugee villages and trying to expand our power, we are much stronger than Linyu. What he can do is to temporarily add various loose refugee villages to his alliance, and he used his personal prestige to suppress these refuge villages. Even if he killed that powerful woman, more Lily Karaho would appear. Linyu understood this deeply. He entrusted this matter to us, who are better suited to do this. Brothers, we have only been working for 4 or 5 days, and we have conquered the entire wasteland. Think about it. How big is it now? With the map of the survival area given by Linyu, our expansion speed will be even faster. Yes, boss, you are still the best. Yuseyun felt that his idea just now was too stupid. If Linyu cooperated, both sides would not be able to do well. I have to say that Linyu is really amazing. He knows how to make the most of his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. And he knows the importance of a reasonable division of labor. Everyone was also impressed by the leader's clear mind, and they all had a deeper understanding and gratitude for Linyu. Okay, this gem is related to many things. After you take a look at it, I will send it to Linyu. Do you know this thing? I have identified it. Feiyu held a huge rough gemstone and placed it on the look around in front of everyone. Chief, it's not a pink diamond. This thing seems to be a pink tourmaline. One person replied. Lao Su, you're doing well. Let's go back to Earth. If I have money, I will definitely go to you to buy the gem shop you opened. Feiyu showed everyone who was amazed by the rough gemstone and took it away into the storage space and sent the gems directly through the World Trading Channel. Okay, let's go up. Wang Su just sent a message saying that 5 refuge villages in the grassland to the west have decided to join us. Everyone. This is... Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came, and the dull sound of machine guns rang loudly above again. Feiyu saw that the upward exit was actually blocked. Everyone. Calm down. Everyone. Feiyu held down all his subordinates who wanted to rush forward. He knew that things would not be that simple. It's not a mutiny or a rebellion. Feiyu looked at the message that had just been sent from Lily Calaheo and signaled everyone to calm down. Who is it? Huh? Boss, I received the message from the woman. She said, let us hand over Xinglingfeng. Right? It seems that this old guy escaped here. Fei Yue looked at the information on the chat panel without any panic expression on his face. Our companions above were all unfortunately killed. There are about 700 to 800 troops. And we can't get out for the time being. Boss, what about the refuge village above us? Will they rush up directly? If you rush up to them, you will die. They won't be that stupid. I have asked our companions to set up 3 medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platforms. I have also informed the city wall guards that we are now fully prepared for war. Fei Yue signaled to everyone. Calm down. The ones left above us are all women. Children, old and young. And there are not many soldiers. I don't think they can break through Lily Calaheo's army and rescue us. Moreover, the woman must have thought of this. Now it is estimated that the fight will start soon. Everyone looked at each other. None of them thought that they would be trapped here. Moreover, it was as if Lily Calahou had set a trap and fell right into it. Boss, are we caught in a trap? Yuen said with a smile. Hack you. You are the bastard. We will not sit still and wait for death. Everyone, be ready to fight at any time. Xing Feng will tie him up tightly. Next, we will see when our savior can come back from the secret realm. After Fei Yue finished speaking, everyone suddenly understood what to do. Hey, I'm just saying that Lin Yu has to take action on Lily Calaheo's side. Boss, your theory does make sense. But special circumstances should be treated with special treatment. This is the time for Mr. Lin Yu to come, etc. Wait, he's in the secret realm? Damn it. When can we be rescued? After Yuen finished speaking, everyone was stunned. There is no way to contact the secret realm. Fei Yue looked indifferent. There is plenty of food and water. Even if the air is gone, people outside can put a lot of it in plastic bags for us. Let's endure it for a day or two. If we stay for a long time, we can only treat those people unfavorable. Everyone nodded silently. This leader has such a big heart. The other side, Lin Yu stood on the top of London's Tower Bridge, frowning and looking at the things in the storage space. Pink tourmaline. He saw again Fei Yue's first message. Caught Xing Feng alive. And the second one. We are trapped in the secret space of the underground ruins of our refuge village by Lily Calaheo's people. How about a hero saving the beauty? Lin Yu glanced at the tower bridge that had been demolished in half, turned on the flight mode of the super alloy flying armor, and flew straight towards the ancient gate of the secret realm. Really? He gives me surprises and scares from time to time. This guy. Chapter 533 is secret. Lin Yu gave up the act of continuing to dismantle. Compared with exploring the secret realm, there are indeed more important things now that are worthy of his adventure. Xing Feng doesn't care. If Fei Yue dies, things will be very serious. It's hard to say. But if Fei Yue dies, everything will have to be planned again. And mankind will lose such a savior, and completely lose its future. This is something that absolutely cannot happen. You guys, kill more secret beasts nearby. When you are tired, go back to the shelter. Got it? Lin Yu gave the order to a few little guys who had just evolved, and they all nodded obediently. Now, he had to do something. And this secret realm could only be put on hold for the time being. Exploring. There is nothing more exciting than saving people. Lin Yu opened the ancient door to the secret realm and flew to the short and medium distance train in an instant without stopping at all. He could indeed fly there directly, but it would be more efficient to use it to go to the natural sulfur or mountain. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to quickly reach the natural sulfur or mountain. In order to ensure more maneuverability in this battle, he let the 5 little ice lizards there jump into his arms and hold them in his arms. They rushed directly towards Fei Yue's shelter. That's Lin Yu? At this moment, beside the stone gate of the underground ruins of Fei Yue's main refuge, all the soldiers in the refuge, except for some who were guarding the city wall, were waiting anxiously. But when they saw the black shadow flying rapidly in the sky, they couldn't believe it. Because, within half an hour, Lin Yu had already arrived? Didn't Boss Fei Yue say that Lin Yu was in the secret realm? Everyone! Lin Yu fell from the sky, and everyone quickly retreated a few meters. Lin Yu, who fell from the sky wearing metal armor, was like a god in their eyes. You all go to guard the shelter first. Fei Yue is here. Let me rescue him, Lin Yu said, kicking open the stone door of the underground ruins and getting in. Is Lin Yu an Iron Man? I don't know. Damn it. I feel the gap more and more. How much high-tech does Lin Yu have? How dare your high-tech robot fly like this? This is the gap. Stop talking. I reported it to the boss. And he seemed surprised too. Boss, didn't you say that Lin Yu couldn't receive the message in the secret realm? Everyone is here. Yu Siyuan was extremely excited. They had been trapped inside for more than half an hour. During this period, the group of people above they kept trying to persuade them to surrender. But they didn't let go at all. And they were even prepared for a long-term battle. Who would have thought that Lin Yu would arrive in more than half an hour? TSK. Who are you asking me? Maybe Lin Yu hasn't gone to the secret realm yet. This is the only explanation. However, I think it won't take more than 20 minutes from now until we see Lin Yu. Fei Yu was indeed frightened. Especially when he heard that Lin Yu fell from the sky and wore an armor like Iron Man. My Lin Yu is amazing. Fei Yu couldn't help but think. Okay. The boss said 20 minutes. I'll give you 15 minutes. Yu Siyuan shouted. I said 12 minutes. 10 minutes. Everyone made a fuss and started making noises. But no one could talk for more than 10 minutes at most. However, 5 minutes later, the door above was opened. Fei Yu, come out. I've killed everyone. Lin Yu's voice sounded from outside. Oh? Everyone was confused. Didn't you hear that? Everyone outside is dead. Really? I thought Lily Karahao's dogs were so powerful. But they turned out to be a bunch of losers. Lin Yu, wearing a flying armor, instantly flew here from the hole above. In the huge space, he slowly landed next to Fei Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu found that everyone was as if they were petrified. And everyone was stunned and confused. What are you doing? Let's go! There's nothing left to stay here. Right. Lin Yu patted Fei Yu on the shoulder and said doubtfully. No. You just arrived. Fei Yu still couldn't believe it. What happened? 5 minutes? Came here directly from the cave entrance in 5 minutes. And then killed a lot of enemies outside? They didn't even hear the shots ring out outside. Why did it end so suddenly? Lin Yu did magic? Or are they actually dreaming now? And they have already fainted before Lin Yu comes? I've just arrived. But it's time to go out. Hurry up. What's the point of staying in this crappy place? Lin Yu waved his hand and motioned for everyone to come out quickly. I still can't believe it. Boss, the guess we just made must be at least 10 minutes. After all, it took us almost 2 hours to explore here. I know. That's why I'm surprised. Lin Yu's efficiency. Fei Yu took a deep breath. He felt that in terms of individual combat capabilities, there is probably a huge gap between anyone in the world and Lin Yu. Exist. It is no exaggeration to say that Fei Yu thinks that he has no problem with a challenge of 10. So I am afraid that Lin Yu's challenge of 100 is just a piece of cake. Everyone hurriedly walked out from underneath. But when they returned to the huge room, they were shocked by the dead bodies of Lily Callahow's men all over the floor. A fight of 100, a fight of hundreds. This. Fei Yu couldn't help but marveled again when he saw the densely packed dead bodies on the ground. Fei Yu, there's no point in saying this. I came here for a sneak attack. I fired a burst of headshots before they could react. It's nothing. Lin Yu stood in front of the huge mural and was carefully observing the patterns on it. Pattern? Said in an understatement. Good guy. It's okay if there's nothing to do. If you ask me to do the same thing, I can fight for a whole day. Fei Yu said and walked to Lin Yu's side and looked at the young man. He now has a new understanding of Lin Yu. Fight for a day? You are really exaggerating, Lin Yu said, turning his head and looking at everyone. It was too dangerous just now. Fei Yu, do you know what will happen to the entire human race if you really die? Just take it with you with so many people coming in. Do you really think that only you can enter this underground ruins? Fei Yu scratched the back of his head. Who would have thought that Lily Karahao's people would come to attack? By the way, where are our people? Lin Yu pointed to the door. They were all tied up and knocked unconscious. It seems that the other party really wants to capture you alive. Next time, they will pile people up at the door. How can you be like this? And they carelessly put them in an open room. Okay, go out quickly, and let's talk outside. Before they came up, Lin Yu had already ordered the little ice lizards to collect the light spots in the storage space on the dead bodies of Lily Callahow's men. The total is less than 1,500 cubic meters, which is not bad to be honest. However, for him, it was actually better than nothing. They picked up those who were tied up and knocked unconscious outside. And everyone followed Lin Yu and quickly returned to the ground. When the people on the ground saw Lin Yu bringing their leader up so quickly, they were all surprised after a moment. After being shocked, they cheered. Lin Yu followed Fei Yu to what looked like a conference room in the main shelter. And here, Lin Yu was able to see Xing Lingfeng again. This old guy is still in a coma. Lin Yu checked and found that he was only slightly injured and not serious. His coma now, maybe he was just faking it.
Lin Yu, thank you very much this time. If we didn't have you, I'm afraid we would still be blocked by the people above. When more of them come, we will really be finished by then. Ha ha ha.
To be honest, Fei Yu still has lingering fears. Indeed, he was careless this time. This time, he rushed to the lizard man's lair with less than 100 people. He thought that this time, like every time, they had powerful weapons and could directly break through this underground ruins. Things did develop like this. They did reach the last huge room and found this secret hidden space. But things took a turn for the worse. If Lin Yu hadn't arrived in time, they might not have been able to break through the predicament. Maybe, they would be captured by Lily Karahao's people later, and it would be difficult for Lin Yu to rescue them.
Can you bring more people with you next time? It's too dangerous.
Lin Yu glanced at Xing Lingfeng and motioned Fei Yu to go talk elsewhere first. This old guy is still alive. Not dead. Everyone has the ability to send things out. What they said? The old guy heard it, and sent it to Lily Kalahona. Wasn't that giving away information in vain? Fei Yu understood immediately and asked his men to take the old guy deep underground and keep him under strict supervision. He then relaxed and said,
I said, you are really handsome. Why, you have become Iron Man.
Well, when it's stable, I'll get you some jet aircraft. Then you can fly in the sky. No, just stay on the ground. If you want to go underground, you have to bring more people with you.
In particular, you should pay more attention to these newly conquered combatants. It is recommended that you keep your confidants by your side. Your importance is much greater than you think. Fei Yu, if you die, everything will be in vain. If it doesn't happen, your refuge village will probably fall apart.
Lin Yu was really speechless about this silly guy. Indeed, Fei Yu's leadership, combat effectiveness, and control over the overall situation are unparalleled in his prestige in the refuge village. But even though he is so powerful, he is still a human being. When he sent out all his confidants to fight, the seemingly powerful force around him turned out to be the weakest. Just like this time, he led 100 people to explore the underground ruins. If Lin Yu didn't have a system tablet in his hand that could also receive messages in the secret realm, he might not have known what happened to Fei Yu. Fei Yu has been caught by Lily Kalahao, and no matter what he wants to do, it will be useless.
Attacking everywhere, feeling empty inside. Ha ha. This reminds me of a story I once heard from Third Master.
Fei Yu was still frightened at this time and shook his head.
Story?
Lin Yu frowned.
You still have the heart to tell a story. Ha ha. Just say that. You should listen to it. Maybe you can understand something.
Fei Yu cleared his throat and continued.
The Third Master once told me that in the Neon Country, hundreds of years ago, there once was a man named Oda Nobunaga. This man was very powerful. From a small lord in the countryside, he gradually turned into a figure who could dominate Neon. He had many elite soldiers and generals. No matter which one he took. A being who can beat his opponent to a pulp if he can take action. What the Third Master said. Shibata, Hashiba, Niwa, and Ikeda are all very strong. Among his sons, the eldest is also very powerful. But one of them is capable of writing. What's the name of a wise man who is capable of martial arts? Akechi Mitsuhide.
Lin Yu ended the conversation.
That man was deeply loved by Oda Nobunaga. He slowly grew from a small leader to a regiment commander. Later, Hashiba Hideyoshi, who attacked another enemy, wanted to let his master Oda Nobunaga went over to enjoy the fruits of victory and sent several letters to urge him. Oda Nobunaga left the castle and went to stay at Hinoji Temple, taking his eldest son with him. As a result, Mitsuhide Akechi, the commander of the regiment closest to Kyoto where Hinoji Temple is located, suddenly launched an attack. The rebellion broke out, and Oda Nobunaga, who had few soldiers around him, and his heir's eldest son also died in this battle. Later, this incident was also called the incident at Hinoji Temple. Yes, it's the temple incident. Lin Yu, you actually know about it.
To be honest, Fei Yu had almost forgotten all the characters in it. But he only remembered that there was something like this.
I used to work in a game console store. They had a game called Wushuang that many people were playing. I looked at it from behind. I went home and read the book again, and remembered it. I was surprised at that time. After all, I had thought about how such a powerful person could let himself be so empty and end up dying before he could dominate Neon.
Lin Yu explained one last time. Indeed, It would feel like a surprise. But now when Fei Yue encountered something similar, he recalled his story again.
Hey, you are so knowledgeable and talented. What else can you not do?
Fei Yue couldn't help but admire Lin Yu even more.
Don't say it's useless. If you go out in person next time, you must be prepared in all aspects. After all, our enemies are not just lizardmen. Fei Yue, it can be said that anyone who does not want to join your force, well, he is your enemy. You can succeed 10,000 times and take all these refuge villages into your hands. But if you fail once, everything will be over. Do you understand?
Lin Yu felt that he really couldn't trust him in this regard. Fei Yue's heart is sometimes too big, and he will ignore some small things. I really hope I can teach him a lesson this time.
Ha ha. I get it. I get it. But is this a blessing in disguise? Caught that old guy. By the way, Lin Yu, catch him. What are you doing? I never know why I have to catch him.
Fei Yue suddenly remembered this question. Lin Yu took a deep breath, and after confirming that there was no one around, he conveyed the importance of Xing Lingfeng to Fei Yue in the lowest voice.
Fei Yue, listen carefully. Apart from Xing Lingfeng's gang, we probably know about this matter. After I tell it, you can't tell anyone about it for the time being. After all, we now have there is too little information to be completely sure. You just say it. It's mysterious.
Fei Yue also became nervous.
Xing Lingfeng has a way to completely return us to Earth.
Chapter 534 Her Secret.
How to return to Earth.
Fei Yue was stunned for a moment, not thinking clearly. At first, he thought it would be some kind of secret. But seeing Lin Yu talking so enthusiastically, his mood also rose. Result? That's it?
Go back. Can't we just go back through the ancient gate of the secret realm? Why do we still need this old guy?
He didn't understand it more and more. Lin Yu felt that he had to explain too much to Fei Yue. However, it must be explained again.
Xing Lingfeng, don't you think there are too many mysteries about this man? From the beginning, he had a huge amount of gasoline and so on. Do you still remember? This seems to be true. I remember I asked him, and he told me that he had seized a player's inventory. So there were so many. However, there is no player that is so powerful. You don't have it. This player has. Still not selling? I was really doubtful at that time.
Fei Yue thought about it carefully. And it was indeed like this at that time. Xing Lingfeng had a lot of resources from the beginning, and then quickly established a refuge village and gained a large number of followers. People like Yu Xiyuan and Hui Yu are the best among them. And Xing Lingfeng, who has such a team, followed Lin Yu's footsteps from the beginning, and even maintained the third place after the world rankings appeared. At first, he did think that Xing Lingfeng was more powerful, and he was the far-sighted type. But later, as Lin Yu killed Du Ping, Xing Lingfeng, who had gone crazy for no reason before, actually defected to Lily Carhao, who was originally regarded as his enemy, and even abandoned the entire refuge village and just ignored it. This operation had puzzled Fei Yue for a long time, but he still didn't understand why. Now, this is what Lin Yu seems to be talking about. However, he still didn't understand why he said he could return to the Earth. The Earth is a secret realm. Even if it is the Earth decades later, if he goes back, he is going back. Anyone can go back.
Next, what I'm going to talk about is quite long. Don't interrupt me in the middle. You can ask questions after I finish. Okay. Of course that's no problem. I mean, it's not a fantasy. Right.
Fei Yue felt that every time Lin Yu talked about a topic, it would shock people.
No. Judging from everything we know so far, this should be the fact itself. Fei Yue, if I tell you this, you may think it's like a night talk from heaven.
Or like some novel I wrote. But what I want to tell you is that this matter is undoubtedly a fact we are facing. Or it is something that has ever existed in this world.
Fei Yue nodded and got ready. No matter how shocking things are, he could accept them.
Well, this matter started from 29 years ago on Earth. At that time, I was not born yet. And you may be the same. But this other world has already welcomed the first person to participate in a survival game. 100 million survivors. Xing Lingfeng, Sun Shui, the old son I once killed, and even Lily Carhao were all from this group. I once found an oil source at the Oil River branch. The mining and refining platform should not exist. But it does exist. I then found a doomsday bunker there. A survival fortress built underground. There were countless dead bones in it. And at the bottom, I saw it. I arrived at a skeleton. And inside the skeleton's clothes was a diary.
As Lin Yu spoke, he handed the diary to Fei Yue. who looked shocked, as if he was listening to a book from heaven.
Real or fake?
Fei Yu flipped through the diary, and after reading each word, the look of shock on his face became more and more intense. In the end, he felt as if his worldview had been destroyed.
You don't need to comment or ask questions. After reading this, I will tell you that Xing Feng, as a survivor for the first time, disappeared from the diary records, and Lao Sun disappeared shortly after. The end of the world, the owner of the bunker, that is, the cuckold brother, after killing everyone, wandered in this different world, and finally found out that he was the last human being in existence, and finally committed suicide.
Lin Yu said, shaking his head. He shook his head and said,
he thought that he was the last survivor alive, and everyone else was dead. But in fact, as you and I can see, Xing Feng came to this different world again, and he lived a very nourishing life. Fei Yu looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, then lowered his head and quickly flipped through the diary, and suddenly exclaimed,
a white door.
Lin Yu nodded.
That's what the diary said, and Lao Sun also said that. But the owner of the diary, the cuckold brother, heard that Lao Sun said that the door is white. But is it specific? None of us knew. That time, when Lao Sun and Du Ping came over and led more than 110,000 lizards, mysterious beasts and giant creatures to attack my shelter, I killed Du Ping and left Lao behind. Sun! I pressed him and asked for some answers, but Lao Sun still insisted that it was a white door. Later, in order to get rid of future troubles, I also killed Lao Sunday. After all, I couldn't let the tiger go back to the mountain. I know someone who can tell me how I managed to return to Earth completely during my first attempt at survival. It's Xing Feng. Fei Yu, do you know that the skeletons under the Doomsday Bunker have already matured as if they had been there for hundreds of years? It's yellow. Later, I learned from Xiaobai and the wolf-headed people and the Xinjiao tribe that they had a scuffle with humans 100 years ago.
The shock on Fei Yu's face was beyond words.
In other words, 100 years ago, humans came to this different world and participated in the first survival game. Although it was said to be a scale of 100 million people, it actually included an unknown number of other humanoid races. Among them, the cuckold called himself the last survivor, actually just because it was his first time in the survival game. And the others, whether it was Lao Sun or Xing Feng, did not escape. They have found a way to return to Earth. And they have indeed lived on Earth for 29 years, and finally entered this different world with us for the second time. This is why Xing Feng and Lao Sun developed as well as they did. The reason for such speed. As for how Xing Feng got the gasoline, diesel, and even nitrocellulose, you should have some understanding now. Right.
After Lin Yu finished speaking, he also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, it was quite tiring to repeat things to Fei Yu that I already knew very well. But Fei Yu was able to use these to completely understand why it was said that if Xing Feng was caught, he could completely return to Earth, which was not a loss. Fei Yu was stunned for a while, and finally took out a pen and notebook, wrote down some keywords one by one, and finally connected them with lines and marked them.
A good memory is worse than a bad pen. It will be much clearer this way.
Fei Yu read it carefully again and continued to flip through the diary. After a while, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
Hack! What is this?
Lin Yu said.
I started to be like you. I didn't understand why at all. I even speculated about it for a long time. When I finally got the answer, a long time had passed.
Therefore, he could understand why Fei Yu had took so long to digest.
Lin Yu, so you said that if we seize Xing Feng, it is equivalent to seizing the future?
Fei Yu finally asked.
Yes, that's it. If Xing Feng is caught, we will know how they can return to Earth completely without being judged by the system to be sent back directly before the disaster occurs. Do you understand?
Lin Yu took a deep breath. He felt that he was really tired after talking so much at once.
I understand. I asked them to send Xing Feng up. Later we will ask this old guy how to go back completely.
Fei Yu now went from a state of confusion to a state of shit. And now he is extremely excited. Escape from this ghost place where disaster happens every few days. Return to the Earth completely and rebuild your home. Is there anything more exciting than this?
That's almost it. Although I don't know why the old boy stayed in that underground ruins with so many dead lizard people. But as long as he is here, we can ask some questions.
Now that Xing Feng has been caught, and there is no obstruction from Lily Carahao, it does feel like things have become smoother. whether it is destroying the mastermind behind the scenes or returning to Earth to rebuild our homeland. It is a big step forward. When the door opened, Lin Yu saw that Yu Siyuan and Hui Yu had appeared. They escorted Xing Lingfeng, who had obviously woken up, into the room.
Boss, the old guy woke up and said he wanted to see you.
Yu Siyuan pushed Xing Lingfeng in disgust, and Xing Lingfeng, who was tightly bound, fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, he opened his mouth.
Lin Yu? Fei Yu?
His eyes were covered with cloth, so he couldn't see anything at all, with his whole body tied up. The old guy couldn't move at all, but Xing Lingfeng immediately guessed the identities of the two people in front of him.
Xing Lingfeng, after running around for a long time, you still came back. How about it? Why did you bother?
Fei Yu went up and wanted to kick him, but was stopped by Lin Yu.
It's meaningless. Our purpose is to ask and he will answer.
Lin Yu motioned for Yu Siyuan to straighten Xing Lingfeng and sit on the ground. Immediately, Xing Lingfeng also opened his mouth.
You ask? I think there are some things that I don't need to be surprised about anymore. You know, Lin Yu.
Xing Lingfeng laughed, the messy black and white stubble on his lips trembling. Fei Yu asked Yu Siyuan and his two men to wait outside first, and they still couldn't hear what happened next.
That's good. Xing Lingfeng, you know very well what you have done. What have you discussed with Du Ping, and what have you done for this matter? I will not pursue it. As long as you asked us, just tell him what you asked.
Lin Yu stood in front of him, condescending.
Ha! What a shame. Lin Yu, people say you are a terrifying guy who kills without blinking an eye. But after I saw it with my own eyes, I thought they were wrong.
Xing Lingfeng chuckled, the muscles on his face trembling.
Du Ping, Sun Shi's gang. And what happened later? I know from various channels. Lin Yu, you are really not merciful to the enemy at all. Why? For a secret, you are not willing to do anything now.
Are you pursuing me? Of course. If this secret can allow the remaining survivors to return home, it's not impossible for me to keep your life for the time being. Xing Lingfeng.
After Lin Yu finished speaking, he saw that Xing Lingfeng's lips paused and the smile disappeared from his face.
Huh. I know it all. You really know it all.
Xing Lingfeng snorted.
You should know about the black door from Lao Sun, since you already know about it.
Oh.
But whether it's the diary left by the leader of the Doomsday Bunker or what Lao Sun said, it's all a white door. Xing Lingfeng, are you still not honest now? In this first survival game, you should be the last one he's alive. Why? Do you want to have a good time?
After hearing the
diary left by the leader of the Doomsday Bunker, Xing Lingfeng was obviously shaken. And after Lin Yu finished speaking, he suddenly let out a long sigh.
You still know? Lin Yu, you are so lucky to be able to find it. But I also have a question. Why don't you think what those people said is true? It is really a white door that can be accessed to an Earth that won't be teleported back at all? Because we have already seen the white door. After passing through, it is the place where the humanoid race lives. Xing Lingfeng, haven't you been there?
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. This old guy seemed to want to hide something. It's time.
Ha. I haven't been there. No. At that time, I killed 2 people because I couldn't control my subordinates. As a result, Yu Siyuan and the others ran away in anger. But you, Lin Yu, you exceeded my expectations. The elimination of Du Ping and Lao Sun really left me with no way out. So I had no choice but to seek refuge with the person I least wanted to seek refuge with. It was also the first time in a human survival game that he and I passed through the barrier. The person who finally returned to the Earth. Lily Caraho,
Xing Lingfeng said, and couldn't help laughing, listening to his bitter voice. Lin Yu was not moved. Sure enough, Lily Kalaheo was also someone who had gone back before.
Then what?
Fei Yu asked.
Then, I met that woman. She was no longer the little girl under 10 years old that I knew originally. She was already a huge refuge village who could skillfully control power and make people unable to resist her powerful power. Leader, there is something that I have always wanted to say, but I feel that you may not be able to accept it. Lin Yu, do you know that there is a kind of person who can use powers far beyond those of human beings? A terrifying force. And Lily Caraho is this kind of person. And the Lu Kai you know is also this kind of person.
Fei Yu and Lin Yu looked at each other. Extraordinary. Xing Lingfeng didn't know that the two of them were also extraordinary.
Lu Kai can talk to the lizard people. As for Lily Caraho,
after Lin Yu finished speaking, he saw Xing Lingfeng's surprised expression again.
Huh? You already know. Lin Yu, you are indeed a talent I have never seen before. You know everything. You can do everything. You can do everything quickly. And you even have powerful power. However, even if you can't resist her. That woman, she has the power to control people's hearts. No one can resist it.
Chapter 535 How to Open the Door.
The power to control people's hearts?
Fei Yu thought he heard something wrong. He looked at Xingling Feng in front of him. His eyes were tied with straps and his body was tightly tied up. And he repeated what the old man just said. What kind of strange power is it to control people's hearts?
Ha ha. You don't know? There are so many mysteries in this other world. It's not strange to have superpowers. Right.
Get it? What kind of strange power? What kind of clairvoyance and ears? Only you can't think of it. Lily Callahau, that woman, can control people's hearts. As long as you are seen by her, she can make you only worship her and be loyal to her. The idea is that there is no self at all.
Fei Yu glanced at Lin Yu in disbelief. He saw that Lin Yu was also breaking out in a cold sweat.
I also fell into the trap at that time. After meeting Lily Callahau, I felt that I could die for her, and I would work hard to complete whatever order she gave. But when I was exploring a secret realm, I found that I suddenly no longer had this thought. And even later, I became deeply afraid of this thought. So I thought about running away quickly, to a place where she couldn't see her. You?
Fei Yu didn't know what to say. When he saw that Lin Yu didn't speak, he also closed his mouth.
But Lily Callahau will not let us go at all. She only needs one look, and we will be brainwashed again. In order not to forget my own escape. Every time I go to the secret realm, I will carve words on the stone. Then I secretly put it in my pocket. And before she noticed it, I entered all the words I left behind into the dialogue box I sent to the dead man Sun Shui. Through accumulation, I finally did it for the last time. Which was before. A few days ago, I used my old relationship with Lu Kai to let the lizard people hide me in the underground ruins. As a result, a bunch of people came out of nowhere and suddenly blasted the heads of all the lizard people in the room. He was knocked over with a stick. And then, he was discovered by you.
After Xingling Feng said a long series of words, he suddenly coughed violently. Fei Yu took out a bottle of water, unscrewed it, and gave him a few sips before his coughing stopped.
You didn't want to be controlled by Lily Callahau. So you ran away, and made a deal with Lu Kai. As a result, the lizard man died and you lived?
Lin Yu finally found the irrationality in it.
Haha. You also find it incredible? I find it even weirder. How could I be left alone without being killed? This is really incomprehensible.
Xingling Feng also laughed as he spoke, as if he was not the one who happened, but someone else.
Then, did you know that those lizard men all have bullet holes in their heads?
Fei Yu remembered this detail and suddenly said,
What?
Xingling Feng struggled to sit up, but couldn't do it at all.
I mean, those lizard men were all killed with one shot in the head. Xingling Feng, don't you know what this is?
Fei Yu repeated it again, and he also saw that Xingling Feng became a lot more excited. It seemed that he knew something.
Cabela Bellastack.
Xingling Feng suddenly roared.
That person. It's that person.
Lin Yu and Fei Yu looked at each other. Who is this? However, Lin Yu quickly searched for this person's name on the World Channel. He is the leader of a refuge village and currently belongs to Lily Callahau's alliance.
Cabela Bellastack is a person who has the ability to make weapons hit the target 100%. He is the lackey of Lily Callahau and his right-hand man. Only he can hit the target 100% of the time.
Xingling Feng roared.
It's impossible for him to betray that Lily Callahau. What conspiracy is there? What conspiracy is there?
After Xingling Feng finished shouting, he started coughing violently again. Lin Yu thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something.
Fei Yu and Xingling Feng may have become the trigger. What's the trigger?
Fei Yu wondered.
This old guy. Wait. You mean? Lily Callahau has seen what this old guy is thinking. And then he used his trick to let Lu Kai do it. I was ready to trick him. And then, let that card or something directly find Xingling Feng's hiding place. Kill all the other lizardmen, leaving only Xingling Feng. And then, I happened to be there at that time. After finding Xingling Feng, Lily, the people of Callahau will surround us. But as you come to rescue us and bring Xingling Feng back, Lily Callahau will use this Xingling Feng to declare war on us.
Fei Yu patted his thigh and suddenly felt that they were all connected. But he had another question.
Wait a minute. Why do the people of Lily Callahau know that I will definitely be in this underground ruins? The traitor.
Lin Yu and Xingling Feng said this word almost at the same time. Fei Yu was stunned for half a second.
The traitor, if you say so.
Fei Yu thought. If there are Lily Karahao's accomplices, who know which area the underground ruins under the shelter are, then he only needs to ask Lu Kai to hide Xingling Feng here. And then Cabela's appears and kills him. Lizardmen. It seems that it can be explained why they were suddenly blocked underground by Lily Kalahao's people.
I see. That's it.
Fei Yu knew very well that he had no chance of finding this traitor now. After all, the other party only needed to know the specific area of the ancient gate in the underground ruins. And he could even go to the toilet or something like that. If necessary. Just come in and take a look. This person can be anyone in this refuge village. If you want to check them one by one, it is simply impossible.
Lily Karahao. I guess it won't be long before I send you a message. Fei Yu. Because she can definitely say that the people I killed were taken by Xingling Feng to explore the underground ruins. And then we captured them. Xingling Feng. Those people were killed by me. This woman is really trying to trick her everywhere. And her methods are quite clever.
Lin Yu thought about it now. It seems that Fei Yu was plotted from the beginning. And every step they made was based on Lily Kalahao's calculations. The woman didn't want to capture Fei Yu from the beginning, because she knew that Lin Yu would never sit idly by. Now that Lily Karahao's people have been killed by them, and Xingling Feng is in their hands, it can be said that Lily Karahao has a fighting reputation against them. Lily Kalahao. She should be making remarks that were planned before she started on the World Channel.
Lin Yu opened the World Channel. Above, there was indeed the scene he thought of. Lily Karahao.
We were attacked by Fei Yu's refuge village for no reason. As you all have seen, Xingling Feng is an important figure in our refuge village. He has now been captured by Fei Yu. We have negotiated but cannot get him back. As we all know, Xingling Feng is an important figure in our refuge village. Fei Yu has recently been expanding the area of the refuge village and constantly occupying everyone's homes. Everyone struggled to survive from the disaster. But in the face of Fei Yu and Lin Yu behind him, who invaded their homes, can you bear it?
Lily Karahao.
Fei Yu and the others have now exposed their ambitions. And hundreds of refuge villages in the Wasteland have now fallen into his hands. Even Jia Yunjian was assassinated by the assassins they sent. Before, Fei Yu kept saying that he and Jia Yunjian would not invade each other. Now, what do you say? All the survivors in the world should unite and eliminate Fei Yu and Lin Yu behind him. Only then can we humans finally embrace the true path of survival.
Takeda Nobumasa.
I agree.
Caspar.
Lin Yu is the biggest mastermind. Kill them!
Lin Yu closed the World Channel with a calm expression on his face. The World Channel is constantly being flooded with Lily Karahao herself, her people, and all the people who find him and Fei Yu displeasing to their eyes. And the number of responders seems to be increasing. Lin Yu looked back at Fei Yu.
How does it feel? Being targeted by all mankind?
Fei Yu had closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and did not answer. Lin Yu walked up to Xingling Feng.
In the eyes of Lily Karahao, you are just a tool. A prop that has never been taken seriously. When it comes to use, you will be used like this. Do you think that we will use it like this?
If you send it back, will Lily Karahao let you live? She will never do this. But we actually have a chance to let you live. Xingling Feng. I want to attack me in Lerwick. Shelter. And for the sake of leading a team to rescue, I will give you a chance.
Xingling Feng was panting violently at this moment. And he realized that he was nothing in the eyes of the other party. I originally thought that he escaped by luck, relying on his own intelligence and perseverance. But now it seems that this is not the case. He was always the poor guy in Lily Kalahao's hands.
You said, as long as I can live. As long as I can kill that woman.
Xingling Feng was extremely disgusted with Lily Kalahao. And she was also the main reason for destroying his refuge village. If Lily Karahao's people hadn't caused trouble in the refuge village, clamoring and inciting other men to join her in the refuge village, things would not have turned out like this. Yu Siyuan and the others will not leave him. And he will not be disadvantageous to Lin Yu because he listened to Lao Sun and the others' advice. He will not even be disliked by all the subordinates in the refuge village, and have no choice but to go to Lily Kala alone. In front of Hao Hao, he became a mere subordinate of hers. It's all her fault. It's all her. It's all her. Xingling Feng roared angrily, his voice hoarse. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become like this. I was supposed to be Fei Yu. I was supposed to be the second best survivor in the world.
I also said at that time that I would give my full support to Lin going against your policy.
I was, woo woo woo. After Xing Feng roared like crazy for a while, he started crying again. This ambitious man who was nearly 60 years old finally realized that everything he had done was in vain, and he found that he had lost everything.
So, let's cooperate.
Lin Yu knelt down and looked at the old man in front of him. He knew that the time had come and removed the cloth from Xing Feng's eyes.
Cooperation. What cooperation? We are all finished. Why? Why are you still laughing?
Squinting, Xing Feng finally adapted to the light, but saw Lin Yu smiling, as if all this was no problem.
That's right. Lin Yu, can you still laugh?
Fei Yu also thought, is Lin Yu crazy? What time has it been now? They have become the public enemy of the whole people. How can they still laugh?
Of course we have to laugh. Can we still cry now? Now that everyone regards us as enemies. Doesn't that give us the right to go to war against everyone?
Your logic.
Fei Yu was speechless.
It's not true. Lin Yu, what about us? Do you think that the rest of mankind is stupid? What did she, Lily Callahau, do, and what did she do in the past 50 days to gain such great prestige that she can call upon mankind? No, she has done nothing. And what we are about to do is more than what she has done.
Lin Yu cleared his throat, his eyes still fixed on Xing Feng.
Tell me how to go back to Earth. How to go back completely. If we want to make a comeback. Your hatred for killing this woman can be realized in one fell swoop. How about Xing Feng?
Xing Feng listened blankly and swallowed again. He looked at Fei Yu, then looked at Lin Yu again.
How confident are you? Actually, I'm not a demon. If you don't tell me, I won't force you. However, you don't have to think about killing Lily Callahau with your own hands. This kind of thing is extremely simple for me. Extremely simple? Lin Yu, you are a bit too arrogant. That woman, how does she compare to the mythical beast?
Lin Yu's voice was low and his expression was cold. Xing Feng instantly felt a chill spreading around his body. He suddenly had a feeling that Lin Yu might want to do more than he could imagine.
I understand.
Xing Feng closed his eyes tightly, and he felt the god of death behind Lin Yu. No, it should be said that Lin Yu is the god of death. However, even if this person kills Lily Callahau, the existence behind the scenes, quietly watching all this, can he be defeated?
Okay, if you understand, just open your mouth and tell me what you know about how to return to Earth. If you can, you will probably leave your name in the history of mankind, rather than being a chess piece that will be forgotten by everyone in an instant.
Lin Yu patiently persuaded Xing Feng. While waiting for his answer, Xing Feng seemed to have lost his soul and smiled dryly.
It's a long story. The last time we experienced the survival game for the first time, there were a total of 59 people who returned to the Earth. And now, I have passed the search found that the only ones alive now are me and Lily Callahau. Apart from Jia Yunjan, as long as I die, Lily Callahau will be the only one who knows the method. So, what is the method? Simple. It sounds simple. Very simple. But how difficult it is.
Xing Feng said, and closed his eyes.
If you want to go back, you only need to find a door. This time, I didn't lie. And I won't be like Lao's son, telling you that it's just a door or something. This door costs 12 huge dollars. The gem is embedded in the altar in the mouth of a huge stone statue. And at the same time, before the arrival of the giant spaceship that is so huge that it can cover the sky, you can return to the Earth, our home, by passing through the open door.
Chapter 536, The Second Evolution. After Xing Feng finished speaking, he sighed. He saw that Fei Yu and Lin Yu seemed to be shocked.
I said, this is very, very difficult. I have been to that huge stone statue once before, and there was not even half a gem on it. Yesterday, I even learned from Lu Kai's information that the cave of that stone statue, they all collapsed. And there was a group of extremely powerful humanoid aliens stationed nearby. Those humanoid aliens also had a huge castle, and there was no way to get close to it. Not to mention, Lu Kai had said before that the gems had already been destroyed. They were all snatched away by someone. Lin Yu, Fei Yu, even if you have extraordinary abilities, you may not be able to do something at all. I, Xing Feng, have lived for more than 50 years. Who has not seen me?
Xing Feng shook his head as he spoke. There is a way to completely return to Earth, but it is too complicated and difficult. Not only did he have to find 12 huge gems that were unknown where they were, he also had to break through the heavy guards of lizardmen to reach the altar where the gems were. Finally, they have to escape through the door before those huge spaceships arrive.
I see. Xingling Feng, are you sure that every word you said is true?
Fei Yu glanced at Lin Yu, who seemed thoughtful, and did not say that they had those gems in their hands. He confirmed with Xingling Feng again.
It's absolutely true. As long as I can kill that Lily Karaha with my own hands, I have nothing to hide.
Xingling Feng roared loudly, as if he had exhausted all his strength.
We understand. Xingling Feng, we will verify this information about you. But until then, we can only let you be an idler here in Feiyue, waiting for that moment to come.
Lin Yu rushed to Feiyue, nodded. Fei Yu asked Yu Siyuan and others outside to come in. Xingling Feng did not struggle, but honestly let them cover his eyes again and sent him off. The room returned to calm, and Fei Yu's eyes also glowed.
Lin Yu, it's really that rough gemstone, and you already have 9 pieces. Next, as long as we continue to look for the remaining 3 pieces, and then go to the place with the huge stone statue that you once said.
Fei Yu clearly understood that the place where the huge stone statues were mentioned by Xingling Feng was the one near Lin Yu's Oil River branch base, and the so-called humanoid aliens were the warriors of the Divine Horn tribe under Lin Yu. The huge castle is the residential area and city wall that Lin Yu built for them. As for the gems being stolen, Lin Yu already has 9 gems on his body. What was taken away at that time was either taken by Lin Yu or taken by him.
Fei Yu, I now have 9 kinds of rough stones on my body: diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, fluorspar, amethyst, opal, cat's eye, and the pink tourmaline you just found. 2 yuan, 3 yuan to go,
Lin Yu said, taking out the 9 gems one after another. They each release a dazzling light, which is extremely dazzling in this room.
9 gems, there are still 3 gems left. The remaining 3 gems don't seem to be easy. Lin Yu, I have been to many underground ruins. In the end, in such a long time, I only encountered its just 2 pieces. I still don't know what the remaining 3 pieces are, although I know the way to go back. It seems that the difficulty is getting bigger and bigger,
Fei Yu said and shook his head. Indeed, it is too difficult. After seeing the goal, I feel hopeful, but many things still cannot be achieved in a short time, especially the last 3 gems. I don't even know what they are, so it's very difficult to find them.
I know what the remaining 3 pieces are,
Lin Yu said, taking out the necklace of the Divine Horn clan, pointing to the items on it and saying,
aquamarine, imperial topaz, and garnet. Lin Yu, where did you find this? Why do I feel like you still have a lot of things you are hiding from me? Good guy. I really call you good guy.
Fei Yu felt as if he didn't know anything. What is Lin Yu holding in his hand?
Given by the leader of the Divine Horn clan. This gemstone necklace is also a symbol of the highest power of the Divine Horn clan. Whoever owns it can make all the Divine Horn clan obey orders, and no one dares to disobey.
Fei Yu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This thing. Lin Yu. Indeed. Lin Yu was indeed powerful enough to make those humanoid aliens obey orders. This had to be admitted. But whatever he says, he will come out with. Is there any mistake?
There are 12 gemstones on the necklace, but the only 3 we don't have are aquamarine, imperial topaz, and garnet. Fei Yu, do you think you have a clear goal next? Forget it. Guess it.
Fei Yu nodded.
As for what Xingling Feng said about escaping to Earth after the door opens, I personally feel that it is not a perfect solution.
Lin Yu concluded. How many people can pass through a door? There are about 2 billion people left in the world. No matter how fast a door is opened, it will still take a long time. Not to mention, gathering 2 billion people there is by no means an easy task.
Indeed. We should try our best to knock down the so-called spaceship and smash the faces of those bastards in the moon.
Fei Yu also fully agreed with this.
Yes. Fei Yu, take a picture of these 3 gems and then look for them according to this. If you can find them, that would be the best. Although I do feel that we are not the only ones looking for this gem. Maybe the rest, the 3 gemstones, are all in the hands of Lily Karahao, so it is not completely impossible.
Lin Yu said, walked out of the door, and looked at the many Fei Yu's men waiting outside.
Fei Yu, you have to think carefully about what to do next. On the World Channel, the number of people who are following us is probably hundreds of thousands of times more than the people who really want to confront us. But even though in this way, Your expansion plan does not need to be stopped. Jia Yunjan from Xingling Feng's words.
We know that he should have been killed by Lily Carhao. So the remaining thing we have to do is to attack the ones that have not yet been launched. Those enemies who come to your refuge will be destroyed in their refuge village. That's for sure.
Fei Yu nodded. Next, it will be more difficult. What they faced was targeted by almost half of humanity. But their strength is far beyond what these forces can match. Not to mention, Fei Yu felt that if possible, Lin Yu could even put on that armor like Iron Man, ride thousands of miles alone, fly to Lily Calahao's base camp, and take the general's head among the thousands of troops. Fei Yu has deep confidence in Lin Yu's strength.
We have to work harder. Everyone. Now we are the target of public criticism. But this does not stop us from beating them to pieces.
The super alloy flame-throwing flying armor is not suitable for flying in the sky for a long time. But after Lin Yu entered the exploration gate, he activated it and flew for nearly an hour before stopping. He has developed 70 to 80% of the nearby map, and he can clearly see the details of most of the valley areas. But where will that guy Xiaobai be? Originally, he really wanted to go directly to the secret realm or return to the shelter after returning from Feiyue. But thinking that there was no news from Xiaobai in the past 2 days, he was still a little worried. Lin Yu looked at the regional map on the spot and decided to go to the nearest big city. Since it is so close to the door, the probability of being captured by Xiaobai is also very high. Soon, he took to the sky again, and less than half an hour later, he arrived above the huge city.
It feels much bigger than the one I've been to before, huh? Is that Xiao Liuzi?
Lin Yu suddenly noticed that a black shadow flew in his direction. And after approaching him, it screamed happily.
Gaw!
Xiao Liuzi kept circling around Lin Yu excitedly, seeming quite happy.
Xiao Liuzi, do you know where Xiaobai is?
Lin Yu followed Xiao Liuzi down to the ground. And this was the very center of the city. Countless wolf-headed men were crawling on the ground, showing great respect to him.
Little Liuzi?
Lin Yu saw that the little guy seemed to enjoy the worship of these wolf-headed men. He stood in the center of the square, squinting his eyes and flapping his wings. Good guy. I enjoy the feeling of being worshipped by thousands of people. Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed a burst of extremely brilliant white light coming from Xiao Liuzi's body. And the next second, the familiar voice of the system suddenly sounded again. Congratulations. You and your pet have developed a strong emotional bond. And your pet has developed the second stage of bond evolution. Please confirm pet information. Pet race, Hunter Sky War Dragon. Pet name, Xia Liuzi. Status, adult body. Description, the huge wings are like terrifying twin sickle blades. It can fly extremely long distances with these extremely sharp wings, and can easily cut off the enemy's body with its wings. It is extremely fast, and can let it fly in the air. There is no disadvantage in the battle. Ability, Storm Slash, flaps its wings at extremely high speeds, creating a vacuum in the air, thereby ejecting a very sharp wind blade. The closer the distance, the more powerful it is, and it is extremely lethal to enemies on the ground. Deadly Tail Gun, when the sharp tail blade is whipped out with great force. It will also turn into the most powerful spear in the world that is invincible, and can penetrate the body of enemies with extremely high defenses. Natural talent, brave fighting and fury, the more powerful the opponent, the stronger the fighting power and the greater the attack power. Lin Yu looked at the third little guy besides Xiaobai and Xiaoming who had undergone a second evolution, and was quite surprised. What is the situation? Did you evolve after being worshipped? Or, I watched you being worshipped, and then your heart was satisfied, and then you got so high that you flew up, and then evolved? Xiao Liuzi has now grown into a flying dragon that is nearly 3 meters tall, has an extremely long tail, and is shining with silver-gray light. Different from Xiaobai. Its wings are tightly connected to the back of its front arms and the upper ends of its hind legs, a bit like the wings of a giant bat. But it can be seen from the sharp edges that this thing its wings possess great lethality.
As for the extremely long tail, the muscles are much stronger than those of Xiaobai and Xiaoming, according to the system's broadcast instructions. If this guy wants to make a carbine in the air, the Gundam may not be able to hold it.
Gaw!
Xia Liuzi was full of surprises at his changes. He looked at his master with a lot of expectation in his eyes.
It's really good, little guy.
Lin Yu stroked this guy's broad back. He really didn't expect that it would be the first among the 4 little ones to evolve. All the wolf-headed men, after seeing with their own eyes the huge situation of Xiao Liuzi, one of the holy sons in their hearts, felt that they had seen a miracle. and quickly shouted God and Holy again, piously extremely. Lin Yu was somewhat immune to this, and was not as intoxicated as Xiao Liuzi, who was waving to the crowd.
Okay, you, take me to find Xiaobai first, and then we'll talk. Gah.
Xiao Liuzi waved his big paw, indicating that he would wait a moment. It enjoyed the worship of the wolf-headed man again. After nearly 10 minutes, it lowered its body and signaled Lin Yu to come up. It was ready.
Come up, then wait.
Indeed, Lin Yu did not want to continue using the flying armor now. The fuel was enough, but heating was still a problem. If you keep flying for 3 or 4 hours, you may have problems. But Xiao Liuzi, the flying speed of this guy is probably very fast. I wonder if it can automatically adjust the speed like Xiaobai to allow him to adapt. Lin Yu took out a set of riding equipment from the storage space. This thing was something he found in a designated secret realm before. At that time, he was thinking about letting Xiaobai wear it when the aircraft became too hot. Then, even if he flies at high altitudes with Xiaobai, he will not fall off due to lack of physical strength or being unable to withstand the wind pressure. The reins were tied around Xiao Liuzi's heart and upper limbs. After being fixed, Lin Yu placed the straps that fixed the legs, sitting on Xiao Liuzi's back. Lin Yu tied the straps around his legs, and then signaled to Xiao Liuzi that he could take off. Xiao Liuzi understood, flapped his huge wings, and reached high in the sky in an instant. Soon, he rushed in a direction at an extremely fast speed. Lin Yu felt the fierce wind pressure, which kept suppressing him, and he quickly leaned down to maintain his balance. Xiao Liuzi is indeed not as smart as Xiaobai. Although it has evolved, it is indeed still a little bit behind. However, the absolute advantage in speed allowed Xiao Liuzi to easily fly in the direction he wanted to go. Lin Yu felt that this speed was much more terrifying than that guy Xiaobai. I wonder if Xiaobai can compete with Xia Liuzi by flying at full strength. Xiao Liuzi flew, flying, for nearly an hour and a half. Lin Yu felt that it was a little too cold. Just when he was about to stop it, it suddenly dived downwards and landed firmly on the ground. Lin Yu saw that Xiaobai and the Xinjiu clan army were confronting an extremely terrifying number of wolf-headed people. The number of the other party is hundreds of thousands. No, there should be hundreds of thousands.
Master, Xiaobai can't convince them. It seems that he can only kill them?
Xiaobai was also quite excited when he saw his master coming. However, the enemy is now at hand, and it is preparing to charge and kill the enemy with an attack that the opponent cannot resist.
No, maybe not.
Lin Yu flew into the air and flew straight towards the enemy's rear. Chapter 537 The Unknown Thing Hidden in the Depths. Lin Yu, wearing a flying armor, rushed into the battle group in the center of the wolf-headed men like a galloping arrow. But he didn't stop, and instantly came to the rear of the wolf-headed man. This is where the wolf-headed commander, who is heavily guarded by troops, is located. Lin Yu arrived in front of the wolf-headed man leader with ease, standing down from a high position. The sand eagle in his mechanical hand knocked away the shield in the hand of a wolf-headed man who tried to attack him. At the same time, his right hand raised something. Pink tourmaline rough gemstone. The leader of the wolf-headed men was silent for a moment, and suddenly he knelt down and lay on the ground again. With his roar, hundreds of thousands of wolf-headed men all prostrate themselves on the ground, shouting God and Holy in their mouths. The tone gradually becomes unified.
Master, Xiaobai feels that he still has many shortcomings.
Xiaobai flew to Lin Yu's side and landed in the open space behind him with him. It looked back at the army of wolf-headed men who had easily surrendered, and sighed again that it was really much worse than Lin Yu. If Lin Yu hadn't come, it would have really had to lead the Xinjiu clan army in a desperate battle against the huge number of wolf-headed men who suddenly gathered. Although Xiaobai was confident of killing them, there would definitely be losses. After several previous large-scale battles, the Divine Horn clan had lost nearly 100 people.
Xiaobai, it seems that things are going very smoothly. Are you okay these 2 days? Are you injured?
Lin Yu walked around Xiaobai, feeling a little worried. This little guy always works hard at everything he does. After not seeing him for 2 days, it feels like he has experienced a lot.
Master, nothing happened on Xiaobai's side. But among the Xinjiu warriors, 67 were injured and 52 were killed. There are still a lot of losses.
Xiaobai took Lin Yu back to the Xinjiu tribe, who were extremely surprised by their inexplicable victory. Lin Yu knew that this group of tall, brave, and warlike men had indeed sacrificed a lot for his kingdom.
Xiaobai, go back and tell me the list of the horned gods who died in the battle, And then I will give some compensation to their relatives who are still alive.
Lin Yu felt that this aspect must be done well.
Master, there is no problem with this.
Xiao Bai nodded and looked at the wolf-headed man, who had not yet raised his head.
In the past 2 days, Xiao Bai has completely captured 400 of the more than 600 cities in total. There are only 200 left. And these wolf-headed men should be elite soldiers gathered from those 200 cities. Now that the master has surrendered them, we only need to go around the remaining 200 cities one by one. There will be no problem.
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows.
It can't be that simple. Xiao Bai, how many power rings and the like have you collected? Master, the power rings are all at Green Claw. We can just go there and get them. What is left for us to do is to go to those cities. Master, this may take about 2 days, but Xiao Liuzi has evolved. This time may become much shorter.
Xiao Bai watched the evolution of Xiaoluzi, and he was sincerely happy about the evolution of his companions. This evolution also made the master's power stronger.
That's naturally the best.
Lin Yu expressed excitement at the overall surrender of the wolf-headed man. This happened much faster than he imagined. He originally thought that conquering the wolf-headed man might take him through the entire disaster period. But what he didn't expect was that it didn't take that long at all, and was even much shorter than he thought.
Then, Master, please let Xiao Bai go communicate with the leaders of the wolf-headed army first, and then let them go back to persuade them to surrender. Master and Xiao Bai, please go to various cities to inspect, so that the conquest of the entire wolf-headed race can be confirmed. Wait a minute. Xiao Bai, you once said before that the wolf-headed man colony only has 10 power rings, and the remaining 2 are missing. Without these 2, wouldn't it be impossible to surrender those wolf-headed men?
Lin Yu suddenly remembered this matter. When Xiao Bai said it at that time, he had emphasized this.
Master, it is indeed true. The more than 200 cities that Xiao Bai mentioned do not include the wolf-headed people in another valley. They are quite isolated from other wolf-headed people, although they are not large in number. They are extremely powerful in combat, but they are a little further away from this valley. The other wolf-headed men use some means to seal them in the valley and prevent them from coming out. The more than 600 cities we captured did not include those wolf-headed men. As for the Ring of Power, we now have 10 in total.
Xiao Bai explained to Lin Yu the slightly complicated situation here. In fact, in its view, conquering more than 600 cities was already a considerable achievement. The remaining wolf-headed men only needed to let the remaining wolf-headed men the warrior, as well as the Shinju warriors it led, as well as Green Claw and Xiao Liuzi, would attack in a wave, and the wolf-headed men in that valley, no matter how tough they were, would be completely surrendered.
10 rings are enough. And maybe what we need to do is not that strenuous. Let's get the ring first, and then we can subdue the wolf-headed men in those cities one by one.
In a flash, more than a day passed. Lin Yu had already inspected all the wolf-headed cities in the wolf-headed man valley. Lin Yu was actually quite satisfied with the millions of wolf-headed citizens. After being called a god, and even eventually crowned as a god king, Lin Yu already had direct command over these wolf-headed men, and made these wolf-headed men completely surrender to him and follow him to the death. The 10 wolf-headed rings on the fingers, decorated with gemstones of various colors, are also a symbol of the loyalty and honor of the wolf-headed people. The only thing left to do is to subdue the wolf-headed people who have committed themselves to another valley and have a fierce style and strong fighting ability. For Lin Yu, this was actually not a difficult problem. The reason is actually very simple. Among the 10 wolf-headed power rings in his hand, there are 3 types of rough stones that he has not yet obtained. The wolf-headed power ring of aquamarine, imperial topaz and garnet is in his hand. The remaining 2 were an amethyst ring and a pink tourmaline ring. These 2 rough gemstones happened to be in his hands. What Lin Yu had to do next was to reach the colony of wolf-headed men, find the leader, and then display the rough gemstone in front of their eyes. It was the 3rd day after entering the exploration gate, and Lin Yu, Xiao Bai and Xiaoluzi had already flown to the sky above another valley.
Master, we may need to directly attack the castles of the 2 largest cities of wolf-headed men like we did last time, and then teach them some lessons.
Xiao Bai actually admires this approach. It is one of the best ways to completely surrender the wolf-headed people. But it is also a little worried. After all, it does not have a complete understanding of how strong the wolf-headed man here is.
Xiao Bai, that is indeed possible. But to capture the thief is to capture the king. Those are just special countermeasures when there is no other way.
Lin Yu descended straight from the air. He saw that the wolf-headed people on the ground had discovered them and shouted loudly, as if they were gathering their legions. However, Lin Yu did not give these wolf-headed men too much time. He took Xiaobai directly to the huge castle where the leader was. The leader, who had just put on his armor and picked up his weapons, discovered that the flying thing in the middle has landed and reached its side. The leader was just about to call for others to protect him. But he found that the enemy, who was shining with metallic light, had a brilliant gem in his hand. It looked at Lin Yu and the two huge flying dragons Xiaobai and Xiaoluzi in disbelief. It finally understood something and fell completely to the ground.
God!
Lin Yu was very satisfied. Solved.
Master, they said they would give you the Ring of Power. But the ring is in the temple they built far away. Let us go and get it ourselves.
After talking to the leader, Xiaobai obtained new information.
The temple? Let's go there now. Go and come back early.
Lin Yu always felt that there should be something in the so-called temple that he had wanted to find before. Soon, under the leadership of the wolf-headed man leader, he, Xiaobai and Xiaoluzi came to an underground entrance.
Master, it seems very spacious in here.
After entering the passage of the temple, Xiaobai moved his wings. Xiaoluzi did not follow, but guarded at the entrance of the passage.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like we need to walk a long way. Well, it seems like the end is ahead.
After the wolf-headed man leader said something to Xiaobai, Xiaobai went directly to the stone statue at the end. The huge human-shaped stone statue had a shining ring in its palm.
The wolf-headed human rights ring.
Lin Yu walked over and picked up the right ring in the stone statue's hand. At this time, waves of roaring and shaking sounds continued to be heard, and the entire huge underground temple was shaking. Then, a downward, deeper cave appeared from the floor in the center of the ascension, which was more than 3 meters long and wide.
Good guy. Isn't this sense of deja vu the same circular pattern from the underground ruins before? Xiaobai. Master, it's true. It's exactly the same as that one. It's changed by weight.
Xiaobai also remembered the mechanism he encountered in the underground ruins, which was exactly the same as this one. Lin Yu didn't hesitate at all, jumped directly into the entrance of the cave, and then turned on the night vision goggles. He found that there were places for placing bonfires on the walls inside. So he took out torches and placed them on them. Soon, the underground space was illuminated, and Lin Yu descended step by step. Finally, after reaching the bottom, he looked at the metal objects on the ground with a stern expression. It was the remains of a humanoid robot, each with arms and legs missing and unable to move at all. Lin Yu stored them in the storage space. You got XXXX. The system actually uses XX to replace this unknown thing. It is not obvious at all. After Lin Yu put this set of 17 humanoid robots into the storage space, he looked at the center of the underground space. There was a huge machine covered with dust.
Xiaobai, what did the leader say?
Lin Yu looked at the wolf-headed man leader, who had knelt down towards the machine and was talking endlessly, as well as the followers behind him, feeling that they should know something.
Master, the leader said, this is the real temple. It turns out that this is the place they have been guarding for generations. Because of this, their descendants have been guarding this valley. However, this was the place where they originally ruled the world. At that time, it was a very special place. And the 12 power rings were also created from this place.
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Is there such a thing? I didn't expect to come directly to such a mysterious place.
Master, he also said that they used to clean this place often. But with the leader of his generation, he rarely came here. It is said that a long time ago, when the previous leader arrived in this space, these machines on the ground would move over and take the initiative. Give them some help or something.
Lin Yu looked into Xiaobai's eyes. Help? Do these mechanical robots use various weapons on their bodies to help?
Master, Xiaobai just translated it truthfully.
Xiaobai said that I was innocent, and it was hard for me to believe it. But that's what it said.
Forget it. Let me dismantle this thing first.
Lin Yu walked to the huge machine and tried to start it. However, no matter where I fiddled, there was no way to activate it. Lin Yu felt that he could only put it in the storage space. However, the object is too large to fit into the storage space. What is the situation? Object too big? He looked at the storage space and saw that there were still more than 30,000 cubic meters. This machine can hold more than 30,000 cubic meters? Lin Yu was confused. Could it be that the other parts are all underground?
Xiaobai, you ask all the wolf-headed men to leave the temple. And you do the same. I have to take a good look at what is down here. No problem. Master.
Xiaobai took the order and immediately left the underground with the leader of the wolf-headed man and all the others who came with him. When Lin Yu saw Xiaobai finally disappearing at the entrance of the cave, he took out the mining engineering robots one by one. Although you can dig it yourself, they are more powerful. Soon, with waves of roars and vibrations, the engineering robots dug large pits on the ground. And the black metal objects deep in these large pits were connected to the main body of the central machine. As time passed, part of it was soon revealed. And Lin Yu also discovered that this was not the machine he imagined, but a huge spaceship.
Spaceship?
Lin Yu jumped up and looked at the huge porthole that was covered in dust. He was really shocked to be able to dig up this thing. So, is this spaceship guarded by those robots? I thought it was still the ring, or a rough gemstone. That doesn't seem to be the case. As the robots excavated, the entire rear half of the spacecraft has been completely exposed. And this alone is almost 200 meters long and nearly 70 meters wide. Lin Yu had no way of knowing how big it was. No wonder it can't be packed into a storage space. If it was really pretended, this underground temple would probably be destroyed by the overall collapse. Lin Yu walked to the machine that was originally on the table and found that there was a lever on the side that he had not noticed before. This lever is only about the size of a palm, but there is actually a black cover on top. When the robot was digging just now, the cover was also loosened.
What happens if I pull it?
Lin Yu's hand touched it. Chapter 538 No. Just go to Gundam directly. The excavation robot emitted strong vibrations while working. And this vibration also revealed a small lever covered by a black cover that was originally invisible. Lin Yu turned on flight mode and made other preparations at the same time. If the entire temple would collapse after pulling it down, he would rush to the exit immediately. Or he would instantly create an alloy shelter at this place and crawl into it to escape. With the sturdiness of the flying armor, he wouldn't have any problem even if he was hit by the alloy house hundreds of times. Soon, Lin Yu pulled the lever down, and at the same time, he heard a slight, gear-like sound coming continuously from the machine. The machine in front of me was like a transformer, constantly changing its shape, from a huge rectangular body to a wonderful, portal-like thing. In the end, the entrance became a 3-meter-long hollow with a staircase going straight down. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Does this welcome me? He didn't hesitate and walked directly down the stairs. And soon, with the help of night vision goggles, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. To say that it is strange does not mean that he has never been to this space before. It was the various things inside that he had never seen before. At least, he hasn't seen the various equipment here in Earth's technology.
What's inside the spacecraft?
Lin Yu looked at the countless screens, as well as all kinds of unspeakable machinery and control equipment. He felt that this was really amazing. There is almost no dust here, and it feels as if it has just been buried underground. Moreover, except that there is no energy supply, it seems like a new thing that has just left the factory. Lin Yu came down from this space and kept walking forward along the passage. This is a quite closed passage, but the solid metal on both sides seems to have strong technological power. Even in the current situation where there seems to be no power source at all, there will always be a light accompanying him as he walks. It moved with him, allowing him to walk as normal without using night vision. There were many rooms on both sides of the passage. Lin Yu looked inside an open door. After entering, he could see a wider space than imagined. It seemed to be a huge rest area with many space capsule. The capsule was exactly like the one in his shelter. Lin Yu sneered in his heart and continued to look at other devices in the room. Although I have never seen most of them, some are quite familiar.
Unexpectedly, I can see something like this here.
Lin Yu walked over, holding something he had seen before. It was a robot that looked like a spider and was only the size of a finger. However, unlike some of the backup anti-armor robots he had built before, this one looked more sophisticated. If seen from a distance, it really looked like a little spider. As long as this kind of little spider is activated, it will get into the mechanical equipment, such as the robot dog, explode quickly, cause serious damage to the machine, and eventually cause the entire machine to completely lose power and become completely useless. Lin Yu indeed only built a few hundred of these anti-armor micro-robots, and they were all placed in the alloy shelter and never used. Now that I saw this little spider again, he was very kind. However, whether it is the little spider or the space capsule, their direction seems to be quite obvious.
Everything that comes out of the box now, as long as it has something to do with high technology, seems to have come from here.
Lin Yu knew it very well now. the masterminds behind this, who look exactly like human beings but have extreme advanced technologies that humans on Earth do not possess, are really the culprits behind all this. What survival games? What systems? And what treasure chests are all the work of these human beings who seem to be at a higher level? Lin Yu walked through various space capsules. He actually saw 13 skeletons lying in various space capsules. They were all wearing clothes made of unknown materials. Even when their bodies turned into bones, the clothes were not damaged at all. Moreover, the transparent hatch of the space capsule has not been contaminated or blurred. Lin Yu has not studied the high technology contained in this. But what can be said is that, let alone other things, this space capsule alone is not something the human technology can create. After walking out of this area, Lin Yu looked at another room, and he even saw a very familiar thing.
Good guy. Isn't this the super alloy flying armor?
Lin Yu looked at the things placed on the metal tables, and couldn't help but marvel. Although those things look a little worse than the one on him, and the overall size is larger, there is no doubt that these dusty metal lumps are similar to his super alloy flying armor. Lin Yu put them into the storage space one by one, and found another gun. High-power laser emitting device. The system provided an appraisal in a timely manner. After Lin Yu put them into the storage space, he saw more than 10 more in a corner. Although it seemed unusable for the time being, Lin Yu still put them all into the storage space. Moving towards the front of the spacecraft again, Lin Yu found nothing new this time. There was a corridor all the way, with metal walls on both sides. Lin Yu estimated that there should be some sophisticated machinery inside. Soon, he came to what seemed to be the cockpit, and it was simpler than he imagined. At the front is a large transparent porthole that looks like it is made of some kind of synthetic material. Below the porthole is a row of arc-shaped consoles, about 20 meters long. Behind the console, there are 5 chairs. The bottom is connected to the spacecraft body. It seems to have fixed pulleys for easy movement. There is a seat at the highest center of the place where he is. This seat is about 4 or 5 meters away, and there is another seat diagonally behind it on both sides. Walking to the seat, Lin Yu found that it seemed to be made of precision alloy and synthetic materials. After touching it lightly, Lin Yu found that it still maintained its elasticity, and had not deteriorated due to being left vacant for such a long time. Lin Yu tried to press it, but even with a little effort, he couldn't make it deform. Next to this chair, there are a lot of various patterns, which seem to be touch-sensitive. How it will be activated can only be imagined. Lin Yu stretched out his fingers and touched them twice, but with no intention of starting them. He turned back and prepared to leave. Then, he walked towards the back of the spacecraft again. The place where he came down just now was actually not the back of the spacecraft, but a position further back. There are some unopened doors over there that you must check out. Soon, Lin Yu came to the back of the ship. There were 4 large downward elevators, but they were definitely unusable. Lin Yu directly put one into the storage space, and then moved downwards along the elevator shaft, and finally arrived in an extremely huge space.
How big is this spaceship, huh? That thing, hack?
Lin Yu usually wouldn't say, hack, because indeed, no matter how surprised he was, he would not sigh with, hack. But the tall metal object in front of him really made him sigh.
What the hell? Good guy. I thought humans wouldn't develop to this point. But in the end, they actually made it. Gundam?
Lin Yu couldn't help but take a step back. In the night vision device, the huge robot, which was about 6 stories high, looked very similar to the Gundam in the animation and model in Lin Yu's memory, both in appearance and on the head monitor, although he didn't know which model it looked like. Just seeing this thing stay here gave him an indescribable shock.
The man behind this is really a bad idea. By the way, if you further upgrade the flying armor, will this be the last thing you get?
Lin Yu flew into the air and stopped near Hina's head. It's unclear what alloy the giant robot is made of, but the dense circuits and electronic components on its body, even though it was covered with a layer of dust, still surprised and shocked Lin Yu. He turned around and looked around. There are 4 in total. The colors and models are different. Lin Yu glanced at the storage space and took out all the useless things in it, including sheepskin mats, beds and the like. After putting these pieces into the storage space one by one, I found that there was still some free space. He looked at the maintenance equipment and took them away with him. This is much more useful than any food or sheepskin mats. After walking around here again, Lin Yu finally decided to empty it again. After all, such a large spaceship could not fit into his storage space. After returning the same way, Lin Yu finally took back all the engineering robots and there was no last bit of space left in the storage space. Coming out of the ruins again, Lin Yu looked at the sky and suddenly discovered a problem. The sky over the wolf-headed man is still clear. Speaking of which, the grass was not burned. Just like before. It's cost-effective. So it's great for humans. Right? According to the wolf-headed man, there is a disaster here every 7 years. And this disaster is once every 15 years. This means that it will take a long time for them to face disaster. Why do the masterminds behind the scenes target humans on Earth so much? Lin Yu felt that the malice here was not only related to humans and their identical looks.
Master, what is there underground?
Xiaobai was a little worried when he saw that it took a long time for his master to come out. So he asked quickly,
There are indeed good things, but it's true that we can't bring them back. It's too huge.
Lin Yu looked back at the cave of the so-called temple and shook his head.
Good thing?
Xiaobai was confused. But he still turned around to communicate with the wolf-headed man leader, signaling them to get out of the valley and wait for orders with the wolf-headed men outside.
Yes. Good stuff. Xiaobai, let's not go to the other wolf-headed man's territory. We will go back to the shelter first, and then come back. Our focus seems to be on the wolf-headed man's side at the moment.
There were still many things that had not been taken away from this big spaceship, and Lin Yu felt that he had to take them all away before he could feel at ease.
Xiaobai understands. Master, it's not too late. Let's set off and go back as soon as possible. However, it may take most of the day to get to the shelter from here, and it may already be night when we arrive at the shelter.
Xiaobai opened his wings as he spoke. He decided to first notify the wolf-headed men outside so that they could be prepared to welcome the wolf-headed men here, and then follow Lin Yu back to the shelter.
No problem. Otherwise, Xiaobai, you asked Xiao Liuzi to guard here. This little guy seems to like the way these wolf-headed men call him. After you explain what's going on here, let's set off.
Lin Yu and Xiaobai thought the same thing. Next up, it's going to be busy. Especially these Gundam robots. They really need to be put in the shelter quickly. Study them carefully. And then come back again. Take away everything in the spacecraft. And break down the spacecraft into design drawings. After doing this, you can go to the valley with the most wolf-headed man and conquer the wolf-headed man there. The super alloy flying armor took off again. Lin Yu felt that if those Gundam robots were repaired, there wouldn't be much room for this thing to be used. Of course, this is if he can repair it and control those big guys. After Xiaobai handed over the leader of the wolf-headed people, he took the lead in flying forward to find the wolf-headed people outside the valley. While Lin Yu slowly flew forward at the speed of his current flying armor, Xiaobai's speed was obviously faster, and it didn't take long for the little guy to return to Lin Yu's side.
Master, Xiaobai thinks that the master can use the thing called the reins on Xiaobai. The master's aircraft is really a bit slow.
Xiaobai didn't seem to have a high opinion of Lin Yu's current flying armor. If it wanted to fly with its owner, it would have to slow down its flight speed, thereby allowing its physical strength to drain away faster. Of course, Lin Yu knew that this was a fact. He also immediately stopped and landed on the ground.
Xiaobai, I'm sorry for you for the time being. As for this, I'm afraid that I'll be thrown down if I fly too fast.
Lin Yu took out the reins and tied them to Xiaobai's body.
Master, I won't fly too fast. Don't worry.
After Xiaobai waited for Lin Yu to get into position, he flapped his wings and suddenly accelerated. Lin Yu felt the extremely strong wind pressure completely enveloping him. If it weren't for this flying armor, he would definitely be unable to hold onto the reins and fly out. However, it seemed that the reins could not withstand Xiaobai's lightning speed for a long time, and they began to break continuously. Lin Yu was also extremely worried. But fortunately, when he stopped at night, he was almost quite close to the exploration gate.
Good guy. What do you mean by flying slower? Xiaobai, if my flying armor hadn't been strong enough, wouldn't I have been thrown hundreds of kilometers away by you?
Xiaobai, on the other hand, held his stomach and looked aggrieved.
Master, I'm hungry.
Lin Yu called him a good guy and gave the creature a lot of time. Finally, in the middle of the night, he flew with it to the gate of exploration. It took more than half an hour to return to the familiar shelter.
I can finally come back and fly the Gundam.
Lin Yu looked at the lights of the shelter and said tiredly. Chapter 539, is it really just a coincidence? Fatigue, of course, is mental. In terms of physical strength, Lin Yu felt that even if he did something, he would not feel strenuous. But when driving the Gundam, Lin Yu just thought about it for a moment and felt that this matter had to be postponed to tomorrow. Otherwise, You will have to die from exhaustion. Of course, it still refers to the spirit. No one can bear a long flight, let alone the torture of a long flight with a young man who said,
I'm not fast at all.
Especially Lin Yu, who felt that he had been mentally tortured. I thought that the valley where the wolf-headed man was located shouldn't be that big. But in fact, their valley should actually be a huge basin. Right? It might even be larger than the original largest basin on Earth. Lin Yu ate something briefly, and left a lot of food for Xiaobai and the others. Then ran directly to take a nice hot bath. After soaking in the hot water, Lin Yu opened the regional map and zoomed in on the wolf-headed man basin. He had a strange feeling before. After flying for several hours, even if Xiaobai's flying speed was 200 kilometers an hour, he still flew from day to night. This basin is a bit too big. Even a world where sea and land are upside down is really not normal. His fingers kept zooming in on the map, and after studying it for a while, he looked at the locations of other areas. Suddenly, he discovered a very important issue that he seemed to have ignored before.
Scale,
he murmured, got up from the bath, dried his body, and walked directly to the bedroom. Surprisingly, after Xiaobai finished eating, he actually ran up and didn't stay with the other friends.
Master, you seem to have something on your mind?
Xiaobai felt comfortable nestling on his favorite sheepskin mat, his senses still sharp.
Yes, I found that the scale is wrong.
Lin Yu lay comfortably in the space capsule and raised the place where he was lying to make it look like a sofa. Xiaobai thought for a while and put the sheepskin mat next to the space capsule. It laid down again and found that its owner seemed to be still thinking.
What is a scale? Xiaobai has no knowledge in this area.
The little guy thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what these three words meant.
In short, it is something that shows the ratio between the map and the actual situation. For example, 1 centimeter on the map represents 1 kilometer in reality.
Lin Yu explained to Xiaobai that these are common sense to some people.
I feel that this different world is not a 100% copy of the Earth, with the sea and land reversed. Its scale seems not quite right.
As he spoke, he opened the system tablet. On the area map above, the valley belonging to the wolf-headed man was located. Although it was not in the human activity area, it was almost completely exposed. Lin Yu looked at the explored size of the map above and drew a line on it with his finger.
This is probably the distance we need to fly for most of the day to reach. It looks very small on the map, but in fact it's thousands of kilometers.
The above, no matter what, should not be just this. If it were placed on the original Earth, this would be unimaginable. After all, your speed and the speed of the super alloy flying armor are here without any hindrance. It's really impossible to fly such a distance in such a long time while flying at full speed.
Master,
Xiaobai seems to understand. What you mean is that this map is larger than the master imagined. Much larger than the original Earth.
Is that so? Xiaobai finally understood what Lin Yu said. Mean.
Yes. This planet is a high imitation of the Earth. Not only is the land and sea reversed in terrain, but its proportions are much larger than those of the Earth. It seems that this is not simple.
Lin Yu was a little suspicious. What kind of technology do those monsters that look like humans possess to create such a world? It can even create such a disaster. It can also create the omnipotent
system
implanted in every human body. And it can even open a path to the Earth, to underground ruins, to a place of exploration. Door. In comparison, those spaceships and Gundams seemed like low-tech gadgets. However, hundreds of years ago, these high-level creatures may have evolved into something more terrifying now. Lin Yu thought so, and took a good look at the map again.
Xiaobai, what we have to deal with may be an enemy that I have underestimated before. Maybe they can simply crush me to death.
Lin Yu suddenly felt that he had been too optimistic before, giving those bastards a big mouth or something. From this point of view, maybe it was a joke. Of course, with everything he is now, it would be a joke.
Master, maybe the master thinks it's a lot worse. But maybe it's not like that. Tomorrow, the master will go take a look at the things brought back from the spaceship. And then we will know what our chances of winning are.
Xiaobai comforted his master. In fact, they knew very little about the mastermind behind it. I only know that they have the same appearance as humans, but they have technological power that surpasses humans. They have also been playing tricks on all humans and humanoid races hundreds of years ago. They're extremely low. It is the left one of the 2 moons hanging high in the sky.
I hope so. Xiaobai, let's rest. We may have as many things to do tomorrow as there are mountains.
Lin Yu closed the door of the space sleeping cabin and looked at Xiao Bai through the completely transparent door. The little guy was already lying on the sheepskin mat, his body rising and falling with his breathing. Lin Yu actually had the biggest doubt in his heart. What is the ice lizard? Or specifically, this guy Xiao Bai? I have never heard of a race that can evolve before, and I have never imagined it at all. After all, on Earth, the so-called evolution of a species, or rather, the process of evolution, is extremely long, usually taking more than 100,000 or even millions of years. But the ice lizard race, it only takes a few days or dozens of days to evolve. And Xiao Bai, on top of this, has even evolved an extremely advanced brain, which can instantly understand the language of a strange alien race, and can also translate simultaneously. You can even have some quite complex conversations with him, understand his various orders, and execute them accurately. The most terrifying thing is that Xiao Bai has a body stronger than humans, and also has the ability to fly. Combat power? Lin Yu believed that even if humans held guns in their hands, and 1,000 people fought against Xiao Bai, as long as the bullets were not unlimited, they would all be killed sooner or later by Xiao Bai. Not to mention, nowadays there are basically all kinds of cold weapons. This creature is simply too powerful. And, not only that, Xiao Bai and his group of ice lizards are called holy in the myth of the wolf-headed man. It also has its own place in the history of the wolf-headed people. That is the assistant of God. And it is also the existence that they believe in and follow. What is Xiao Bai? Who occupies the history of the wolf-headed man? Originally, are they, like humans and other humanoid races, exiled here by those behind the scenes? Or are they actually existing together with those behind the scenes? The more Lin thought about it, the more complicated it became. He always felt that Xiao Bai and the little ice lizards might be the key to influencing some things. Thinking of these, Lin Yu fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, the first drops of black rain fell. Then, the raindrops fell little by little, from sparse to gradually dense. The rain fell slowly, but continuously and continuously. Black raindrops fell on the ground, washing and soaking the grass ash on the ground, and flowed to low-lying areas, gradually turning into small puddles. The small puddles were gradually connected by black raindrops, and then gradually gathered into larger puddles. Heading lower, they gradually flowed into streams in the sound of intensive rain, and finally turned into small lakes. Outside Lin Yu's shelter, the horned gods were particularly busy that night. They kept digging out drainage channels with tools, and used the excavated mud to build partitions around their residences, which were gradually connected into a whole area. They don't know how deep this black rain will fall, but they know that if they don't do something, they will be drowned by the gradually gathering torrent. The same is true for the Shinju tribe in Lin Yu's various sub-bases. They don't have much experience in dealing with such disasters. Originally living in caves, they have never been troubled by floods. But in the residence Lin Yu built for them, it became necessary for them to be prepared in this regard. The sound of the divine horns fighting against the disaster also startled Xiaoming and the other little ice lizards. They all ran out and worked together with the divine horns in the middle of the night. However, the rain had no intention of stopping and continued to fall. Human beings, and some of them who have not yet fallen asleep, are waiting for this rain. In particular, Feiyu's various troops, who have all the wasteland in their hands and now have most of the grasslands and hilly areas in their pockets, have also discovered various problems caused by this rain. Feiyu was in the shelter, constantly issuing instructions to various units. He knew that even if he wanted to do something, he would have to wait until the rain stopped. The so-called Anti-Lin Yu Feiyu Alliance was also unable to act because of this black rain. It was like a ceasefire order, causing this all-out war that was supposed to explode to a halt. After more than 2 days of fierce fighting at the beginning, it had to cease and was unable to move forward in the end. Rain, non-stop. The black rain moistens the land burned by the fire. The night passed. Lin Yu opened his eyes, yawned and got up. After opening the space capsule, he also heard the sound of rain outside. He opened the curtains, looked at the continuous raindrops outside, and frowned. Has it finally come? This disaster? Black rain, although it is not as corrosive as the first snow disaster or the subsequent acid rain disaster, which is harmful to people. But the black rain itself is quite destructive. It makes the ground muddy, and its black color obstructs the view. It seems that Feiyu and the others' actions will be quite restricted in the future.
Lin Yu frowned and sent Fei Yu a message. After asking how he was doing now, Xiao Bai's voice behind him also sounded.
Master, although the rain outside is not heavy, it seems to be quite troublesome.
Xiao Bai spread his wings, straightened his body, and followed him to the windowsill.
It is indeed troublesome, but it doesn't seem to be too troublesome for us. Xiao Bai, let's go underground first. Build a very large warehouse, and then get out those Gundam robots.
Lin Yu said, opened the elevator, and came to the underground warehouse. He immediately took out the system tablet and clicked to create a huge warehouse under his feet. The warehouse was large enough for him to lay the Gundam robot flat on the ground. But Lin Yu still felt that it would be better to stand it upright. If it wasn't raining outside, he could just put it outside. However, no matter what, no one can know about the existence of tall robots. Otherwise, who knows what might be coming? The height of the huge warehouse is about 5 meters. But among the Gundam robots, the shortest ones are 20 meters smaller. After Lin Yu made 6 consecutive layers, he used the system panel to remove the second to last layer, and then remove the third to last and fourth layers in succession. After confirming that there was no shaking in the hole, he then used alloy to make support columns with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of more than 30 meters. He made 8 of them in a row and erected them in the 4 directions and in the center. After doing this, he also removed the layers under his feet and flew to the bottom with Xiao Bai.
There should be no problem at this height,
Lin Yu said, taking out all the Gundam robots from the storage space and placing them one by one at a distance from each other.
It does look quite intimidating.
Lin Yu flew to the belly of one of the Gundams, whose main color was blue, which looked like a cockpit. He circled around again and found what looked like a charging port.
He took out the maintenance tool he had picked up at that time. After taking it out,
he found that there was actually a collection of hundreds of wires inside, and he placed it in what looked like a charging port. After connecting to the power supply pulled from the geothermal power station, Lin Yu saw with satisfaction that the so-called maintenance tool began to glow blue. But Lin Yu used the system to identify it. The Gundam robot he just connected was malfunctioning.
This thing is real. It would be weird if it was intact.
He has been sleeping for who knows how many years. Even if he could really move, he probably wouldn't be able to move. After taking down the maintenance tools, Lin Yu took out a high-precision research workbench. Only by breaking it down into design drawings and then dismantling other Gundam robots can we completely complete it like this. You have obtained the design drawing of a large humanoid alloy armed drivable armed robot. Oh It's called Gundam, for short. Right? Lin Yu shook his head speechlessly. No matter how you looked at it, it was a Gundam robot. Even the shape of its head remained the same. Coincidence? Or? Lin Yu suddenly had a feeling. The masterminds behind this thing. Maybe it's humanity itself? Chapter 540. The trophy that makes him crazy. After obtaining the design drawing, the next thing is naturally very simple. The high-precision research workbench can not only break down almost anything into design drawings, but also turn it into parts, and even raw materials. Of 2 of the 4 Gundams, one became a design, and the other was broken down into tens of thousands of large and small parts.
Let me take a look at this design, huh? It seems like it's just titanium alloy. I happen to have quite a lot of this.
Those disassembled parts were of great use. And after Lin Yu found a lot of titanium alloys, he added them to his storage space, thus completely completing all the parts needed for this Gundam robot.
Next, just finish it.
Click and make. You get a large humanoid alloy-armed pilotable armed robot. Soon, a giant machine that was almost identical to the previous Gundam except for its color appeared next to Lin Yu.
Master, does this thing seem to be controllable? It feels like it can't move on its own. It's too huge.
Xiao Bai looked at the nearly 20-meter tall robot and saw Lin Yu holding the maintenance tool again. After connecting together, he asked Lin Yu.
Of course. It's not easy to make it move by itself. The automatic device in my hand is really too simple. Xiao Bai, you can imagine that this thing is actually born from the original works of art of human beings. The result is that became a real thing?
Lin Yu's robotic arm knocked the Gundam's leg, and the metal collided with each other, making a crisp sound.
Xiao Bai doesn't quite understand. Master, what is a work of art?
Xiao Bai tilted his head and looked at the huge robot. After discovering that blue electric light was continuously transmitted from the maintenance tool to it, he seemed to be even more confused.
Xiao Bai, there once was something on Earth called animation. And Gundam Robot is the protagonist in a long series of animations made by humans by combining science, fiction, and machinery through artistic processing and supplemented by wonderful stories. Simply put, in short, it is an entertainment work for human beings. But the mechanical bodies one after another in this entertainment work have fascinated many people. In short, it is the main element of the Master's entertainment on the original Earth.
Xiaobai seemed to understand something.
You can think so. But Gundam has always been a virtual concept.
The concrete embodiment
that ordinary people can see is at the level of assembly toys and general movable toys. Although some people later made it on the Earth, there have been robots modeled after anime that are 1:1 in size, and can even perform simple movements. But no one has ever been able to create a robot that is truly like this. A robot that can be driven like the one in anime.
Lin Yu said and stopped. He looked at Xiaobai. And Xiaobai also looked at him.
The Master means that those who made this thing should have been on the moon. They were the masterminds behind bringing the people on Earth to this other world. They even imitated this kind of artistic processing on the Earth and made this thing.
Xiaobai seemed to understand what Lin Yu meant.
The Master once said that those behind the scenes look exactly like humans.
Right. So, these things they created, it should be said that they have been around for hundreds of years. It's not normal to create something that was only available on Earth decades ago. That's what the Master thinks. Yes, I think so. These masterminds, maybe they are as humans?
When Lin Yu said this, he felt like he was crazy. This is not possible. Logically speaking, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. But unless these Gundam robots are a complete coincidence. Otherwise, it seems that this most absurd conjecture may be the final conclusion.
Master, we can't be sure yet. Although they do look like humans like the Master. They can't be judged so simply. Master, Xiaobai feels that we still need to confirm step by step. But before that, the Master seems to have to think about how to make this big guy move.
Lin Yu looked at the maintenance device, which was still supplying electricity to this huge robot. However, Lin Yu did feel lucky if the power source of this robot was not a battery, but some kind of nuclear power furnace. Then he wouldn't have to play with it now, in case there is a leak, dancing on the line of death every minute. Lin Yu looked at the other two Gundams again. One of them had a lot of firepower equipment, and the other had a huge blue wing-shaped backpack, each of which was different. Firepower equipment. Lin Yu felt that most of these gadgets should have completely failed and could not be used at all. Make another one similar to the one just now. Lin Yu looked up at the one he had just made. It seemed that there was basically no firepower equipment. There was only a huge knife, like a long knife in his hand. Of course, there seemed to be two cones on the back. He didn't know what it was for. Yeah, this thing seems to be a type that prioritizes mobility. Lin Yu looked at the Gundam that seemed to be able to fly, and decisively chose to break it down into design drawings. You have obtained the design drawing of a large humanoid alloy-armed drivable deformed Z-type high-mobility robot. You know how to use modifiers. However, it is deformable, judging from the huge wings originally carried on its back. It seems to have turned into something similar to an airplane. If that's the case, it doesn't seem to be needed at all on mobile. After Lin Yu disassembled another Gundam robot with heavy firepower into parts, he put all its parts into the storage space. When he wanted to make this deformed Z-type Gundam, Lin Yu discovered that he needed more titanium alloy. By the way, how heavy is this thing? After putting all the titanium alloys in the shelter into the storage space, Lin Yu found that they seemed to have just enough. So, make it! You get a large humanoid alloy-armed drivable transforming Z-type high-mobility robot. Soon, in front of Lin Yu, the second Gundam was remade. Standing in front of him, it also had a larger size than the previous one. It seemed also more handsome in appearance. Lin Yu looked at its armament and found that it had a huge spear on its back, missiles at its elbows, machine gun-like equipment on its head, and a smaller assault rifle in its hand. Style spear. Even if it is
smaller,
the assault rifle style long gun is 5 or 6 meters long, and it looks quite handsome in appearance. Lin Yu looked at this big guy with satisfaction, and unexpectedly discovered that it had quite a few nozzles, a bit like a jet aircraft. But there were some at various locations, as if to keep it in the air and able to move quickly in all directions at any time. Move what is set. Looking at the maintenance equipment aside, Lin Yu realized that he still had to wait for a while.
Xiaobai, it seems that it will take a certain amount of time to charge it inside. Let's go up first. Just in time. That guy Fei Yu has replied to his letter. In addition, It seems that the Shinju clan also needs some help.
Master.
Xiaobai understands.
Xiaobai looked back at the two huge robots standing beside him, spread his wings and flew into the air. Soon, Lin Yu and Xiaobai returned to the underground warehouse on the upper floor, and then returned to the castle shelter from here. Lin Yu looked at the black rain outside, opened the door, and at the same time a wave of moisture entered his nose. Black clouds, black rain, black everything. On the muddy black ground, the original color of the rocks was almost invisible. Lin Yu put on the flying armor again,
closed the transparent helmet, and walked into the rain. Raindrops hit his helmet, and Lin Yu walked straight forward, turning on the aircraft switch. He shook off the mud stuck to his feet, and finally flew to the camp of the Divine Horn clan. In front of me, there is an extremely long, low-lying ditch. A large amount of rainwater drips from the roofs of various buildings, flowing along the small ditch below to the deeper, low-lying ditch. This large water ditch goes straight outward, and finally extends into a puddle on the outside. This puddle has also been processed by the Shinju tribe, and can flow along this puddle in the direction of the large water surface further away, to make the threat of rain less severe. As for those buildings, they were protected by a layer of nearly 1 meter high made of black mud dug from ditches, which was quite safe. He found that this Horn tribe was really much more united than humans, and they were also more experienced in facing disasters. The Horn god seemed to be in the building at the moment, but Lin Yu believed that if anything happened outside, they would run out immediately, even if the rain eventually resulted in a flood. It is estimated that these Horn tribes would have other ideas. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the Divine Horn tribe, Lin Yu found Xiao Ming, who had just come out of the exploration gate with a group of Divine Horn tribes, holding a lot of food in his hand.
Master, Xiao Ming said that the cold storage is full of food again. Let the master build a few more. Otherwise they will have no place to put them.
Xiaobai reported to Lin Yu after communicating with Xiao Ming.
Then don't go hunting for now. It's enough for the time being. In addition, let the other warriors of the Horn tribe be ready to fight at any time. The lizard people have been too quiet recently.
Lin Yu said to the lizard people, I'm actually quite concerned about being so quiet lately. With so many elite soldiers on hand, we can't just keep them, especially when the rain was going to last for who knows how long. Lin Yu felt that it was necessary to start letting the Horn tribe in the other world go to the underground ruins to deal with the lizard people, and free Fei Yu to deal with Lily Kalahao. Speaking of Lily Caraho, it seems that she has achieved a huge victory in public opinion in the past 2 days. She, her men, and Takeda Nobumasa's gang have been constantly flooding the world channel, seeming to want to unite all the remaining refuge villages to form an
anti-Lin Yu Fei Yu alliance.
But is it effective? Lin Yu looked at the map of the entire area. The efforts of Lily Carhao and her friends have probably received a response from about 1% of the refuge villages, and most of these refuge villages are around the area occupied by Fei Yu. Rather than a so-called alliance with Lily Kalahao, it now seems more like a loose confederacy with a sense of crisis. As long as Fei Yu can take the initiative and Lily Carhao cannot organize all the refuge villages to counterattack, then there is basically no big difficulty for Fei Yu to gather all the troops to launch a horizontal push. Looking at the chat panel, Fei Yu replied to the message more than an hour ago.
Lin Yu, it hasn't stopped raining today. It seems that traveling will be a big problem.
Fei Yu didn't seem to be going well here and reported the facts to Lin Yu.
Build the road first. If possible, try to build the road leading to the area with the most enemies. Although the rain will prevent the battle from going smoothly, it can provide a foundation. Once the rain stops, you can take action. Right. Of course the road is being built. Recently, we have almost used everything in the secret realm that can be used to build roads. If many refugee villages hadn't refused to sell us stones, otherwise, the road might have been built directly to Lily Kalahao's base camp.
Yes.
Fei Yu replied helplessly.
Really? I will try my best to find ways to deal with stones. There should be many in each mine. You have made good progress in the past 2 days. If I give you 10 or 8 days, it will probably be better. By the way, have you ever seen this thing?
Lin Yu thought for a while and sent a photo of one of the Gundams. Fei Yu was silent for a while. Lin Yu was confused. What's going on with this guy? At this time, Fei Yu suddenly sent him a voice invitation.
What's going on?
Lin Yu, is this glue? Alloy?
Lin Yu?
What glue?
He felt that he and Fei Yu seemed to be on different channels, and he didn't understand what he was talking about at all.
It's just a model toy. Don't you know? Good guy. I don't care. Lin Yu. No matter whether it's assembled or made of alloy. I want this. You set the price?
Fei Yue seemed quite excited and seemed determined to win.
I don't understand what you are talking about at all. This thing is not a toy. Yes. Yes. It's not a toy. This thing is simply my life. You know, I have spent countless nights recalling the Gundams in my cabin, thinking about when I would be able to meet mine when I return to the secret room, so that I can bring back all the Gundam models inside. Wait a minute. Fei Yu, you're talking about the Gundam. Wait a minute. I'll go find it for you. Is this the thing?
Lin Yu suddenly thought of the toy boxes he had found in a designated secret area at the airport. He went to one of the warehouses and found the hundreds of cardboard boxes. Open it. And there are discolored plastic frames and some parts inside. He sent this thing directly to Fei Yu. And Fei Yu immediately clicked to receive it.
Holy shit. Shit. It's Sazabi electroplating MG. Lin Yu, tell me. I can do anything except marry you.
Fei Yu kept talking nonsense, which made Lin Yu feel a little numb.
What are you talking about? What I said are completely different things. What you said was a model. And what I said, Lin Yu, do you still have it? If you give me 10 boxes, 10 days, I'm telling you now, 10 days, I'll knock down Lily Calaheo for you.
Lin Yu, what kind of weird conversation is this? We are not in the same chat channel. I'm obviously talking about a real robot. But what are you talking about? A toy model? However, it seems that it would be good to use 10 boxes to stimulate Fei Yu and kill Lily Calaheo within 10 days? Lin Yu looked back at the hundreds of similar cardboard boxes behind him. Thoughtfully. Chapter 541 Shadow.
Fei Yu, promise to complete the task in 10 days. No, 7 days.
After Fei Yu saw the photo of Lin Yu actually taking out dozens of Gunpla boxes, his eyes widened and he quickly made a promise. There are not only ordinary MG and PG assemblies, but also MB and fixed ones. It feels like it doesn't matter any difficulty. For these, he can directly fight Lily Calaheo.
Good guy. What are you doing? Who was talking about this difficulty, and that difficulty just now?
Lin Yu was also speechless to Fei Yu. Why did he buy these models? Lin Yu didn't understand this kind of fanaticism at all. Although he liked the toy models, he didn't reach this level. Dozens of boxes of Gunpla can make Fei Yu work so hard. Lin Yu wanted to say, I still have hundreds more. Not to mention, Lin Yu felt that if he told Fei Yu that the person in the photo was a real person of the same size, would he go crazy?
Speaking of which, Fei Yu, have you seen the people in the photo just now?
Lin Yu decided to ask. After all, this is business.
Well, I think you don't understand very well. The blue one is 00Q. The heavily armed one is Storm. The one that looks like an airplane is Z. And the last one is 2 Malawing Quatches.
Fei Yu said all at once, like he was familiar with all the treasures.
Out. Then, are these things that originally existed? Are they in the model?
Lin Yu was now thinking about it with great fear.
Yes. Aren't these the models of the finished products you took? I have to say that your shooting skills are not good. Why are they all looking down? I won't say any more. I will gather my combat power now and start building roads. Lin Yu, you know sure too.
Fei Yu said and hung up the phone directly. Lin Yu looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai nodded.
Master, I'm afraid, is it really what the master said? It is extremely unusual that the other party can definitely give the master an extremely accurate name for these things. Yeah.
Lin Yu frowned. Judging from Fei Yu's reaction, this guy is a senior so-called glue man who is very familiar with assembled models, especially Gundam. The fact that the other party can quickly and accurately call out the names of these Gundam robots is enough to explain a big problem. These things are really made by those behind the scenes based on the original models. Moreover, after hundreds of years, even longer, how did they know about something that had only appeared on the Earth for a few decades so long ago? In addition, the fact that they had the same appearance as humans made Lin Yu feel that these humans were inextricably linked to today's humans. Is this really the case? The mastermind behind the scenes is human beings themselves? However, what is going on with this superior technological power that exceeds that of original humans? These mysteries are beyond comprehension.
Master, you can't get any results just by thinking. Master, you should continue what you are doing now. Xiaobai feels that as long as you follow the current pace, it may not take too long before all the answers will be revealed.
Lin Yu nodded. Xiaobai was right. He was indeed getting closer to the so-called truth step by step. And this only took less than 60 days. In fact, it was quite smooth. The cuckold in the Doomsday Bunker spent more than a year, but he could only survive in this different world. In the end, he was left alone, without any hope at all. In comparison, he is indeed very good.
Xiao Bai, let's go. We have a lot of things to do today. Let's go to each sub-base to take a look first, and then collect the stones and send them to Feiyu, so that he can quickly build the road. In addition, the truck is probably I should also want more. After charging is completed, let's go back to the Wolf-Headed Valley at the Gate of Exploration. Xiao Bai, if you can't wait, you can go first, or go to the Shinhorn clan. Okay.
Lin Yu felt that Xiao Bai would be too busy to follow him, so he suggested,
Master, Xiao Bai really wants to go and have a look near the exploration gate of the Divine Horn tribe. However, Xiao Bai thinks it will be fine if the master is here in the afternoon. Right.
Xiao Bai still wants to meet Lin Yu again. Go to the Valley of the Wolf-Headed Man. After all, it has more things to do there, and it is indispensable to negotiate with the Wolf-Headed Man.
That's fine. I'll check the charging situation first. Xiao Bai, you can go to the exploration gate.
Lin Yu said, and flew towards the huge warehouse of Gundam Robot again. And Xiao Bai also went out and opened the door to exploration.
Oh, it seems like it's almost done? Then charge the other one and it'll be almost ready. It would be great if this thing is really nuclear powered. It's quite troublesome to charge it once.
Lin Yu felt that this thing still had great potential, but its height limited its fuel storage. What if there was a fuel storage tank in the back? Lin Yu flew up, went around to the back, unplugged the power supply first, then took out the intermediate universal upgrade design diagram, and placed it on its back where the energy was obviously stored. The upgradable energy capsule is a high-precision fuel tank backpack, which requires alloy X30 and high-precision electronic components X3. Oh, it sure works. So, Lin Yu glanced at the storage space, and found that both of these were indeed available. The high-precision electronic components were obtained after dismantling the heavy-fire Gundam robot before, and there were even 29 in hand. He directly chose to upgrade. Soon, there was something like a backpack behind the charged Gundam robot. It also reminded Lin Yu that the fuel that needed to be injected inside was aviation fuel. Although he didn't understand why, and why aviation fuel would appear here, Lin Yu still put all the accumulated fuel inside. After placing the maintenance device on another Gundam robot and confirming that it was charged, Lin Yu flew back to the ground, came directly to the short and medium distance rail train, and moved directly to the saltpeter mine subbase. The stone produced by the saltpeter mine is second only to the natural sulfur or mountain. This time Lin Yu still harvested a large amount of stone and immediately sent it to Feiyu. However, the impact of rain seemed to be quite large. Lin Yu had to reset the mining robots one by one so that they were as high as possible in the upper part of the mine pit to prevent them from getting wet by rain. Although it seemed to be waterproof, he didn't want to watch these little guys get into the water to mine. If there was a malfunction, they would have to be remade. After distributing the food from the main shelter to the Shinju tribe stationed here, Lin Yu continued to branch out into the mountainous base to the west without stopping. Although this kind of work is boring, there is nothing you can do about it. Collecting a large amount of materials and sending them to Feiyu is something that only he can do. It would probably be extremely laborious for anyone else. After Lin Yu returned to the shelter as quickly as possible, he immediately came to the Gundam warehouse again. At this time, the second Gundam was also charged. Lin Yu thought for a while and put the transformable Gundam, which Feiyu called Z, into the storage space. As soon as he walked out, he saw Xiao Bai opening the door from the hometown of the Divine Horn tribe.
Master, over there is a big guy that Xiao Bai can't deal with. Master, do you want to try to kill it?
Although Xiao Bai was not tired or injured, he told Lin Yu that there was a huge guy over there. The enemy needs him to deal with.
That's no problem. Xiao Bai, are you sure it's something you can't handle?
Lin Yu entered the exploration gate with it. The sky here was still dry and windless, and the temperature was quite high. There were not so many dark clouds in the sky, let alone black rain. After finding a flat ground, Lin Yu placed the Gundam on the ground again, wearing the flying device. He quickly flew to the center of the Gundam robot's waist. There is a more conspicuous position there, which seems to be the switch of the cockpit. His robotic hand pressed up, and soon, the cockpit cover slowly lifted, and Lin Yu was able to get a glimpse of its internal structure.
It's quite similar to that armored vehicle, but it doesn't seem to be as complicated as imagined.
He got into it, took off his alloy armor, and sat on the comfortable seat. At the same time, suddenly a burst of light flashed quickly from the seat. Lin Yu discovered that there were protective devices on the seat to fix the arms and calves. And there were 2 pedals under the feet. At the same time, there were 2 control devices next to his fingers. Lin Yu looked to the left and right, and found that there were instructions in Tang Dynasty characters on them. The left hand seems to have 8 directions. And the right hand is for shooting, drawing weapons, accelerating, taking off, and transforming. The control of arms and legs also depends on the control of the protective rings on his own arms and legs. The screen in front of you is also switched to full sky mode, and you can see in any direction. Front, back, left, right, up and down. Good guy. Where are you playing the game? Lin Yu tried to move forward, and he immediately felt the huge machine move forward. Moreover, the roar of machinery also reached my ears at the same time.
Oh, it looks pretty good.
After Lin Yu tried taking a few steps, he gradually became familiar with it. And soon, he also mastered the most basic movements.
Then, it flew in all directions.
Trying again, Lin Yu found that this huge and heavy robot could actually fly to an altitude of nearly 100 meters. But it could not sustain long-distance flight. It seems that it needs to deform before it can continue flying like this. Lin Yu flew into the air first, and then touched the transformation button. Soon, with the sound of metal collision, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that the cockpit turned sideways, and the driver's seat also changed its direction at the same time. The small screen on the upper right showed that he had successfully transformed the huge robot into a robot. A flight mode with a blue airplane-like appearance. And with Lin Yu's control, it took only a short time to travel forward for nearly dozens of kilometers in the flying state. At this time, even Xiaobai couldn't fly at full speed to catch up. But Lin Yu didn't feel too many pushing sensations or other sensations. He looked to the lower right corner of his vision, and saw a hill-like monster that was constantly moving over there. Lin Yu instantly transformed into a humanoid robot in the air, and at the same time pressed the button to retrieve the weapon, as 2 more long swords filled with red light appeared in his hands. Filled with beam electric energy, Lin Yu used the potential energy of landing to easily cut off the monster's solid SHL. The body of the machine was he changed his direction in the air, and made another horizontal slash, actually cutting off both of the monster's legs horizontally. Lin Yu did not stop, and continued to attack the screaming monster with the 2 lightsabers in his hands. In less than half a minute, it fell to the ground completely without any signs of life. You killed the giant creature and obtained the platinum treasure chest.
Is it so powerful?
Lin Yu stopped the action of the Gundam robot, stood up from the driving seat, then put on the flying armor and flew out, landing on the ground. Xiaobai also arrived at the same time, and it seemed not surprised that Lin Yu could kill this giant creature in such a short time.
Master, Xiaobai thought the master would use a little more time.
Xiaobai said, looking at the pile of wreckage.
I know you are pretending to be polite.
Lin Yu was speechless to this little guy. Why has his character become so complicated?
Xiaobai doesn't know what the master said.
Xiaobai replied immediately. Lin Yu picked up the platinum treasure chest and remembered that there was a palladium treasure chest that had not been opened. The treasure chest thing, it seems that the further you get to the back, the less motivation you have to open it. Lin Yu put the platinum treasure box into the storage space and looked at Xiaobai. This guy was spinning around in circles looking at the Gundam robot, and seemed quite pleased with it.
You've seen the power, and I'm pretty skilled at it. Xiaobai, it seems like we can go to the wolf-headed man next, and then hurry up and finish everything else. Master, we really need to work harder on this.
Xiaobai suddenly looked into the air. A huge shadow suddenly appeared from above.
That's Xiaobai. Let's get out of here quickly.
Lin Yu realized the importance, touched the Gundam with his hand, put it into the storage space, and got a set of reins made of alloy material in his hand, and immediately put the reins on Xiaobai's body.
The master made a wise choice. We are going to start flying at low altitude. Be careful not to fall.
Xiaobai instantly sprinted towards the ancient gate of the secret realm, and as a roar came from the air, Xiaobai instantly made an S-shaped turn in the air and rushed diagonally forward. Lin Yu turned around and suddenly discovered a huge red laser, which was fired from the huge shadow above and hit directly not far behind Xiaobai.
Master, hold on tight.
Xiaobai made another sharp turn and flew to another direction in an instant, faster than before. Loud noises kept coming from above. Lin Yu saw the huge shadow emitting red lasers one after another, while Xiaobai, as if he had a sense, relied on his extremely sensitive movements to dodge the attacks one after another.
Xiao Bai! Rush to the door!
Xiao Bai roared suddenly and rushed into the exploration door in an instant. And then, there was a huge roar behind him, followed by the sound of explosions and shattering. Xiao Bai rolled several times in the black rain and finally stabilized his balance. It turned around again and looked at the original location of the exploration gate. A large pit of nearly 10 meters appeared in the original place there, and the original exploration door completely disappeared. Chapter 542, Going Deep Behind Enemy Lines. Lin Yu lay on the ground and closed his eyes tightly. Left leg, right arm, abdomen, and side of head. These places were constantly sending intense pain signals to his brain nerves. Lin Yu breathed in pain, but he could also feel that the injured areas had gradually begun to heal, and the redness and swelling had gradually subsided. Xiao Bai's speed was too fast before he flew into the exploration door, and the shockwave caused by the explosion at the same time unfortunately caused him to be thrown down. After being thrown heavily to the ground, Lin Yu found that his body had been severely injured everywhere. Although his self-healing ability is constantly healing his body, he may not be able to move in a short time.
Will you be arrested next?
He opened his eyes again, and the huge shadow in the sky had completely disappeared, and countless large and small aircraft had flown out. Some of them have already come to him and are circling around. Lin Yu opened his eyes and looked at these small fly-like flying machines. Knowing that he was completely surrounded, he looked again at the huge shadow in the sky. No, it should be said that it is a huge spaceship that can cover the sky and the sun. Although it has never landed on land, it has always stayed high in the sky. Lin Yu didn't know what kind of technology this was. He just felt that this giant machine that almost covered the entire sky was definitely the mastermind behind it. The severe pain on the side of his head became lighter and lighter. Lin Yu stared at the small machines that were monitoring him, and then looked in the direction where the exploration door should have been. There was already a big crater over there, and the exploration gate seemed to have been completely shattered, blasted to pieces. It would be easy for a guy who can make these doors to smash it. Lin Yu kept observing the sky. I don't know how many mechanical flying insects there are, like small flies and mosquitoes. Although the body shape is more like a dragonfly or a large beetle, it is obviously more like a mosquito or fly. Lin Yu looked at the sky. Under the shadow, the bottom of the spacecraft had extremely complex lines and a circular pattern of jets. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before. By the way, aren't these the lines on the underground ruins of the lizard men? Lin Yu remembered that the pattern on the wooden door of the underground ruins was almost exactly the same as the bottom of the huge spaceship.
What will happen to me next?
Lin Yu lay on the ground, pretending to be seriously injured. His previous wounds were mostly hidden under his clothes and hair, making them difficult to detect. He wanted to know how to develop next. There is no way to go back. The hometown of the Horned Gods is far away from the Wasteland. Even if he escapes now, it is probably unrealistic to return to the shelter. He looked at the ship again. Maybe this is a good opportunity. The other party's current intention is that he does not want to kill him. Otherwise, he would have done it long ago. Lin Yu lay on the ground, feeling the dampness and coldness brought by the ground, and waited for a while. Sure enough, 3 relatively large aircraft flew out from a newly opened opening below the spacecraft. Soon, they landed not far from Lin Yu, kicking up a tiny cloud of dust. Lin Yu still pretended to be seriously injured and remained motionless, waiting for the next development. However, it seemed that the other party was more anxious than he was. After the small aircraft landed, they each got off something he was very familiar with.
The robot dog, no. It should be much more mature.
Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Although the robot dog that came here has the general shape of the robot dog that he has made many times, the raw materials and smoothness of the body shape, as well as the degree of flexibility, even it's an internal program, probably more than one level stronger than the ones he created. Soon, the 6 robot dogs came to his side, and at the same time, a green light shot out from the green light spots on their heads. Less than 3 seconds after the light enveloped him, it suddenly disappeared. Lin Yu guessed that this was probably to explore his physical condition. It seems that it may be a white disguise. Lin Yu did not move. He felt that if he moved, these robot dogs might come to him for a moment. Soon, the robot dog stopped moving and immediately came over, surrounding him tightly. Immediately, Lin Yu saw with his own eyes that these guys actually transformed 2 obviously more advanced robot hands from their bodies, and the robot hands turned into pieces of pallets, directly supporting his back, legs, and head, got up,
And the next second, the tray suddenly deformed and completely wrapped him up. Lin Yu's vision went dark. But the air did not feel stuffy. Then, a feeling of weightlessness suddenly came. Lifted into the air? It seems that I was caught and sent to the mastermind. Right. Lin Yu tried to move in the black space and found that there was no problem. But now, he was at an unknown height in the air. So moving around was not a good choice. Lin Yu quickly gave up the struggle in this regard and chose to lie down. We need to get inside the enemy and see what they mean. Soon, as the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, Lin Yu also felt that the metal cabinet wrapping him seemed to be sliding in one direction at a constant speed, which was not uncomfortable at all. In the darkness, Lin Yu took out a flashlight and a dagger at the same time, and gave his arm a blow. Wounds heal quickly. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this special physique was also useful in this spaceship. It seems that there is no need to worry about personal injury. It seems that even if you die for a while, it will be fine. After thinking about it, it is not impossible to fly a Gundam in this huge spaceship. If that doesn't work, you can also use the super alloy flying armor. If it really doesn't work, wouldn't it be nice to dismantle the spacecraft internally? The high-precision research workbench is in the storage space. That thing can instantly turn this large spaceship into a design drawing, or directly decompose it into raw materials. Of course, there is no chance for him to try this now. This space is too small. As time passed, Lin Yu felt that the iron cabinet where he was lying seemed to be placed inside something. After a bang, a coldness and an inexplicable fragrance gradually invaded from the outside. In the iron cabinet, Lin Yu waited for a while, feeling colder and colder, and the smell also made him a little confused. Didn't I get thrown into a freezer? Lin Yu chewed his teeth. What's going on? After waiting for a while, the chill became heavier and heavier, but there was no sound outside. My consciousness gradually became dull and confused, and I didn't know what was going on inside. Lin Yu thought about it, and felt that he could not wait any longer. If you wait any longer, it will have to turn into ice cubes. And the scent is too weird. Then, put it in the storage space. Lin Yu's hand touched the surface of the metal cabinet, and soon a sound came from the system. You obtained Super Alloy Coffin X1. A sense of smoothness immediately came as the thing disappeared. And Lin Yu also felt that his soul was also a little cold at the same time. What is this? A super alloy coffin? Where was I thrown by those robot dogs? Lin Yu found that the surroundings were still dark. He touched the top of his head and continued to put it into the storage space. You have obtained a composite super alloy quick cooling hatch. Ah, this. Really? A gentle white light entered Lin Yu's eyes. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and quickly got out of this cold place. And soon, he discovered that in the space he was in, there were actually endless so-called composite super alloy rapid cooling cabins. Lin Yu saw that his location seemed to be on the penultimate floor relatively close to the ground, which was about 1.5 meters high, if he were placed on the top. This has to be 20 meters high? Lin Yu came closer, took out the super alloy coffin, pushed it in, and put the quick cooling hatch back into place. He suddenly felt that it seemed like something that would only be used in a morgue in a hospital. I walked to the side and took a look. Inside the hatch, there were super alloy coffins wrapped in them. Is there anyone in this thing? And why did you lock me in here so suddenly? Lin Yu couldn't understand, so he just threw it here. If the reaction was slower, it would be frozen. Everything around him was quiet, and Lin Yu discovered that just after he stopped moving for a while, the entire space was completely plunged into darkness. He saw, from the wall in the other direction, something that seemed to be flashing a very dark white light. Lin Yu walked over and found that it was actually a huge metal machine. The flashing white light seemed to be the power indicator light of the metal machine. Identify! Lin Yu is very interested in anything unknown. High-precision super-alloy large-scale garbage disposal device. Ah, this. Lin Yu took out his flashlight and looked around. He found that there was nothing special, so he took out a high-precision research workbench, touched it. Soon, this thing turned into a white light and disappeared completely, leaving only a light blue design. And a huge, diagonally downward gap. Waves of air flowed out from inside, and an extremely unpleasant burnt smell also came from there. Is this used for? Lin Yu took a breath and looked at the cold hatches behind. He knew that he seemed to understand something. Some humans disappear. Perhaps not because of disasters, nor because they were caught, frozen, and then thrown here and burned like him. This spaceship, no. What does this mastermind want to do? Lin Yu didn't know whether the people in these so-called quick cooling hatches were dead or alive. He thought for a while,
and put on the super alloy armor, opening the quick cooling hatch and breaking down the alloy coffins into raw materials one by one. Lin Yu discovered that there were not many humans inside, and he didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Their body temperatures were quite low. Lin Yu checked a little, and found that almost all of them had stopped breathing and were too dead to die. He sighed, decomposed all the alloy coffins into raw materials, and finally decomposed the huge rapid cooling cabin into raw materials. In addition to the weapons and Gundams, there is a lot of food left in his current storage space, but there are almost no various materials. This rapid cooling cabin has relieved his anxiety about alloys. After Lin Yu finished doing this, he disassembled the so-called garbage disposal devices one by one. No one has come over for such a long time, and no alarm has gone off after all he has done. I am afraid that the people on this spaceship have enough confidence in the safety here. That scent could probably put people into a coma. Maybe I have this ability, so that's why I didn't get knocked unconscious so quickly. Lin Yu recalled the wonderful smell at the beginning. Indeed, in addition to feeling the cold, the smell also made him feel drowsy. Maybe if I really fall asleep, I will be completely finished. These people, no. These dead people, it seems they can only stay here for a while. I don't know how many there are in this spaceship, and I don't know how many survivors will be caught. Lin Yu recalled that time, as if he was locked in instantly. Even though Xiao Bai was flying fast enough, the result was still the same. Did the other party discover him based on Gundam, or based on something else? Lin Yu wanted to know the answer. He looked up at the exit, took a deep breath, and decided that this time, he would at least dismantle the spacecraft. But he does still have a lot to sort out before tearing it down. The mastermind behind the scenes. This is probably the first time I've had such close contact with him. I have to find a way to sneak into the deepest part. Lin Yu muttered to himself and took out the system tablet. He found that this thing was very useful. Opening the area map directly, he suddenly discovered something was wrong. His location is not anywhere on the regional map. Space? In other words, has it reached the moon? No. This technological power is too far-reaching. You can move so far without feeling anything at all. Lin Yu walked gently to the door. There seemed to be a sensing device there. He tried to stand there, but there was no reaction at all. Does it mean that it can't be opened by non-personnel on the ship? He leaned against the door, thinking about what to do next. Should I just use a high-precision research workbench to disassemble it? Or should I say? Suddenly, Lin Yu heard a burst of footsteps approaching from far away. He immediately stopped any action, and the lights in this vast area were completely extinguished. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. After approaching the door, Lin Yu heard a sound in a completely unintelligible language. And then, there was an electronic sound outside the door. After the sound of gas release, an electronic sound completely disappeared. Lin Yu heard the sound of the door opening, and at the same time a beam of light poured into the door. The lights in the room were fully turned on, and the person who entered the room was wearing a strange uniform. After this man looked at the piles of dead people in front of him and the strange appearance of the room. Before he could shout, he suddenly felt a cold feeling coming from his throat. His mouth was tightly covered, and several severe pains came from his head. He didn't even scream, and completely lost all consciousness. Before he killed this guy, he had already put his clothes into the storage space. You'll need it later, but don't make it dirty. No matter what, we are still human beings. Lin Yu looked at the corpse on the mechanical arm. It was exactly the same as the original human being. The man behind the scenes. Is that them? Chapter 543 Equivalent Exchange. Lin Yu did not leave immediately from the door, he just opened. He glanced at the open door, where there was a light screen that had not yet fallen. I walked over and took a closer look, and found that it seemed to be opened with the touch of 10 fingers and the iris of the double pupils. Lin Yu looked back at the dead body and took out the dagger, putting his hands, eyeballs, and head into the storage space. Lin Yu threw the remaining parts into the big pit left by the garbage disposal device. He took off his super alloy flying armor, put on the manned ship uniform, then put on his helmet and looked at the gun on his body. After identification, it was a gun that could fire laser attacks. Star Wars? Lin Yu frowned. His understanding of this thing seemed to originate from here. However, it is indeed strange that such a thing appears here. Originally, he thought that this advanced technology, which was several stages beyond the original human beings, would have more advanced weapons. But in the end, this is it? By the way, the previous freezers, fingerprint iris doors, etc. don't seem to be anything new. Strange. Lin Yu looked at this huge spaceship and felt as if he was on a fake high-tech alien spacecraft. After checking again and finding nothing wrong with it, Lin Yu walked out of the room that was now filled with dead bodies. Wearing this boat suit that seemed to automatically adjust its size and looseness according to his body shape. In front of him is a corridor that is 3 or 4 meters wide. The ceiling is quite high, about 3 or 4 meters wide. It is all white and feels quite empty. There is a slide nearly 10 centimeters wide that stretches to the end of the wall about 1.5 meters from the ground. And there is something like a bracelet on it. He looked at the smooth ground and found that it was almost spotless. Not even a single footprint. Lin Yu thought for a moment and looked at the bracelet. He stretched out his hand and just touched the bracelet. As a result, the bracelet immediately deformed and turned into something like a small computer. Lin Yu was doubtful and looked at the place where his fingers should be touching. There was a smooth screen there.
Good guy. Are these fingerprints too?
He immediately took out the severed hand of the person just now and put it on it. The small computer once again changed into the bracelet style just now. Lin Yu put away his bleeding severed hand again this time and grabbed the bracelet. Soon, the bracelet started to activate. He grabbed the bracelet and moved forward at a very fast speed. However, not long after, the bracelet stopped. And Lin Yu also discovered that he had arrived in front of a door in a corner. He saw the iris fingerprint verification at the door, took out the guy's head and severed hand, and identified them respectively. Don't take it out for too long. Otherwise the fingerprints will disappear and the irises will become ineffective. Lin Yu's judgment was correct. The door in front of him opened, and he found a person with his back to him inside, who seemed to be packing out various things in parts. The room was more than 300 square meters. Quite spacious. There were 4 space sleeping cabins in one corner. They were more advanced than what he had seen on the spaceship. He didn't know what kind of high technology was added to them. There seemed to be 2 people sleeping inside, and Lin Yu understood that these were the roommates of the guy he just killed. Looking at the corner of the room, there was also a huge light curtain, just like the light curtain of the system in his mind. But it was directly embodied in reality. He couldn't understand the words on it at all. But he couldn't understand it. There are some pictures and videos that are constantly playing. The content inside is very simple. The survivors are the protagonists of these pictures and videos. Lin Yu even saw his own shelter, as well as Fei Yu and the others. Of course, he also saw the true appearance of Lily Callahao, a tall woman with long hair. Moreover, he also saw her men in a dark mass, constantly heading to various places. Good guy. It turns out that I am being monitored all the time. All human beings are treated like this. Lin Yu now understood the feelings of the gladiators in the ancient Colosseum. The entire human race. They are all gladiators of aliens, who look exactly like humans. Humanity has been baptized by disasters one after another, and the total population is also constantly declining. Although it has become stronger in the face of disasters, there is no telling when mankind will be completely destroyed after a disaster. And this, for these high-ranking masterminds behind the scenes, is just a program that can entertain them. Their cheers, laughter and chatter are all blasphemies to the entire human race. Damn it. These aliens. Lin Yu closed his eyes, opened them again, and walked quietly towards the man who was packing up, but had not yet turned back. When the other party turned around, and was extremely surprised to find him, Lin Yu had already thrust a dagger of excellent quality into the other party's eye socket. Lin Yu felt that since he was in this room, there was no need to make a sound to kill them. Silent assassination is the way to go. Lin Yu pulled out the dagger and stabbed him 2 more times. After confirming that the other party was dead, he walked to the 2 sleeping cabins. How can we do things without thoroughness? Lin Yu found the switch directly, and after opening the hatch cover, the person inside was chopped in the face with a knife before he could open his eyes. The other one did the same. Lin Yu also put all the sleeping cabins in this facility into the storage space. Next, he looked towards the corner of the room. There is a huge pattern there.
Detailed pictures of each floor of the spaceship. My dear, this is actually the corner and the lowest position.
Lin Yu discovered that if he wanted to get to the cockpit of the spacecraft, he seemed to have to walk all the roads on the 6th floor of the spacecraft. Each floor has a huge area. As for the rooms, they are all unimaginable.
It seems that we can catch all these guys who like to watch theaters in one fell swoop.
Lin Yu was very satisfied with the detailed drawing of this spacecraft. He brought several corpses together and took out a torn sheepskin mat from the storage space to cover them. After adjusting his clothes, he walked out of the room and happened to meet someone who seemed to be coming to check and came to the door. Lin Yu said that what was delivered to his door was a yes. After slitting the throat with a knife, he killed the lucky spectator and stuffed him under the sheepskin mat. Lin Yu felt extremely happy in his heart. These bastards treat human life as a plaything and entertainment. Right? I also want to do this to you once. No. It should be said that we will do it to the end. If possible. Lin Yu felt that he could let the lives of all the people behind this disgusting mastermind end in his hands. Along the passage, Lin Yu continued to move forward and soon came to the second room. After killing them cleanly with the Excellence Dagger or the Excellence Iron Spear, he followed the same pattern. Even the various things inside were broken down into design drawings and raw materials, without missing a beat. Soon, all the rooms on the bottom floor were broken into by Lin Yu one after another. No one was left behind. And he, who felt extremely angry in his heart, ended his life easily. Lin Yu didn't have any thoughts about their lives. Kill and that's it. When these people wiped out billions of humans on the earth with disasters they didn't know how to cause, they never thought about respect for life. Right? When they brought all human beings to this different world, coupled with disasters, and a large number of mutated creatures and giant creatures, and released so many mutated monsters on the earth, they never thought about what this meant for human beings. What are you wearing? Therefore, Lin Yu would not waste any words, and would give them a fatal blow when he saw them. On the way from the 6th floor to the 5th floor, Lin Yu didn't count how many he had killed. He just knew that the anger in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Through the porthole, he saw the vast universe outside and the boundless space. This huge spaceship didn't seem to be able to reach the moon yet, and this time seemed to be just enough for him to kill everyone in the spacecraft. You kidnapped me here, and then you want to freeze me into those corpses, and then throw them on fire as garbage? Then, I will simply turn this spaceship into your coffin. Lin Yu packed up everything, used the guy's head and hands to unlock the elevator composed of light curtains, and reached the 5th floor. As soon as he arrived on the 5th floor, he saw a large group of people in uniforms. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. What was supposed to come had come. Also, it is impossible for these people not to discover the situation on the 6th floor. There's more than one elevator. In front of him, the leader was talking to Lin Yu, and his tone seemed to be quite strong. Lin Yu didn't say anything. He couldn't understand what the other party meant. However, it doesn't matter. Fighting is probably much more familiar to Lin Yu than the dozen or so people in front of him. When he lowered his head and pretended to listen to this person's words, he was also paying attention to the weapons in their hands, their respective awareness of defense, etc. As a result, he found that the more than 10 people in front of him seemed to be the type who had never experienced combat at all. In more than 50 days of surviving in another world, Lin Yu had experienced too many battles. From hunting mutated sheep at the beginning to soloing the mythical beast, the combat experience he accumulated is really too rich. Although he usually doesn't feel it. At this moment, this kind of fighting consciousness has made him completely superior to everyone in front of him. I'm sorry, you said. Lin Yu raised his head, with a superior dagger and an iron spear in his hand. And then, with thunderous momentum, he rushed into the group of people. Soon, Lin Yu killed this group of people simply. It's as simple as swatting a bug to death. Lin Yu shook off the blood on the dagger and went downstairs again. He just noticed that the lights on the exterior wall had turned orange. Represent danger? Better go black then. Returning to the 6th floor, Lin Yu saw a large number of people appearing on this floor. After all, there was more than one elevator. Everyone gradually gathered from upstairs to downstairs. After Lin Yu came down, he also fought with these people. Had a face-to-face meeting. They were also very confused when they saw Lin Yu appearing with a lot of blood on his body. But they soon had no time for such doubts. Lin Yu first slit the throats of the 5 people closest to him with a dagger. With a laser pistol in his hand, he kept sniping at the heads of the people next to him. After touching the gun for a long time, he can now accurately hit the opponent's head without the help of a scope. The laser beam shot by the laser pistol is not as long as expected, but a short beam like a bullet. Extremely fast. Lin Yu quickly adapted to it and kept walking among the crowd. Soon, more and more people fell down. Some of the remaining people resisted, and some yelled and wanted to escape. But to Lin Yu, they were basically just walking mutant sheep. In a short period of time, Lin Yu completely wiped out the team of nearly 100 people, leaving not even a single person who could escape alive. The only dissatisfaction is that these people don't have any storage space. Lin Yu stood up from the blood and saw the light curtain elevator flashing again, knowing that new reinforcements had arrived. Maybe It will be a heavy weapon. Now that he has been completely exposed, there is no need for him to pretend to be one of these people anymore. Wearing the super alloy flying armor on his body, Lin Yu held an excellent iron spear in each hand. Cold weapons are actually the most deadly, especially when wearing this flying armor. After the strength and speed have been greatly enhanced, the cold weapon is actually more effective in such a narrow space. Although the laser pistol just now was not bad, Lin Yu believed that the opponent would still probably have a corresponding strategy. Soon, more combatants wearing silver clothes appeared in the light curtain elevator than before.
Sure enough, choosing this is the right one.
Lin Yu used the flying flames to instantly accelerate and rush to the side of the few combatants who had just come down. The excellent iron spear was easily swept over the heads of these people by his mechanical arm. As a burst of screams rang out, Lin Yu did not stop and immediately rushed towards the next wave that had just come down. His body's unique self-healing ability meant that he didn't need to worry about physical problems at all. And the growing desire to fight also made his five senses become more acute and terrifying with the blessing of this powerful flying armor. Blood gradually accumulated at his feet. The screams of the enemy kept coming. Lin Yu had no mercy for them. Killing is the best answer. It didn't take long. As Lin Yu finally released the flight mode, the last person's voice, whimpering, as if pleading with Lin Yu to let him go, suddenly stopped. The light curtain elevator finally stopped transporting combatants downwards. Lin Yu looked at the corpses of hundreds of people without any idea. The surrounding lights have changed from orange to red, and this actually made him more happy.
So many things have been solved. I guess it's time for the mechanical stuff to come too. Right.
Lin Yu glanced at the storage space. He took advantage of now, before the second wave of enemies arrived, to create a wave of anti-armor robots. When I first dismantled those things, I obtained a lot of circuit components. The TNT material I had on hand came in handy now. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He saw that the light curtain elevator started to operate again. So, what will come down? Will it be humans or machines? Lin Yu waited. And when he saw the robot dogs emerging from the opened elevator doors, the corners of their mouths and the helmets could not help but curve upward. Chapter 544 Dive into the Madness. In this spacecraft, the robot dog serves as the second layer of safety and will never be easily deployed. They usually fly in small aircraft and go to the ground to perform various tasks according to the orders that have been transmitted in advance. But now, after all the first line of security soldiers were wiped out, they were sent out, ready to use their extremely powerful weapons for a long time to encircle, suppress and kill the enemies that had invaded the ship. However, as soon as they got off the light curtain elevator, they suddenly felt that there was a confusion in the program. And a moment later, bursts of small explosions came from various parts of the body one after another. The electronic sensor nerves were continuously cut off, and their advanced processors were also completely damaged by the high temperature of the explosion. And the last picture recorded by their cameras was the victorious back of the enemy wearing a super alloy armor. The robot dogs lost their combat effectiveness one after another, and they were constantly being eliminated. Soon, these hundreds of robot dogs were completely turned into piles of garbage under the attack of Lin Yu's anti-armor micro-robots. Lin Yu loaded the scrap metal into the storage space. After waiting for a while, he found that the robot dog did not come down again. So he returned to the 5th floor.
Next, there shouldn't be a wave of assassinations like the one just now. However,
there seems to be something good to say.
Lin Yu turned a tightly locked door into raw materials, and after killing the people inside with a laser pistol one by one, he smiled.
As long as I kill everyone, it's still considered an assassination.
Right? The lights on the wall turned purple. Lin Yu, bathed in blood, also wiped out all the enemies and robot dogs on the 5th and 4th floors. After arriving on the 3rd floor, he unexpectedly saw hundreds of small aircraft, an extremely large number of micro-aircraft, such as small mosquitoes and flies, are also stored in this layer. After turning those micro-aircraft into raw materials one by one, Lin Yu left a few behind, and then sent out anti-armor robots to destroy each of those micro-aircraft. He felt that this wave seemed to be too smooth and refreshing.
Are these high-ranking masterminds so good at it?
Feeling like Sun Wukong entering the belly of Princess Iron Fan, Lin Yu felt that whatever he wanted to do now could cause fatal trauma to the spacecraft. However, the 4th floor is not completely without any defensive capabilities. When Lin Yu came to the outside of a room, he also saw a mountain of robot dogs pouring out. After quickly placing an alloy wall, he immediately released more anti-armor robots. As the crackling sounds like firecrackers continued to be heard, The robot dogs also turned into piles of cripples. And Lin Yu used a sniper rifle to simply kill dozens of people who seemed to want to attack from both front and back. A crew member. Is this really the weaponry of a spaceship? It feels so rubbish. Lin Yu wondered how wrong they had been in selecting the technology tree to become so rubbish. In the lizard man murals, these guys have long been called gods. It turned that planet into a larger proportion of the Earth, and even reversed the land and sea, causing many disasters. It also released countless mutant creatures and brought a lot of humanoid races from various planets to participate in this so-called survival game. Even 100 years ago, there was a powerful mastermind behind the creation of those Gundam robots. Is this the only extent of their power? Lin Yu remade 2 excellent daggers, replacing the ones with curled blades just now, and went from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. He felt that this spaceship was indeed huge, but it was true that the total number of people on board was really small, and the armed forces were ineffective. Most of those people look like technicians. Basically, all the work is done by machines that run autonomously and do not need to do anything. The 3rd floor was quiet, but Lin Yu did not have any thoughts of underestimating the enemy because of his current too smooth battle. He was now wary of the rest. After all, generally speaking, being too quiet means holding back your ultimate move. Lin Yu quickly inspected the 3rd floor, searching and looting every room, except for killing some robot dogs. He didn't see any enemies on this floor. Through the porthole, he could now see the moon, which was getting closer and closer. Look back in the direction you left. He saw an earth-yellow planet. It's so different from the blue Earth. Then, is it a different world? However, it seems to be much bigger than the Earth. He looked at the moon again, and there were unimaginably dense buildings there. And it is estimated that before too long, the moon will. Just as Lin Yu was about to leave, he saw a large number of aircraft launched from the ship and headed straight for the moon. Lin Yu suddenly understood something. Abandon the ship and blow me up with the ship. Right. He took out a small aircraft from the storage space, opening the oxygen chamber of the flying armor that had never been used. He held the small spacecraft in one hand and the high-precision research workbench in the other hand, touching the entire spacecraft. Soon, a blue drawing replaced the entire spacecraft. Lin Yu closed the small aircraft as quickly as possible, and at the same time, it flew out of space instantly. An extremely terrifying black-purple laser suddenly rushed out from where the moon was, passed through where the spaceship originally was, and rushed into the distance. Good guy. If I had been slower just now, I would have been blown away. Right? Lin Yu sat in the small aircraft and found that the panel in front of him was quite simple. However, it is somewhat similar to Gundam's stance. Although it was his first time to fly this thing, Lin Yu got started quickly, and finally, after some debugging, he flew among many small aircraft. Soon, as these small aircraft landed in a square, Lin Yu, who had finished changing clothes in the cabin, also found that the location of the aircraft was sinking, as if he was riding a light curtain elevator, constantly descending. Oh, it seems, it is considered to be deep behind enemy lines, thinking that I had been surviving in a different world before. And now I have spent most of the day in the spaceship killing the masterminds behind the scenes. And now I am alone in this lunar base. It's so exciting. Isn't it? It didn't take long. And many aircraft, like his, passed through the light curtain elevator and landed on a huge underground platform. Is in accordance with. Next to each aircraft, there are robot dogs and human-sized armed robots holding weapons and ready to go. Lin Yu saw the hatches around him opening one by one, and knew that a decisive battle might be coming next. I looked around and saw that there were robot dogs and robots all around. So, anti-armor micro-robots are like heaven. Lin Yu opened the hatch to a small gap and released tens of thousands of anti-armor micro-robots at the same time. Almost at the same time, these little guys quickly climbed onto the bodies and joints of each robot and robot dog, and detonated at the same time, with bursts of explosions and sparks flying. These armed forces were disarmed as quickly as possible. Lin Yu opened the hatch, pretended to yell, and ran into a group of people in surprise, and then rushed towards the distant exit. Of course, he didn't forget to put a few small aircraft into the storage space when he passed by. I ran to the moon. Of course I have to go back. Right? While running away with a large group of people, Lin Yu did not forget his role as an old silver coin. From time to time, he took out a dagger and killed a few, resulting in fewer and fewer people running away. Finally,
When the last few dozen people escaped to a huge room, Lin Yu also stopped, found a corner, and walked into it along an open door. He soon discovered that this seemed to be the location of a larger warehouse than the place where the previous spacecraft landed. Lin Yu ducked into it, and he immediately discovered that a huge monster-like spaceship that was not much different in size from the one just now was parked here. There seemed to be no one in this space, and it was quite quiet. Lin Yu hid in the dark and took a brief rest. The long battle that started from then on was still very draining on the spirit. After opening the system tablet, Lin Yu looked at the chat history. Fei Yu had just sent him a message. Lin Yu thought this was quite strange. It was outrageous that he could still be contacted despite being so far apart.
Fei Yu, if you can go near my shelter and see Xiaobai, tell it that I'm fine. It's very smart, and will probably go find you. Also, from now on, don't send me voice calls.
The situation here is too complicated.
After leaving the message, Fei Yu sent the message only a few seconds later. It's Xiaobai's photo. Sure enough, this guy went to Fei Yu to find him.
Where are you? Where have you gone? Are you not injured?
Fei Yu was very concerned about Lin Yu's current situation. Fei Yu was really shocked when Xiaobai, the huge flying dragon, came in front of him and actually said words that he could understand. However, after learning that Lin Yu and it were attacked by a huge spaceship of unimaginable size, and that Lin Yu was thrown to the ground by the aftermath of the explosion, and that the exploration gate was actually destroyed, Fei Yu even wanted to rush over immediately. See what's going on. After Xiaobai took him there, he also discovered that the exploration gate had indeed disappeared, and there was no news from Lin Yu. Lin Yu's profile picture was still on, proving that this extremely important person was still alive. After Fei Yu told Xiaobai about this, Xiaobai relaxed a little. At this moment, Lin Yu sent back the message.
I'm above you, on the moon where you can't see it.
Fei Yu looked up in disbelief at the still dark clouds.
Are you on the moon? Are you kidding me? No kidding. I was arrested that time. And then I met the masterminds who were playing tricks on us as a whole. But they didn't seem to be as powerful as we thought. They just seemed to be more technologically advanced. Fei Yu, I'll come back as soon as possible. If you need it, let Xiaobai help you calm down the situation there first. I'll be here on the moon side.
After Lin Yu finished typing this line, he sent them a photo with the spaceship, putting the system tablet back into the storage space. Lin Yu thought about it and looked at the huge warehouse that was almost full of dark corners.
There seems to be something that is just right for use here.
Lin Yu took out the
light-extinguishing night-walking suit
from the storage space and quickly put it on. This equipment is most suitable for operating in dark places. It can absorb almost all light, which has the most powerful advantage. As long as he wears night vision goggles, Lin Yu will become the most terrifying assassin in the dark. Of course, it's not bad to use it to escape for a while. However, it would be better if there was some
anti-infrared detection
device. After Lin Yu finished dressing, he found the darkest corner of the huge spaceship warehouse and continued to sit down and wait for the opportunity. The enemies who had just been attacked on the spaceship were already quite nervous, which could be seen from the large number of robot dogs that appeared when they just got off the ship. Next, I am afraid that this base will be in panic for a while. I don't know how much aftermath this panic will bring. Lin Yu believed that the masterminds behind the scenes should also know that he did all this. After all, these bastards were monitoring the movements of every survivor. I wonder if they monitor through the system. However, judging from the current situation, this does not seem to be the case. If that were the case, he should have been arrested as soon as possible. After continuing to rest here for a while, Lin Yu also saw many enemies passing by the spacecraft, and even saw a large number of robots and robot dogs constantly moving here. Lin Yu was thoughtful. The opponent didn't seem to have expected this situation to happen, so they did a terrible job in defense. In other words, it's almost like there is no security force at all. Maybe the gang of masterminds never thought that their ornaments could come out of the metal coffin and then come out to kill. In the shadows, Lin Yu continued to create new anti-armor micro-robots, and at the same time kept in contact with Fei Yu, asking him to provide him with various supplies he needed. These are extraordinary times, and this aspect cannot be spared. As for the extra things, he exchanged them directly with Fei Yu to make room for the most useful things. At the same time, he also conveyed an order to Xiaobai. If necessary, Fei Yu could go into his warehouse and send him the inventory. In front of his eyes, another large group of robots and robot dogs passed by. when Lin Yu was about to release some anti-armor micro-robots. He looked at the spacecraft and suddenly had an idea. If these things are broken down into parts, and then placed in the storage space bit by bit, and then let Fei Yu receive them bit by bit, is it feasible? Chapter 545, there is no third option. Lin Yu felt that his idea just now was crazy. But there are a lot of problems. That is to say, this process will be extremely long. It is estimated that if he moves 1%, the enemies will discover him.
No. I still have to touch it out. Let's just turn this thing into a blueprint. If I can't get it, the enemy can't have it either.
Lin Yu quietly walked over and touched the hull of the huge spacecraft with a high-precision research workbench. Soon, it instantly turned into a blue design. At the same time, Lin Yu discovered that hundreds of people suddenly appeared behind this white light. He returned to the darkness as quickly as possible, away from the enemies who were shouting because the spacecraft disappeared, and took out his sniper rifle again. Slowly moving towards the door, he quickly aimed at the head of a man who seemed to be the leader here. One blow. Headshot. At the same time as the scream sounded, the sniper rifle in Lin Yu's hand fired another bullet again. Amid the screams, the sniper rifle with a silencer became even more handy. After killing dozens of people in a row, Lin Yu finally pointed the muzzle at the door and fled to the front. He was already there. Lin Yu fired a grenade and killed dozens of people in an instant.
The huge vibration also attracted the attention of a large number of robots and robot dogs. But before they had time to make any action, they were blasted into scrap by a large number of anti-armor micro-robots. Even in this dark corner, Lin Yu felt that this wave was too relaxing. It feels like this group of masterminds has never known what fighting is like. What he is doing now is like crushing ants to death. The lights in the huge warehouse became the brightest, and Lin Yu immediately took off the clothes of the nearest person and walked out through the other door. There is no enemy outside now. It seems that he has wiped out all the robots and robot dogs in the attack just now.
Where should we go next?
Lin Yu grabbed the handrail and kept moving forward along the straight road. It didn't take long before he suddenly found himself in front of a huge black metal door. The two people in front of the door were about to close the door, but were stunned for a second when they saw a black shadow. But in this second, a bullet was embedded in their heads. Lin Yu put away his sniper pistol and walked out of the door. He suddenly noticed that there were bright lights in the distance outside.
This is the city of the masterminds behind the scenes?
He looked at the countless huge glass-like tubes in the sky that almost completely enveloped the entire city and its surroundings, as well as the aircraft that shuttle between these tubes. Lin Yu looked at the countless sci-fi-looking buildings and the light spots inside, and couldn't help but be shocked by the technology of the masterminds behind the scenes. Not far ahead, there are two glass tubes, and at the end of the tubes, there are also aircraft for driving inside. Lin Yu got into the aircraft and unlocked the control panel with the head and hands of the person he killed first. Then, the small aircraft closed the hatch and quickly moved forward. Lin Yu sat in the cabin, feeling as if he was lying in a space capsule. This thing seems to be driving automatically, and it can operate according to the open light curtain and choose where to stop. Although Lin Yu didn't understand the words above, based on its general meaning, he found a square area that seemed to be located relatively close to the center of the city. Before getting off the bus here, he also put on the clothes he picked up before. After getting out of the car, he discovered that the dress actually changed its style and color, completely becoming the same style as the clothes of the densely packed crowd in the square.
This is high technology. I guess the masterminds behind these scenes don't have clothing stores. Wait, what is that?
After Lin Yu got out of the car, he came to a corner and looked up at the center of the square, where there was an extremely huge semicircular arc light screen. Thousands of pictures were displayed on it, showing scenes of everyone living in the different world in turn. Even the wolf-headed men, the Horn tribe, and various other humanoid races were among them. Everyone's eyes in the square seemed to be focused on the human side, and they didn't seem to care much about other humanoid races. In the lower left corner of the light screen, something similar to news seemed to be broadcast, and a person above kept saying something he couldn't understand. Lin Yu discovered that on that screen, his photo was broadcast continuously on it from time to time, and some pictures were also switched, showing scenes of the warship disappearing and the crew members being killed.
It seems he has become a wanted criminal?
Lin Yu frowned. He was actually quite happy. After all, he is now on the moon, in the huge city where the masterminds, who look almost the same as humans, are based. Together with these masterminds, he is watching the scene in the light curtain. Lin Yu was very surprised. Why did this group of people not seem to be panicked or frightened? He destroyed 2 battleships and killed hundreds of their people. He looked at the crowd staring at the light curtain and found that they were all excited and happy about what the news broadcast was about. Some people even took the lead in applauding. And many people were still cheering. Use body movements to express excitement. Just like Earthlings. Their behavior is not fear or panic at all. Could it be that even this has been entertained by them? Lin Yu felt that the masterminds behind the scenes were rotten to the core and beyond hope. He looked at these men, women, old and young, and really wanted to take them all away in one tutu. But to be honest, if he did that, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. How to maximize the destruction of the spaceships here seems to be the most important thing recently. As Lin Yu thought about this, he got on the small aircraft again and returned to the place that looked like a military base. However, as soon as he returned, he saw a dense crowd of people there. As soon as he got off the aircraft, he was completely surrounded by this group of people. This was within his expectation. The leader held a weapon, signaling him not to move, and waved his hand to let the people behind him catch him. But Lin Yu's reaction was countless times that of these pampered people. He reacted almost instantly, grabbed the leader, and put the laser pistol on his head. And while everyone was stunned, Lin Yu directly made an extremely long alloy wall to block everyone's face. After he killed the leader with another shot, while everyone was attacking the alloy wall, he rushed in the other direction as quickly as possible, and at the same time put on the super alloy flying armor. Next, it's my turn. Right. The battle was over quickly. Of course, it ended with Lin Yu's overwhelming victory. But it is true that his flying armor was also penetrated by a round hole by the enemy's laser pistol. But the key parts were not damaged, and he was not hit. Lin Yu quickly ran towards the inside of the base after resuming the light-extinguishing night suit mode. Huh? It seems like you haven't passed by here before? Lin Yu ran back to the big warehouse, then took the light curtain elevator from there, returned to the moon, and drove the small aircraft back to the other world. But it seems good to explore the unknown. Lin Yu also walked along this newly discovered passage. After reaching the end, he suddenly discovered that this was another huge warehouse. In the warehouse, there is a spaceship and battleship that is almost the same as the previous ones. And a large number of people behind the scenes are being urged to enter the ship. And everyone looks extremely nervous. At this time, 2 men who looked like soldiers with weapons ran towards him, yelling and pointing in the direction of the ship. This is because you want to die. But I don't have to do this. Lin Yu shook his head. His next thought was simple. If this ship was heading to another world, then he would be along for the ride. If you're going somewhere else, that's not bad. It's time to go for a ride. After getting on the spaceship, Lin Yu and a lot of people were driven into a closed room. He found that these people all had serious expressions and kept pointing at the light curtain on the wall. His appearance on it was particularly conspicuous. Lin Yu lowered his head and pretended to be asleep, as long as he didn't take off the helmet that could cover his face. Others couldn't see him. Taking advantage of the chaos, he took out the human skin mask of Fei Yu that he had made before and put it on his face. These people didn't know Fei Yu, so they had successfully hidden it from him until now. Not long after, the spacecraft took off, and the room became more crowded as a few more people were put in. Lin Yu was sitting in the corner, and there happened to be a porthole nearby. Through the porthole, he saw the spacecraft ascending, entering space, and heading towards another world. Looking back at the others, it seems, should he be sent back to catch him? Or to destroy other people on Earth? Lin Yu thought about it for a while and waited quietly. After a while, as the spacecraft entered the planet's atmosphere, Lin Yu found that it seemed to be getting closer and closer to the ground. The door of the room was opened and everyone stood up. Lin Yu took advantage of the fact that half of the people in the room had left and became a little more relaxed. He also stood up and looked at the porthole again. The peaks below were clearly visible. So, next, it seems like the fun is about to begin? Lin Yu took out a high-precision research workbench. He saw everyone's frightened eyes. Next, will you turn into parts? Lin Yu touched the high-precision research workbench to the hull of the spacecraft. And you, it seems that you can only turn into meat patties. Right. He grinned and smiled as everything in front of him emitted a white light. And the next second, he appeared directly high in the sky. There were a lot of screams coming from the ears, and countless heavy things and parts that the spacecraft was broken down into were also falling. Lin Yu watched everyone keep falling to the ground, and he also kept falling downwards in the air. But Lin Yu was not nervous at all. He had already had plans and ideas for the current situation, and had already made corresponding preparations.
Speaking of which, is this your first time falling from such a height?
Lin Yu looked at the ground. This was much higher than what he had flown before. He had seen people parachuting from airplanes on TV before. It seems to be about the same height. Lin Yu opened the system panel and checked the regional map. He unexpectedly discovered that this place was actually called the
Plane of Charm.
It seemed a little far away from my refuge.
It seems that I have to drive the Gundam back again. But it seems that here...
Lin Yu checked the regional map in the air. He unexpectedly discovered that this place seemed to be quite close to someone's refuge. Boom! After a sound, a white parachute unfolded from Lin Yu's back. The violent updraft lifted him up nearly 100 meters. Screams kept flashing in his ears. And Lin Yu saw that a huge number of the masterminds behind the scenes kept falling. He was happy to see this. And he also picked up a sniper rifle and began to snipe the guys who seemed to have landing equipment one by one. From time to time, Lin Yu landed on the ground. And except for him, there was no one alive in this area.
It really doesn't feel very satisfying.
Lin Yu had no sympathy for these masterminds. They regard human beings, their lives, and everything else as entertainment and laughter. This garbage has no meaning in life. The various parts scattered on the ground that were not smashed into the soil were put into the storage space. And it turned out that there were still some spare parts. As for the various alloys buried in the ground, they take up too much space. So there is no need to worry about them being discovered. After all, the nearest refuge village here is dozens of kilometers away. And most of these things have been smashed deeply into the ground. As for some of the more complicated parts, except for some that were completely smashed, he picked them up. Some of the larger ones were broken down into various design drawings by Lin Yu. After doing this, Lin Yu looked at the sky again. If something happens to the spacecraft here, will people from the moon be sent over soon? Lin Yu shook his head. He took out the Gundam and rode on it. Soon, the Gundam transformed into flight mode and rushed straight in the other direction. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to transform the Gundam into a robot form again. A few kilometers away in front of him was an asylum village surrounded by an unusually huge city wall. The system panel is opened. Lin Yu sent a message directly to Lily Calaheo.
Shall you come out on your own? Or shall I use force to blast you out?
Lin Yu said, raising the laser spear in his hand. He firmly believed that this thing could easily turn everyone in the shelter into a ball of charcoal. However,
it's so funny,
Lily Calaheo replied with an unexpected sentence from Lin Yu.
Don't you think you should care more about your shelter than me, Lin Yu?
In an instant, a banging sound came from the side of the refuge village, and the shining missiles dragging white smoke rushed straight towards Lin Yu's refuge. Lin Yu in the cockpit shook his head. He raised his laser gun.
For the last time, will you come out on your own? Or will I blast you out by force?
The anti-ballistic missile system in my refuge is a joke? Chapter 546 The One Who Lives in the Moon. Lin Yu waited for a while. But he did not wait for Lily Calaheo's reply. Although he was certain that there was no chance that Lily Calaheo's missile could hit his shelter. The anti-aircraft missile launch vehicle will simultaneously launch missiles to intercept the missile when it enters the defense range, thereby achieving the purpose of defense. Although I don't know when Lily Calaheo came up with this thing. But now, she has no chance to sing. Even if there are 3 more shots, there will still be someone to deal with at the shelter. The laser gun was aimed at the central building of the refuge village. And Lin Yu once again issued an ultimatum to Lily Calaheo.
Lily Calaheo, if this is your method, I advise you not to bother me. You have missiles, and I have anti-aircraft missile launchers. Moreover, I don't think your missiles from now on can be used from now on.
Launch from your refuge village. Lily Calaheo, for the last time, come out of the refuge village right now, and I can spare the lives of the others.
Of course, Lin Yu said it all. Whenever these people want to deal with him, Lin Yu will use this Gundam to give them a big attack. Lightsaber gasification does not seem to be a strenuous task.
Although I really want to come out, I'm not in the refuge village of your big robot at all. Lin Yu, we can negotiate.
Lily Calaheo is currently in another refuge village. She saw the huge robot with power beyond all her imagination through the videos and pictures taken by the system of the subordinates in the main refuge village. And among those robots, there was Lin Yu, whom she wanted to quickly get rid of. But she also knew that Lin Yu's combat power was beyond her reach.
I don't want to negotiate with you, Lily Calaheo. You either tell everyone on the world channel that all the people from your refuge village and your forces will join Fei Yue, or you die.
Lin Yu wanted to save trouble. He is not the only one who wants to kill this guy. But in comparison, it seems that uniting to deal with the masterminds in the sky who will attack at any time is the most urgent matter to solve. Lin Yu believed that although Lily Karahao did have great ambitions and a lot of power, under the current situation of extremely disparity in strength, with her wisdom, the next road would be it shouldn't be difficult to choose.
I surrender. Lin Yu. I now declare that everyone in Lily Kalahao will give up resistance and join Fei Yu's forces.
Although Lily Karahao was quite unwilling. Now!
She had no choice.
The fish is dead and the net is broken. That's not the path she would choose at all. After the last trump card was played, Lin Yu had already expected it. Judging from the reports from the front, Lin Yu's shelter did have anti-aircraft rockets waiting for him. If she chooses to fight it out now, Fei Yu's power was already much greater than hers. It probably won't take too long for them to break into this area. Lily Karahao is very aware of the current situation. It can be said that although she and her subordinates have considerable advantages on the world channel, these are all false in the face of absolute strength. Lin Yu could attack her main shelter alone, so it was probably only a matter of time before he found her. Death is a matter of time. Lily Kalahao didn't want to die. She had more to do than anyone thought.
In order to return to my homeland, I decided to lead all of us to join Fei Yu's forces. Lin Yu, are you satisfied with my answer? Okay. From now on, what all mankind should do now is not to fight among themselves, but to unite and deal with the common enemy. Of course, I will see what you do next. If you have any objections, I believe you will be satisfied to see that I will kill you and everyone in your force, no matter who they are.
Lin Yu said as he resumed flight mode on the Gundam and flew straight into the air.
The matter is not completely resolved, but it's almost done.
Lin Yu knew that Lily Karahao was always a hidden danger, but unless she could be caught directly, it would not be easy to kill her. What is more urgent to solve now is the masterminds who have already taken action. He has solved a lot in this trip, but compared to the total number, it is still far behind.
The masterminds behind the scenes probably have hundreds of millions or billions. The moon doesn't seem to be that big. They live there. In fact, it seems they have no choice but to do it. After all, this other world is obviously much better than the bare moon.
Bar? Lin Yu was actually quite concerned about this. By the way, those people, always calling them the masterminds, seems to be a bit flattering to them. Just with their fighting power and crisis management awareness, they are really terrible. Lin Yu thought about it and decided to name the group of people
Suyusha.
It seemed that this name was more suitable for them. After all, it doesn't look like there is a
final boss
at all. It seemed, or even felt, that they were simply
weak
and did not look like strong men at all.
Specifically, it's like ordinary people with high technology. No matter where it looks, it is actually not that powerful. It has some technological products and is not an opponent at all.
Could it be that for this different world, they are actually...
Lin Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps, this different world is much different in all aspects and is not suitable for the survival of those
you people at all?
As for the secret realm, it is the strange beasts on the earth. Lin Yu thought of the first mythical beast he killed at that time. Cambalak. There was a lot of soil and plants on the back of this thing. At the same time, it also has water mist in its back that can extinguish fire sources. In the myth of the wolf-headed man, it is called the
disaster god of destruction.
The disaster god who carries the earth on his back and breathes all plants and life. On its back, there are grasslands and giant trees, and the sea is hidden in its back. When it is not angry, the land of the wolf-headed people will be stable. But once it is angry, the sea will surge, and the entire earth will be shaken and fall apart. Therefore, the wolf-headed people call the mountain like Cambalak the
god of disaster.
The other second mythical beast is named Beverisis. This god of disaster is also a god who occupies a considerable position in the mythology of the wolf-headed man. According to legend, Beverly Sith has two heads, one with many teeth and the other with long hair. Under its head, it has an extremely long neck, and its tail can release a lot of mist. But once it gets angry, the mist will also contain poison and destroy all life. Beverly Sith is why he is called the god of disaster by the wolf-headed people. The third mythical beast, Lin Yu has not encountered yet. In the myth of the wolf-headed man mentioned by Xiaobai, its name is Skyrapek, and it is a creature with 3 long spear-like tips on its head. Horned mythical beast. These so-called mythical beasts are all in the secret realm. That is, over there in the secret realm. And together with a large number of strange beasts, they are destroying the earth that originally belonged to humans. But, if interpreted the other way around, the mythical beasts should originally be monsters in this other world, existing together with the wolf-headed men and lizard people, and serving as their disaster gods or gods. Alien beasts and lizard men were originally creatures on this alien planet. In addition, if those mythical beasts are eliminated, the alien beasts will also be eliminated. If you think about it together, can it be considered that the mythical beast is a creature that transforms the earth and the planet in another world? The alien beasts are the helpers of these mythical beasts, and they are the tools to transform the earth into a tool suitable for those who live in the moon. Returning the earth to its original primitive state should be what they pursue. As for the alien world, it is more like a substitute for the earth. Wolf-headed people and other alien planets that those who live in the moon have set their sights on, making this place somewhat similar to the earth a huge number of humans and humanoid creatures. Testing ground. Rather than saying it is a survival game, it can actually be understood as a coliseum. The ones who won for the first time, as far as we know, were the wolf-headed men. They also once ruled the entire planet. Later, the lizard people suddenly emerged and wiped out the wolf-headed people to the point where they could only live in a large valley. As for the lizard men, they were confined to this area with humans, away from other alien creatures. 7 billion humans parachuted into this different world, and after several disasters, less than 2 billion people remained. And this is the result of the devastation of the so-called disaster that occurs once every 7 days. In the first survival game, a total of 100 million humanoid races and humans were added. And the final result also made these high-ranking moon dwellers very excited. And after so many years, they have once again tied all humans to this planet. And it seems that they have deeper thoughts, for entertainment and to capture the earth. Lin Yu understood deeply. If the moon ones are not completely eliminated, even if human beings return to the earth through that door, there will be a 3rd or 4th time of survival in the future. They are always the toys of these moon dwellers. He felt that he could do a lot of things alone, but there were also a lot of things he couldn't do. In any case, as long as human beings cannot unite, then completely annihilating the U people will probably never be achieved. What the lone wolf can do is quite limited. We still have to let Fei Yu and the others do more. The so-called surrender of Lily Kalaheo is actually not very stable. Opening the world channel, Lin Yu also saw the information that Lily Kalaheo led all the forces to Fei Yue. And on the regional map, the light blue color block had covered almost 1/5 of the area. Next, Fei Yue's job will actually be very simple. Lin Yu, what have you done? Why did Lily Kalaheo suddenly tell me that she surrendered? Also, where are you? On the moon? Lin Yu glanced at the still continuous black rain outside the cockpit, and replied, I'm back. I seem to be very close to you. See you in half an hour. We'll talk about it then. It has to be said that the flying speed of this Gundam after its, transformation is really fast. He did not fly above the clouds in order not to provoke the huge spaceship. If he was discovered again, he might not be so lucky to be able to assassinate him again next time. One-on-one, Lin Yu didn't have much chance of winning. After all, no matter how weak the opponent was, the spaceship would not let him successfully perform high-altitude decomposition again. However, after all, this high-precision research workbench seems to be a trump card. I wonder if it can really become the strongest weapon against the Suyu people in the future? Lin Yu continued to fly forward with many thoughts. According to the regional map, it took him less than half an hour to return straight to the sky above the shelter, and directly turned into a robot and landed on the ground. He saw Fei Yu, whose mouth could fit into a big fist, and Xiao Bai, who was extremely happy about his return. Hack! Hack! Fei Yu looked at the life-size Gundam robot and could no longer use other words to describe his current mood. What's going on? It turns out that what Lin Yu showed me was a real thing, not a model. I'm so weak. Okay? Can you say anything else? Lin Yu frowned. Isn't Fei Yu very familiar with this thing? No, I said. I'm playing with models. You're here to be serious. Right. Is there anything wrong? Fei Yu felt that he could no longer believe that this was a fact. Gundam. Was he really that guy? Good guy. It's okay. Xiao Bai. I've made you worry. As you can see, I'm fine. But the ones above seem to be quite injured. Lin Yu hugged Xiaobai. The little guy was still trembling with excitement and seemed quite excited.
Master, Xiaobai was so anxious at that time. I really didn't expect that the master would be captured and end up on the moon. Master, it seems that he killed many of the masterminds on the moon, and his body is covered with the smell of their blood. Oh? Did you kill those guys? Lin Yu, you are really not from the same dimension as us.
Fei Yu finally realized it. Lin Yu's ability to return safely from there really proves this. After all, in his opinion, the mastermind behind the moon should be absolutely invincible. After all, the level of technology, according to previous guesses and understandings, must be several centuries ahead of the Earth.
They are so weak that it is hard to understand. You can think of it this way. I feel that the lizard men are more difficult to deal with than them. To be honest, they are just empty frames. I guess they killed Xiao Tianwan this time.
Lin Yu recalled that when he went there, the spaceship was full of people. There were almost 100 people in a small space. Suyueji could be regarded as directly dispatching a large number of forces that they could dispatch.
Little 10,000? Lin Yu, giving you another chance. Can you kill more than 1 million of them?
Fei Yu laughed.
Millions.
Lin Yu recalled that at that time, there seemed to be a huge device, like a protective film over the lunar city, that separated space from the inside of the city. If it were destroyed, would it be possible to kill hundreds of millions of moon dwellers at once? Chapter 547 Extinction. Lin Yu felt that this idea could really be tried next time. After all, no matter how you look at them, they are still the same creatures as humans, and the same as those humanoid creatures. They are all carbon-based creatures. Everyone needs oxygen to survive. If that layer of protection could be directly destroyed using a high-precision research workbench, then all the moon dwellers in a city would be completely exposed to the vacuum. Lin Yu had seen the clothes they wore before, and they didn't seem to be the kind of equipment that could be switched into space suits. And they didn't have this awareness in this city. It seems really possible.
By the way, Lily Caraho, couldn't she have been frightened by you using this Z Gundam? So she surrendered. By the way, you had a missile flying out of the shelter before. It seemed to be an automatic strike. I saw an earth-shattering explosion in the sky to the north. Yes, the defense rocket launcher was triggered. The other party really had missiles. My spaceship came down with the moon landers and disintegrated their spacecraft. The place where it fell happened to be very close to Lily Callahow's main shelter. Just like you said, she used the Gundam to make a gesture, and she fired a missile and was intercepted. And then she became honest.
Fei Yu felt like he was always in shock. Lin Yu was captured by the mastermind behind the scenes, and then went to the moon to open Wushuang. After that, he took down the difficult opponent Lily Callahow. At that time, he also promised to eliminate Lily Callahow within 10 days, or within 5 days. Now it seems that this kind of thing is extremely simple for Lin Yu if he wants to do it.
By the way, compared to you, I'm really far behind. Lin Yu.
Fei Yu suddenly felt a little disappointed. He thought that Lin Yu was the only one before. If he wanted to become a giant like Lin Yu, he needed to do a lot. With effort and faith, you can get close to him. But looking at it now, maybe it's just a dream. Lin Yu turned back and looked at Fei Yu. He walked over and patted his old friend on the shoulder.
What nonsense are you talking about? I'm far behind you.
Lin Yu comforted.
You asked me to command so many people. I really can't do it. How can you use all kinds of skills in such a short period of time?
Find a way to successfully bring those refugee villages into your sphere of influence. If it were me, I would probably have to fight. And I would definitely not be as convincing as you. I almost believed it myself. You are not good at praising others.
Fei Yu said with a bitter smile.
Fei Yu, be more confident. You can do much more than you think. The division of labor is different. I may be faster, but if it is stable, it will be you. Moreover, the future of mankind needs its a leader like you, not a lone wolf like me.
Lin Yu had a clear understanding of this.
Really? It seems that I am indeed a little ashamed of myself.
Fei Yu laughed, but he also knew that he had to work harder to become the giant next to Lin Yu. After chatting for a while, Xiaobai quickly sent Fei Yu back to his shelter, and Lin Yu also returned to the room. While waiting for Xiaobai to come back, he also glanced at the world channel. So far, no one has witnessed a huge spaceship in the sky, and no one has said anything flying in the sky. It seems that there is no problem for the time being. Those who live in the moon haven't made the next move yet. Lin Yu felt that it was impossible for them to only have 2 spaceships, after he made such a big fuss and killed so many of them. The other party's revenge should have already begun. However, no. It had been almost more than 2 hours since he left Lily Calaheo's refuge village. This period of time is enough for the person with the moon in the moon to make some drastic reactions and take action. However, no.
They don't realize that there are really only 2 spaceships. Do they?
Lin Yu cursed, lying on the space sleeping cabin. It's getting dark soon, and another day has passed. Lin Yu felt that today was too fulfilling. But if he was asked to live today again, he would refuse. After all, the thrills are indeed thrilling enough. And the excitement is definitely exciting enough. But those who live in the moon are really bad.
Am I too strong?
Lin Yu muttered, and suddenly heard a noise. Xiaobai is back.
Master, send Fei Yu back. Also, what are we going to do next?
Xiaobai took the elevator up and looked outside again.
Next, wait. It looks like I have to go up again.
Lin Yu saw that under the gloomy dark clouds outside and among the raindrops, a huge shadow was slowly descending. It could not be anything else. Master, can you hold on?
Xiaobai looked at Lin Yu, a little worried.
You can hold on. How can you do this if you can't? Xiaobai, I need you to do something.
Lin Yu thought for a moment and gave Xiaobai another order.
Xiaobai, tell all the warriors of the Divine Horn tribe to go down to the underground ruins and kill as many lizard men as they can. Then, you have to go to the wolf-headed man's place. Valley, let them send 20,000 people to help the Shinhorn clan attack the lizard people. Then, they have to go to the last group of wolf-headed men who have not surrendered and get the ring there. Here, I will give you this gem. Just show it to them, and that's it. As for the little ones here in the shelter, let them stay there for the time being. When you take care of everything, I guess they'll be back soon. Xiaobai, this is it. This time, I'm afraid it might be a decisive battle.
Lin Yu really didn't expect that the other party would actually come as soon as he said he was coming. And it seemed that the target was him. However, there is nothing wrong with killing them as soon as they come.
Xiaobai understands. The master has something to do. And Xiaobai also has something to do.
After Xiaobai ate a large piece of lion-headed bear steak that Lin Yu handed him, he went downstairs with Lin Yu, who had put on his flying armor. It immediately went to Xiaoming and the others to give orders, while Lin Yu got on the Gundam, transformed into a flying state, and suddenly flew towards the huge shadow in the sky. The slow speed of the flight was quite terrifying. Lin Yu approached there almost instantly, and in the next second, he directly put the Gundam into the storage space, activated the flying armor at the same time, and picked up the high-precision research workpiece in his hand. The platform was directly attached to the bottom of the spacecraft that had not yet reacted. As the screams continued, Lin Yu almost instantly gave the members on the spacecraft the best ending. In the air, Lin Yu immediately took out the Gundam, got in as quickly as possible, and restarted. He thought about it, and put an automatic device into the Gundam. After it was done, it transformed into a flying state again. The automatic device could operate some very simple actions, which made things a lot easier. After passing through the clouds, Lin Yu actually saw hundreds of densely packed warships.
You really have some momentum.
He took a deep breath. But here, there is a high-precision research workbench. A big killer. In the dark night, Lin Yu drove the Gundam in flight, constantly shuttling between hundreds of huge battleships. One battleship after another was turned into a blueprint, and the screams were endless. In a short period of time, after Lin Yu killed all the warships nearby, he followed the regional map, centered here, and continued to expand the cruise area in all directions, while watching the World Channel for any sighting information about the huge spaceship. I don't know if the other party has locked onto him, but the spacecraft is only witnessed here.
It seems that the matter will never be resolved unless we directly attack the opponent's home base.
Lin Yu looked at the other moon. The one on the left has a lot of moon dwellers gathered there, but the one on the right has never been anything.
Fortunately, this Gundam also has a space mode. All you need to do is put on a space suit and it's done.
Lin Yu quickly put on the space suit in the cockpit. After confirming that it was intact, he filled the Gundam's fuel tank with fuel, turned into flight mode again, and rushed into space. Time passed rather slowly. The lights in the cabin lit up, and Lin Yu looked at the boundless space outside and the gradually smaller planet behind him, and once again rushed towards the moon on the right.
This place should be much closer than the one on the left in the other world, so we can take further action.
Lin Yu put away the Gundam on this desolate planet, took out the small aircraft, got on it, and quickly flew to the planet on the left. This time, he didn't want to leave simply like last time.
Soon, Lin Yu drove the aircraft, hid in a rubble, and approached the moon step by step. After being captured by the moon's gravity, he also used this opportunity to instantly jump over a lunar city. Then, just as he thought before, after coming into contact with the protective shield, he also used a workbench to destroy it instantly. And this instantly killed millions of moon dwellers in the lunar city. Then, he continued to move towards the next lunar city without stopping. Things went smoothly. After dozens of operations, all the lunar cities on the moon were destroyed by him using this method. Lin Yu drove a small aircraft and walked among the corpses and debris floating in space. While watching all the situations, he also noticed that there were indeed many small aircraft flying towards the planet in another world. But the number was not large. Only a few thousand. As for large battleships, Lin Yu inspected the surroundings and suddenly found a large number of spacecraft rising near the North Pole of the moon. He drove the spaceship and rushed over, only to be greeted by the intensive artillery fire he encountered for the first time. However, this did not trouble him at all. After directly raising the flight altitude and getting rid of the gravity, we came to the weak point of those battleships. Above, then it was much simpler. After the battleship was broken down into blueprints, a large number of corpses of UU people also exploded like raindrops. Now, it should be almost done. After Lin Yu switched from a small aircraft to a Gundam, he switched to flight mode and circled the moon many times. Indeed, there are still some small spaceships, but no large spaceships can be seen. Next, we just need to completely destroy this place. Lin Yu switched to the robot form, and immediately took out his laser gun, and began to bombard places on the edge of the city that were similar to energy supply stations. From time to time, violent explosions erupted, but in a vacuum, there was naturally no sound or fire. Lin Yu kept traveling in the universe, circling the moon, firing lasers one after another, and at the same time, he turned it into a doomsday planet. And just when Lin Yu fired the last laser bullet, he suddenly saw that the entire moon suddenly began to vibrate extremely strongly. And while billowing smoke and dust continued to float in the universe, in the center of the moon, suddenly huge rocks burst out. Lin Yu switched to flight mode again in the universe. He looked at the energy reserve and found that less than 30% of the energy was left. How long can it last? There seems to be something wrong with this moon. It seems like there are going to be some big changes. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly saw that the moon's outer skin had more cracks. Lin Yu discovered that there was a huge metal object on one side of it. This is the jet thruster? After watching the wandering Earth, Lin Yu was deeply impressed by that thing. Although it's not the same, it's not too different. Could it be that this moon is actually a spacecraft with a hollow interior? Lin Yu suddenly felt that maybe there was such a possibility. With the technology of those who live in the moon, it seems that it should not be difficult to make this thing. Do you want to escape? Lin Yu kept getting closer to the moon, and finally landed on it. And he was surprised to see a lot of aircraft suddenly emerging from a hole that appeared at an unknown time. It's really a huge spaceship. Let's rush in and see what's there. Lin Yu picked up 2 lightsabers and quickly destroyed those aircraft one by one like chopping melons and vegetables, and then went straight into the huge spaceship. In his mouth, he accelerated suddenly. The outer armor of the Gundam was quite hard, far better than these small aircraft. Lin Yu rushed all the way to the end and saw a huge hangar. Inside, there are more combat aircraft, and even Gundam robots like him. Lin Yu jerked backwards, dodging a wave of direct attacks. I don't have to do this, since it's a spaceship. I originally thought about using a large amount of explosives to blast it, or breaking into the center to destroy it. In fact, there is the simplest method. He took out a high-precision research workbench that has always been highly exposed, in front of countless small aircraft swarming over. The huge moon was suddenly completely enveloped by a burst of white light. After a moment, Lin Yu saw that there were countless corpses of UU in this cosmic space. Next, it's time to fight mosquitoes. Lin Yu looked at the hundreds of thousands of small aircraft that had managed to escape and waved the lightsaber in his hand. Chapter 548 The Last 7. I have to say, things went extremely smoothly. To be honest, Lin Yu really didn't expect that he could destroy Yuju's moon at such a fast speed. He didn't even expect that he could kill billions of Suyu people at once. What they are and how high-tech they are. In fact, it is no longer important in Lin Yu's heart. Look at the alien planet. Tens of thousands of large and small aircraft are constantly passing through the layers there, escaping from the completely collapsed moon. They were the last group of survivors among the Suyus. Lin Yu didn't want to let any of them go,
But his Gundam robot's energy reserve was no longer sufficient. And his lightsaber didn't have much energy either. After killing hundreds of small aircraft, Lin Yu changed into flight mode again, preparing to land on a different world planet. After all, he still had a lot of things to do when he got to the ground.
Fei Yu, I destroyed one on the moon side, and there may be tens of thousands of moon dwellers who escaped to the planet. If there are any nearby under your control, be sure to kill them as soon as possible.
I sent this message to Fei Yue. However, failed to send. What's the situation? Lin Yu looked back at the moon that had disappeared, and seemed to understand something. Next, I'm afraid the world will be in chaos. The Gundam robot in flight turned its back downwards, quickly broke through the atmosphere, and arrived above a vast ocean. Lin Yu found an island and landed slowly. It's still daytime here.
It doesn't seem like we've been out for that long. Has we landed in another hemisphere?
It seems that in the process of entering the atmosphere, a lot of energy was consumed, and less than 10% of the energy was left.
It's really far away from the shelter, huh? There seems to be a spaceship over there?
Lin Yu put away the Gundam and took out the small aircraft. This thing still had a lot of energy. Lin Yu got into it, activated it instantly, and immediately caught up with the small aircraft. The small aircraft did not stop flying, but took Lin Yu to the east, and finally landed next to a Gobi Desert. Here, there are dozens of small aircraft docked, and there are several alloy houses.
Arrived at the camp?
Lin Yu looked at the group of people who seemed to be gathered here, discussing something. He found that even when these moon dwellers landed on the ground, they all wore spacesuits and helmets, which was just enough for him to blend in. After changing into the space suit in the cockpit, and just about to put on the helmet, I found a touch control position on it.
Huh? There are icons on it.
He took out the severed hand and clicked on the touch screen, and a light screen appeared. On the light screen, various functions are marked with icons.
This can't be the function of translation.
Lin Yu saw an icon on it that was a silhouette of a person, with icons of various character conversions around his mouth, and felt like he had discovered a new world. After clicking it, Lin Yu opened the hatch and walked out. In my ears, the voices of those outside suddenly came, but they were translated.
What did you say? Reconstruction? In this damn place? We are not those lizards. Our home was destroyed by that bastard, and I don't know how many of my remaining companions are left. I must kill him. Humph. This is the consequences of underestimating that person. I have suggested to the superiors countless times to kill this person first, but no one listened. It's too late now. I just said that there is no need to do this show again, but such a mistake came out. We have worked hard for so long, and the result is completely ruined. Ha! I suggest killing all the bugs on the earth to take revenge. Yes, kill them all, except for Lin Yu. They are all a bunch of trash. Even if we only have these people, there will be no problem. I have searched for my companions. There are 49,231 people connected to the main network. There should be no problem. We can resurrect the population. Kill those bastards first, then kill Lin Yu. Yes, let him become the last Earthling and exist alone in this universe forever. Ha ha ha.
Lin Yu took a deep breath. It's all rubbish.
Can you understand?
He said, and that group of people all turned back to look at him dozens of meters away.
You're not talking nonsense. Wait. This face. Lin.
Lin Yu smiled, took out the Gundam, and flew into the cockpit in front of the group of yayas. The beam sword was drawn out.
Make me the last person on Earth?
A sword swung down. The extremely high temperature emitted by the beam sword easily melted the bodies of these people. They didn't even let out any screams.
Apart from these 71, are there still 49,231 people left?
Lin Yu jumped off the Gundam again and walked towards the small aircraft. He saw that in the one that the previous man got off, there were specific coordinates showing the other 50,000 aircraft. They are all clearly marked on the light screen.
Kill list. Right.
Lin Yu directly put the other small and medium-sized aircraft into the storage space, and picked up a person's severed hand. The previous one doesn't seem to work anymore.
With these aircraft, it doesn't seem to be difficult to chase the surviving you people, but it is definitely not something that can be completed in a short time.
Now, there is no communication tool. The world channel and the regional channel were completely unavailable due to the disappearance of the moon. Although the other functions of the system did not seem to be affected, the humans who could not be contacted were now like a pod of ants. And those 50,000-year-old moon dwellers will also inflict the most horrific acts of revenge on all human beings. As Lin Yu thought about this, he flew towards the group of light spots closest to him and looked at the regional map. On it, his location was quite far away from the shelter.
But it would be a pleasure to kill those guys on the way home, isn't it?
For Lin Yu, nothing could be more incomprehensible than the intelligence of these moon dwellers. When the main planet was destroyed and there were less than 50,000 people left, this group of moon dwellers actually didn't start to take revenge on humans. Instead, they tried their best to gradually gather together from various places, following the signal of the light screen. As if they had to work together as a group, they finally got together. As a result, it was discovered that there was a completely unfamiliar person among this flying legion of less than 30,000 people. Lin Yu, on the other hand, soon started a no-nonsense battle, and he shot down all the small aircraft of the Suyers one by one with various weapons at hand.
There are 7 left? These 7 are pretty smart.
After shooting down all the small aircraft, Lin Yu checked the light screen and found that 7 more had escaped. After putting on a new small aircraft, Lin Yu chased it and finally stopped in front of a door. The ancient secret door. Lin Yu looked at the nearby refuge village, then at the ancient secret door that had been opened, and knew what to do.
They actually escaped into the secret realm. But judging from their remaining fuel, there shouldn't be much left.
Lin Yu looked around, and it was quite close to Feiyua's refuge village. Moreover, it seems to be right next to Lu Kai's old refuge village. Looking around, Lin Yu was also a little confused. How could there be an ancient secret gate here? Shouldn't the ancient secret gate exist only in places where there are people and refuge villages? Just when Lin Yu was puzzled, he suddenly heard a strange singing voice. This extremely unpleasant song, which was vaguely unintelligible, sounded from a place not too far away from him. Lin Yu also immediately saw a character who was not too familiar, but also had a profound memory.
Guolei? Good guy. You are still here? Ha! I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I'm so hot. I'm not afraid of you. Ha ha! Lin Yu, if you don't take me away, I will wait for you here. Wait for you. Ha ha ha!
Not far in front of him, the man covered in stains, his body and face covered with dust, and his hair greasy and messy, was none other than Guolei. He was mumbling all kinds of random, incoherent words in his mouth, one word after another. Lin Yu looked at Guolei and found that he was now crazy and seemed to have been mentally stimulated. Guolei was the one who had transactions with him at the beginning of the disaster. It was later found out that he had joined Lu Kai's refuge village long ago. The so-called transactions at that time were all Lu Kai's orders. After Lu Kai went crazy and killed several people and got involved with the lizard people, most of the people in the original refuge village went underground with him, leaving only some like Guolei who stayed here. The last time Lin Yu came here for reconnaissance, he saw Guolei and got information from him. But at that time, he felt that something was not normal about Guolei. Before leaving at that time, he had thought that Guolei would go directly to the nearest refuge village in Feiyue. As a result, it seemed that was not the case. This man, surprisingly, survived several disasters in this desolate place and miraculously survived.
Here you go. Eat it.
Lin Yu took out a piece of barbecue and handed it to this guy who didn't know whether he was pitiful or magical. Guolei took the barbecue and devoured it.
It's delicious. It's amazing. You can eat barbecue while flying in a spaceship. Lu Kai can't eat it underground. He can speak lizard language. Lily Calaheo wants to kill him. Ha ha ha.
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and glanced at the ancient gate of the secret realm. The 7 people inside couldn't run very far, and it was only a matter of time before they were killed. Lin Yu took out a large diesel generator and connected it to the power supply of the Gundam. Recharge as much as you can. If it doesn't work anymore, you have to go back to the shelter and get the Gundam over there. Speaking of which, what Guolei said just now has some profound meaning. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky where raindrops were no longer falling, and then glanced at Guolei, who was chewing the last shreds of meat on his bones in the mud. Lu Kai can't eat meat underground, and Lily Calaheo still wants to kill him. As for Lu Kai's ability to speak about lizard people, he already knew that.
I want water. Water! Lu Kai won't give me water. The underground is too dark. The lizard people are too disgusting. They are almost killed. The statues are fun. Very fun.
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. A statue of a god? Have the lizard men been killed? After handing Guolei a bottle of water, Lin Yu felt as if he had come into contact with a strange place he had never been to before.
Wale. Are the lizard people going extinct? Yes. Yes. They were all killed by horse-like people and big dinosaurs. Ha ha ha. Lily Karaha was also killed. Lukai was running. He didn't care about me. I'm back. Hee hee.
Guolei, who had finished a bottle of mineral water, was jumping around in the mud. It seemed that the food and water he had just eaten and drank had restored some of his strength. Lin Yu thought for a moment and seemed to understand why this guy was able to survive so many disasters. It should be that Lukai came back later. Seeing how pitiful he was, he took him to the underground ruins and helped him survive one disaster after another, and even saw the Colossus. Later, the lizardmen were killed less and less by Xiao Ming and the Divine Horns. Even Lily Karaho wanted to get rid of Lu Kai and then quickly. Lu Kai let Guolei return to the ground. By chance, the chase eliminated most of the Suyu people. He chased him here and saw Guolei, who seemed to have not eaten well for a long time.
Guolei. What else do you know? Where is Lu Kai? Where are all the lizard people? As you said, there is still meat.
Although Guolei is crazy, he still seems to have a little bit of rationality. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain those people and things so clearly.
Meat. Give me meat. I said so.
Lin Yu took out a large piece of barbecue steak again and gave it to Guolei.
Delicious. Delicious.
Guolei nodded crazily.
Lu Kai and the lizard people are together. They are all at the Colossus. Lu Kai is very scared. Lily Karaho has a bomb. I want water. Water.
Lin Yu handed Guolei a bottle of water again, knowing where to find Lu Kai and the remaining lizardmen. The old place, the Oil River branch base. Lu Kai and the other lizardmen ran there. By the way, Xiao Ming and the guys from the Xinjiu tribe were really crazy. They were almost exterminated by others? Lin Yu was speechless for a while. Good guy. I was so crazy about killing the lizardmen before, but I still couldn't do it in terms of efficiency. As for Lily Karaha's missiles, he had already seen them. If Guolei could encounter them earlier, Lin Yu would know about them earlier and be better prepared. However, it's not bad at all. I looked back at the Gundam's charge. It was almost 50. There should be no problem in the secret realm. As long as this thing is not used as crazy as in the universe, it will be fine. Lin Yu looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had become much thinner, and a trace of the sunset was shining through. It's dusk again. By the way, have I not slept for almost 3 days? Only then did Lin Yu realize the importance of this matter. For 2 days in a row, he kept killing those who stayed in the moon, going up to the sky and down to the earth, forgetting the existence of time. That is to say, I rested for a while in the spaceship warehouse, and spent the rest of the time fighting. How about some sleep? Lin Yu frowned, thought for a moment, and said goodbye. Kill those 7 people first, and then you can have a good sleep. After confirming again on the light screen of the small aircraft that there were no signals from other living Sun Mooners, Lin Yu put the Gundam into the storage space and looked at Guolei, who was rolling in the dirt. He also threw the small aircraft into the storage space and put on the super alloy flying armor. When he turned to look at Guolei, he found that he was missing. Where did you hide? Maybe sleep in some mud puddle. Lin Yu tentatively observed at the door for a while, and found that there was no ambush from the 7 people. He quickly turned on the flying mode and rushed in. However, he unexpectedly discovered that it was actually raining inside the door. Chapter 549. In the rain curtain, the outline of the gray city is drawn near and far. Lin Yu looked at the sky. Pours of rain continued to pour down, and there was water nearly dozens of centimeters deep on the ground beneath his feet.
Where is this place?
Lin Yu took out the small aircraft and quickly confirmed the whereabouts of the remaining 7 yayas according to the light curtain above. He looked around, feeling that this place was both familiar and unfamiliar.
Wait a minute. Here, this is actually near the orphanage? Isn't that a department store? Over there is the stadium. Over there is the number 3 middle school. And there is the park next to it. Is this really there?
Lin Yu jumped down from the low building, and the flight mode made him instantly rush to a building that looked like a huge block. 3 floors, gray walls, looking towards the familiar corner. It was the place where he had stayed for more than 10 years, although it is now basically covered by vines and plants. Its original appearance can still be seen.
I didn't expect that this door could lead here. Why?
I have never been to the Tang Kingdom during my many trips to secret realms before, but this time, he came directly to his hometown. A small northern town. Is this an accident? Lin Yu always felt that something was wrong. He turned back and glanced in the direction of the ancient gate of the secret realm, feeling that this wave was really weird. Could it be that? And is it related to Guolei? Eliminate the most improbable. And the rest, no matter how ridiculous, is the truth. That crazy person. Is he pretending to be crazy? But then again, no matter how he pretends, he can't change where the ancient secret door leads to. Guolei can't be a U person. If a U person is like that, it's really a big deal. Lin Yu piloted a small aircraft and rushed straight towards the target closest to him. The familiar and unfamiliar scenery that kept passing by on the ground made Lin Yu filled with emotions. Here is the Earth 37 years later. 37 years ago. No, earlier than that. He left this city and chose to go to a farther, bigger city. Everything here is so familiar. What a coincidence. Lin Yu looked into the distance, seeing a light point less than 200 kilometers away from him, and accelerated towards it. In the secret realm, darkness gradually enveloped everything. In the air, Lin Yu turned off all the lights and headed straight for the Yuzha, who had not yet reacted without any scruples. As soon as Su Yuezha realized something was wrong and wanted to escape, he was blasted to pieces by Lin Yu with a laser weapon that came with the aircraft. 6 more. Lin Yu looked at the remaining ones and started to get busy again. It was getting dark, and the moon dweller seemed to be tired. The light spots had not moved for a long time. It seemed that it was a good time to attack. But this is too sleepy. Ever since Lin Yu entered this secret realm, he felt as sleepy as a mountain falling apart. In another world, his special abilities will disappear, and his self-healing ability allows him to endure high-intensity battles without getting tired. But in this secret realm, after the supernatural power disappears, no, driving while fatigued is a yes. Lin Yu landed the aircraft on the ground and used the large amount of alloys on hand to build a doomsday bunker on the ground. Going straight down to the bottom level, Lin Yu made another doomsday bunker. He went down to the deepest level again, took out the big wooden bed, activated the alarm clock function of the system tablet, and fell into coma. Fall asleep almost instantly. The all-alloy doomsday bunker is not comparable to those shelters made of wood and stone. Lin Yu felt that in such a deep situation, not even the mythical beast could do anything to him. Not to mention those who are on tenterhooks and cannot sleep peacefully in this rainy night. This time, Lin Yu slept soundly. But he didn't sleep for long. After all, there are still 6 nakshatras out there that need to be eradicated. And we can't afford to waste time. It has to be said that the alarm clock function of the system tablet is quite useful. After Lin Yu got up, he quickly went up the stairs and reached the top floor. But the deformed upper alloy wall gave him an ominous premonition. Boom! Boom! Heavy sounds kept coming, like muffled thunder. This is a mythical beast. In Lin Yu's memory, there was only one thing that could make such footsteps. He put the alloy door into the storage space, and the raindrops outside also patted down at the same time. All around, rain gradually filled the doomsday bunker. Lin Yu, wearing a flying armor, flew into the air and soon spotted a huge silhouette in the rain curtain. Mythical beast! Lin Yu took out the Gundam, entered the cockpit, and quickly flew into the rain. He flew to an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters. Looking at the sun in the sky, the black clouds gathering over the entire city 400 to 500 meters below, and the mythical beast's head with 3 horns looming among them. He once again thought of Xiaobai's words and the appearance of the third mythical beast. It has 3 spear-like horns on its head and is named Skirapek. Isn't the thing in front of me exactly the same thing? Xiaobai also said that if it is true, then something is really wrong. Lin Yu felt that it didn't matter anymore. Of all the Suyue people, there were only 6 people left. After killing all these 6 people, the Suyue people will be exterminated successfully, and the haze that has shrouded humans and many humanoids will be completely dispersed. Skirapek is the tool of the Moonstruck One. After destroying it, the rest will be easy to handle. However, Lin Yu did not intend to kill it immediately. After all, according to the previous rules, after killing the mythical beast, he would be forcibly sent out of the secret realm, and then the ancient gate of the secret realm would disappear. If this was the case, he would have no chance of finding the 6 people. Okay, then kill them first, and then come back to deal with this triangular monster that can make rain. Lin Yu returned to the ground, flew the small aircraft again, and began to track the 6 people. Things went smoothly. Among the 6 people, 5 had turned into flesh amid the screams. There was only 1 left. flying into the direction of the vast sea and escaping further east. One person. The last person who lives in the moon should not be able to make any waves. That's weird. Lin Yu would not be so careless as to not cut the grass and root out the problem. The fuel of the small aircraft was not enough to allow him to cross the sea. So Lin Yu got on the Gundam, activated flight mode, and chased the last ship until he reached the sky above Neon Tokyo. Even though he was across the cockpit, Lin Yu was speechless when he saw the center of Tokyo, which had been filled with Ollie. The buildings collapsed, and the city was burnt to darkness. Then, it would be nice if there were just a little more in the belly of the mythical beast. At least there won't be so many charred buildings that are an eyesore. Arriving at the beach in Tokyo, Lin Yu finally caught up with the last person. In order to get some information, Lin Yu very gently tore off the wings of his small aircraft, leaving the cockpit behind and letting Gundam carry it like a small toy.
Lin Yu, keeping you alive was our biggest mistake. The people of the moon have been slaughtered by you now. You have got everything you want. Kill me!
The self-proclaimed
people of the moon
roared angrily, and the translated tone that Lin Yu heard in the helmet was also extremely strong.
People of the moon! Ha ha! The last one! Right!
Lin Yu originally wanted to communicate with him, but seeing how this guy looked like he would rather die than surrender, Lin Yu didn't want to waste any more time. The beam sword easily melted it, and the people of this last month were not frightened before they died, but looked brave and fearless. Hey hey hey! Why do you make me look like a bad person? After Lin Yu completely crushed the aircraft, the Gundam transformed into flight mode and flew towards the side of the ancient gate of the secret realm. After crossing the sea and arriving over the familiar city, Lin Yu still saw the low-altitude rain clouds. I looked at the remaining energy of the Gundam. It was 22%. There should be no problem. Although this mythical behemoth is hundreds of meters tall, piloting a Gundam that is only 20 meters tall seems quite small. But it is much better than fighting alone against its kind before. Lin Yu controlled the laser spear and fired directly at the target. I haven't used it since it was charged. According to previous experience, the energy between the laser gun and the main body is not connected. It can fire 30 rounds of red laser with extremely powerful power. In addition to the laser spear, the other weapon of this Gundam is the beam sword. Although this thing does not have too much energy and is not as powerful as the spear, it is a type that is extremely destructive at close range. So it is not bad at all. Compared to the previous Gundam that was heavy on firepower, this Gundam is actually pretty good in this regard. After all, it's just a high mobility type. The one left in the shelter is the real patient with firepower deficiency. The last time Lin Yu looked, there were no weapons at all except 2 beam swords.
That one should be considered a light arm melee type.
He really didn't know much about the Gundam series, and Lin Yu didn't know what the Tsuyuji and others were thinking. Anyway, now that the last Tsuyuji was eliminated, the next thing would be simple. After finding the last 3 gems, can humans return to Earth and put an end to all this? The beam hit the mythical giant beast, which also aroused the opponent's screams. Lin Yu flew to its side, and the laser lance fired 10 red laser beams in succession. These all hit the head, abdomen and other vital parts of the mythical beast. It can be said that although the opponent was huge, there was no so-called struggle under the attack of these fatal injuries. After it let out a final scream, it crashed to the ground and collapsed the surrounding buildings. Lin Yu also discovered that the rain had completely stopped and the dark clouds were drifting away from time to time. Next, Lin Yu waited for a while and saw countless mysterious beasts swarming in, but did not hear the familiar system sound. Can't it be used anymore? Lin Yu immediately drove the Gundam to the location of the ancient gate of the secret realm. At this time, the system suddenly conveyed the information. In the secret realm, the mythical beast Skirapek has been eliminated by the survivor Lin Yu. The nearby area has been purified. All secret monsters in the nearby sea area cannot enter again. Airdrop rewards will be sent to survivor Lin Yu soon. For the survivor Lin Yu, an exclusive secret ancient gate will be opened soon. Good guy. It's only coming now. But the notifications of this system are not sounds, but words. I wonder if the so-called airdrop will come again. Lin Yu passed through the ancient gate of the secret realm and returned there. When he looked for Guolei again, he found that he had really disappeared, as if he had never appeared before.
Go back first. I don't know what's going on with Xiaobai.
I didn't sleep well, but after returning here, my physical fatigue and so on recovered instantly. Lin Yu flew the Gundam back to the shelter again, and saw Xiaobai waiting for him.
Master, it seems that you have wiped out all those Suyu people.
Xiaobai flapped his wings and shook off the dust. Lin Yu nodded. The clouds had basically dispersed, and the sun was hanging in the sky again. The sun shines all over the land, and the golden light shines. He looked up at the clean blue sky, and in the east, a crescent moon rose. The neighbors who were originally near the moon have completely disappeared. All those who stay in the moon are wiped out. At least that's what's shown in the light screen. However, there is still much to puzzle over. The world channel and the regional channel were unable to communicate, but the system conveyed so-called reward and airdrop information. It's really incomprehensible. It stands to reason that since the moon has been destroyed, the system should be unusable. Not to mention, the unreasonable existence of storage space should also collapse after the last so-called moon people disappeared. But it didn't. The system still resides in human beings, just like a chip in the brain. And the storage space is also like the system, something that the people of the moon put on all human beings. As for the ancient secret realm gates, they have not disappeared at all, presumably, except being unable to send a chat. However, these things still exist. Could it be said that they are the things that will survive after all the people of the moon die? Lin Yu looked in the direction of the moon with doubts. If he hadn't seen 2 full moons before, he would have really felt that the scene now was very similar to that on Earth.
Could it be that the matter is not over yet?
Lin Yu got on the small aircraft and flew from here to Feiyua's refuge. There is no way to contact him now, so I can only go to him. I don't know if this guy is here or not. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to arrive near Feiyu's shelter and put on the alloy armor, and the people in Feiyu's shelter quickly recognized him.
Lin Yu, the leader is coming out right now. Just wait.
The people at the door also knew that this situation was indeed inconvenient now, compared to before. Lin Yu nodded, and not long after, he saw Feiyu running out on a motorcycle.
What did you do?
Feiyu pointed to the sky, where there was only 1 moon left. Of course he said it with a smile.
It's necessary. There will be a second person.
Lin Yu nodded.
Next, do you have any ideas? The chat function of the system has been disabled. It seems that nothing can be done. Of course there is a way.
Feiyu pointed to the road outside.
With the regional map in hand, it's okay to build the road next. Right.
Oh,
road construction.
Indeed. There is no so-called threat to humans anymore. The next thing to do is to return to Earth. Lin Yu felt that all the remaining people should return to Earth intact. Of course, he still has a lot of things to do. For example, eliminate the lizard people. For example, eliminate the mysterious beasts entrenched on the Earth. Chapter 550 Future. The shelter stands in the wilderness just like it originally did. The train stopped steadily at the station in the shelter. After Lin Yu got off the train, a large number of Divine Horn tribesmen, who came from behind the carriage, also got off together with the little ice lizards. After that, the little ice lizard set off with the car again to bring back the remaining Divine Horns. Although what we wanted to fight before was a protracted war. After eliminating the Suyu people, the next disaster will not happen again. And there are still 3 gems that need to be found. After finding all 3 gems, we can then let all humans return to Earth. The gate is only at the Oil River base.
Before Fei brings all the other humans here, we must collect the 3 gems and confirm that all the lizard men on the other side of the altar have been eliminated. Speaking of which, there is still a lot of work to do, and it is urgent.
Lin Yu took a deep breath and looked at the location of the main shelter. The white figure flew out from a large group of black Divine Horn tribesmen and landed next to him.
Master, it doesn't seem easy this time? Why do you say that? It's actually quite relaxing. If it weren't for having a good sleep, I would definitely be back earlier.
Lin Yu yawned again as he spoke. In fact, I didn't sleep very well at that time. Only a few hours. And sleeping on a wooden bed deep underground was much worse than sleeping in a space capsule. Speaking of space capsules.
Master, what are you going to do next? Almost all the warriors of the Divine Horn clan are here now. Except for those who are encircling and suppressing the lizard men. There are now almost 17,000 of them. In addition, the wolf-headed men are also outside the exploration gate. If the master, if necessary,
we can have millions of wolf-headed men come over and wipe out the disobedient humans.
Xiaobai said, with an expression on his face that Lin Yu least wanted to see.
Xiaobai. Wolf-headed men are not used to deal with humans.
Lin Yu stared into Xiaobai's eyes with a serious expression.
Master, what will happen if those disobedient humans appear? Master, have you ever thought about it?
Xiaobai said, looking at the warriors of the Divine Horn clan.
The reason why some people in the human race want to cause trouble is because they are trapped in this place and cannot go back. If we have the method and power to go back, then it would be a very stupid thing to cause trouble.
Lin Yu thought of Lily Calaheo. This man is indeed a hidden danger. In this other world, this person is eager to subdue the entire human group to himself. And he did so long ago. But what he did plunged the entire human race into panic and chaos. Countless refuge villages fell apart because of her. But she did not immediately provide more assistance to the people in these refuge villages, but simply placed them under her nominal command. Compared with Fei Yu's approach, Lily Calaheo's approach was more like a robber who used conspiracy and tricks to conquer. Although Lin Yu felt that the world needed a savior, it definitely should not be this person.
If possible, I really want you to kill someone. But this kind of thing is not easy to do. The master is talking about Lily Calaheo.
Xiaobai guessed it right away.
That person is always a threat. What Xiaobai said is that he also wants to kill this person. Really, what do you think?
Lin Yu recalled the last time he drove the Gundam to directly attack the opponent's main refuge village. But the opponent was indeed not there. At that time, he wouldn't have asked any questions if he gave the main refuge village all at once. But that would only make it more difficult for Fei Yu and make the conflict more likely to become more acute. After all, the World Channel was still there at that time. And those who were in the
anti-Lin Yu Fei Yu alliance
could use this to do, etc. If we were to launch a sneak attack on Lily Calaheo now, she has 1,000,000 mouths. All for nothing. Moreover, with so little information now, the other party might also want to take action. As for the main refuge, I'm afraid the other party will definitely go back.
Xiaobai thinks that we can give it a try. As long as the master gives Xiaobai their coordinates, Xiaobai can let Fei Yu and the others build a road there and kill this biggest threat in one fell swoop. Xiaobai, I think it's okay. In this case, you fly to Fei Yu first and ask them to come here to get the car. The other party is not stupid. Even though he said he surrendered last time. In this situation where there is no means of communication, under such circumstances, it is simply a matter of course not to practice martial ethics. Xiaobai understands. Master, how many divine horn tribes and wolf-headed human tribes need to be brought? Ask Fei Yu how many people there can drive trucks. Also, ask them to search for gems as fast as possible.
Lin Yu said, and went directly to the underground warehouse to find various materials for making trucks. Indeed, I felt before that things were not finished at all on the human side. Even if Lily Calaheo doesn't cause trouble now, she might stab her in the back later. It's better to just cut the grass and eliminate the roots right here. Anyway, the World Channel is gone. Who knows whether Lily Calaheo is alive or not? The other party probably thinks so too. Soon, Lin Yu put the Gundam away and started charging it, and then began to collect and disassemble it non-stop. A large number of resources had been obtained from the designated secret realm before, including many cars and trucks. Lin Yu had broken them down into various parts and design drawings, and now they came in handy. Soon, 100 huge trucks were built by Lin Yu and placed one by one in the open space outside the shelter center. There should be no problem in transporting 10,000 divine horn tribesmen. If it were a human being, of course there could be more. Moreover, if Lily Calaheo is not in this main shelter, Lin Yu certainly has second-hand preparations. Xiaobai also has a flying dragon that can fly, which can of course be regarded as a third-hand preparation. Lin Yu waited for a while, and Xiaobai,
an efficient messenger, came back from Fei Yu's shelter.
Master, they will bring 200 people later. Does the master's car have enough?
Xiaobai glanced at the neatly arranged cars and realized that the master was going to be serious this time.
It's okay. It's no problem if it's not enough for reproduction. Xiaobai, what's the situation with Fei Yu's gems? Is there any progress? Master, I just found a piece. It seems that the news has just come through. Fei Yu should have already made a deal with the master.
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and clicked on the system. Sure enough, there was an exclusive transaction sent by Fei Yu. And above, there is also a message.
Lin Yu, we can only talk through this. I discovered it by accident. Why? Do you want to attack Lily Calaheo directly?
In an exclusive transaction, other than the exclusive trader, no one else can view the specific information of the transaction. So Fei Yu boldly revealed this confidential matter.
I will try my best to get you as many stones as possible to build the road. 100 trucks are not enough for you to come here to find me. Besides, the remaining 2 gems are up to you. That is our only hope to go back.
Lin Yu accepted the rough aquamarine stone and was thinking about his next move. Imperial topaz and garnet have not been found yet. Maybe it was in the hands of Lily Callahau. If that's the case, it doesn't seem to be easy to handle. Just like that kind of collection. The last one or two are always hard to find.
Taking this opportunity now is indeed a good opportunity to kill her. Lin Yu, is there anything else you want me to do?
Lin Yu thought for a while and sent the exclusive transaction again. 20,000 units of stone.
Let Xing Lingfeng deal with Lily Callahau. If he can't do it, I have two alternative plans. Okay, just wait for my good news.
Lin Yu closed the trading panel and held the aquamarine in his hand. It emits a dazzling light in the sun.
Master, what's going to happen next with the lizard people?
Xiao Bai continued to ask.
Let the divine horns in the oil river base do it. Then, you ask Xiaoming to lead all the little ice lizards in the base, plus 2,000 divine horns, to the secret realm and kill as many secret realm beasts as they can. Xiao Bai understands. Master, Xiao Bai also wants about 200 robot dogs. If possible, how about letting them follow Xiao Bai's actions?
Lin Yu knew that the little guy seemed to have his own plans.
No problem. You've seen how I set it up. If you can operate this thing well, tens of thousands of enemies will be nothing.
Lin Yu said, and demonstrated it to Xiao Bai again. The robot dog in his hand is much worse than those of the Moon Riser. But the advantage is that it doesn't require more materials and more unsolvable technologies. After letting these little guys unfold the solar panels, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief this time. Everything that needs to be done is almost done. Next, just as Lin Yu was thinking, a train full of people from Feiyue Refuge Village stopped. As soon as they got off, they were shocked by 100 trucks lined up neatly.
Brother Lin, you are too strong.
The one who spoke was Yusi Yuan. This guy was very surprised when he came on the train. But when he got here, he discovered that there was something even more surprising for everyone. 100 large trucks were ready to be produced as soon as they were asked. Lin Yu was indeed extremely powerful.
If it's not enough, I can add more. Yusi Yuan, I've told Fei Yu about this. You must wear Xing Lingfeng when you go. Of course, you can't let him know where he is going. In addition, Fei Yu must not go. Beat Lily Callahau. He understood. That guy is said to be a bit evil. He will never let our leader take risks. Don't worry, boss. I promise to get that bastard's head for you.
Yusi Yuan knew that this trip was indeed very dangerous. Thrilling. Maybe even more thrilling than imagined.
Then I'll rest assured. I'll give you 10,000 troops from the Horn Gods. Their combat effectiveness and mobility are very strong. They are more suitable for large-scale Legion operations in the wild. Of course, you can also be responsible for covering and mopping up from behind. If the weapons are not enough, I can provide them,
Lin Yu said, pointing to the divine horns who were waiting in the distance. Yusi Yuan glanced at it and immediately turned back.
Brother,
can you trust those humanoids? You know, they are not my species. Instead of saying believe it or not, it should be said that they are now my subordinates. If I say a word, they will kill themselves at any time. You should be able to understand this level.
Lin Yu knew Yusi Yuan very well. Concerns. Indeed, he originally had such concerns. But now, with the power to kill more than 21,000 divine horn tribes at any time, Lin Yu also has a gem necklace that can completely surrender to them. Basically, he doesn't think that they can have anything against them. Own unfavorable situation. Moreover, the willpower, combat effectiveness, and loyalty they have shown over such a period of time really made Lin Yu quite satisfied. The Horned Gods admired force, and the arrogance they carried in their bones gave them a deeper level of worship and awe for him. This kind of worship and awe is also the source of their loyalty. At least Lin Yu can be sure of this. If there is any small move, let alone anything else. The little ice lizards are so smart. If they tell Xiao Bai, he will probably see the corpses of the divine horn tribesmen all over the ground now.
I understand. Since Mr. Lin is so sure, and they do seem to listen to you, then this matter will be easy to handle.
Yusi Yuan thought for a while, then pointed to the big trucks.
Again, how about adding 100 more? Do you have other ideas?
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows.
Yes, although the boss didn't say much. We really want to be more radical. In addition to directly promoting Lily Callahau, we will also eliminate all the other people in the hostile refuge village in one fell swoop. Oh, I didn't tell Fei Yu. This is not okay. Although I do support you in doing this. Let's do this. After you kill Lily Callahau this time, If Feiyu has any ideas, come to me at any time. Get the truck here.
Lin Yu pointed to the ground.
200 trucks are no problem. I understand, Mr. Lin. Since you said so, there is no problem on our side. Also, how many divine horns are following the car? 10,000. If the opponent uses cold weapons, this one can defeat 200 people. If they attack in groups, humans will not be able to suppress them unless they have heavy firepower.
Indeed, the crushing battle between 20,000 and hundreds of thousands of lizard men by the horn gods at that time is still vivid in my mind. If it were for humans with complicated emotions and disunity, it might be even worse.
Brother Lin, I'm really afraid that you won't be able to hold on. But it seems that I'm overthinking it. I hope they can be as powerful as you said. This time, if I can really go back. Okay. Don't set a flag. Go ahead and talk about it when you get back.
Lin Yu saw off the majestic convoy and looked at the horned tribesmen who were eager for a new battle behind the carriages. He knew that the time left in this other world was really running out.
If so many people could stick with it from the beginning, maybe things would go more smoothly.
Lin Yu sighed for a while and looked at Xiaobai again, who had been listening quietly just now. After completing the mission of letting Xiaoming lead many small ice lizards to the secret realm to eliminate the alien beasts, it sent the divine horns to the truck and handed over the order. Now! It seemed to have a deeper understanding of what Lin Yu wanted to do next. Like Lin Yu, its extremely intelligent little mind was thinking about a lot of information.
Master, after humans go back, will they come back?
It suddenly said.
If there is no disaster and there is still a system, the other world is really just a paradise for humans.
Lin Yu frowned. Without disasters, humans might prefer a simple life here. Of course, if the food problem can be solved, mutated creatures can reappear, and other humanoid creatures do not pose a threat. Human beings are uncertain about whether they will abandon the already desolate Earth that is still occupied by alien beasts.
Chapter 551. Lin Yu opened his eyes. He stared at the space capsule cover covering his head, which had turned into a transparent cover as he opened his eyes. The time shown above is 14:03. Lin Yu frowned. Slept all day? Because of his ability, he doesn't feel any physical discomfort now. After sleeping too much, he is not mentally unwell or tired. The mind is clear, and the spirit is refreshed. After Lin Yu got up, he washed briefly and went outside again. There was silence. No one is in this refuge, whether it's the little ice lizards or the divine horn tribe.
It's too quiet.
Lin Yu searched around and saw a few little guys still working in greenhouses and farms. They were still as usual. Leftover. Lin Yu thought about it, and it seemed that Xiao Bai would order Xiaoming to take the little ice lizards to the secret realm to kill the strange beasts. Let Fei Yu subordinate Yu Siyu and lead 10,000 horned tribesmen to attack Lily Kalaheo. As for the Oil River base, Xiao Bai was asked to inform the Shinju clan to exterminate the lizard people there and clear the area. As for Xiao Bai himself, he led Green Claw, Xia and other little guys who could fly, and was ready to rush to rescue at any time according to his instructions. The wolf-headed men, under the command of Xiao Bai, can set off from the exploration gate at any time. With an army of millions, there is almost no opponent.
It seems that there is nothing wrong with me.
Lin Yu returned to the shelter. Indeed, there doesn't seem to be much he can do. After arriving at the Gundam warehouse, I put the 2 fully powered Gundams into the storage space and then came up again. Lin Yu first took a hot bath and had a meal before returning to the shelter. Looking at the corner of the shelter, he saw an intercontinental missile launch vehicle that seemed to be dusty.
It's never been used. It feels a little tasteless.
Lin Yu looked at another item in the storage space that had never been used. Universal copy coupon. This thing can copy everything except treasure chests and some special items. So far, it has not been used. There are some useless ones. Storm rocket launcher. Armored vehicles. The howitzer truck has not been used for a long time. It's so lonely without enemies. Putting on the flying armor, Lin Yu climbed onto the city wall. A gentle breeze blew by. The sun was no longer covered by the clouds, and it spread freely across every corner of the wilderness. The ashes of the burned weeds disappeared, and a hazy green grew again on the ground. Lin Yu could even see small insects like grasshoppers jumping up from the grass and burrowing into the gaps in the soil. All things. Have they recovered? Enjoying this spring-rich afternoon, Lin Yu even wanted to place a wooden table on the city wall, brew a pot of good tea, and enjoy this beautiful moment. But in the wilderness, not far away, when black pits appeared one after another, and dark green-skinned things ran out of them in groups. Lin Yu felt a little out of sorts.
Lizard man. Damn it. There are a bunch of mimics. I really don't want to open the treasure chest anymore.
Lin Yu was just about to take the Gundam and stomp on them indiscriminately. Suddenly, he saw a figure appearing in the distance. Silhouette. Lin Yu picked up the sniper rifle and aimed it. The other person raised his hands and knelt on the ground. Lin Yu still remembered the face.
Liu Kai.
He did not put down his sniper rifle, but flew to the city wall closer to that side. Countless lizardmen began to gather, but they did not take any closer action now, and they had no weapons in their hands. More humans emerged from the ground with their hands raised and joined the team. Lin Yu even saw that there were 2 lizard queens and giant lizards among them. They have now gathered into a huge shadow, and they continued to appear from the ground. Lin Yu waited for a while. After no new lizard men appeared, he unexpectedly saw a large number of white figures coming from all directions, forming a circle surrounding these lizard men.
Little ice lizards? No. The number of them. Isn't this under my control? Could it be that it's what Xiaobai has always said?
Lin Yu discovered that the number of little ice lizards was still increasing, and the number seemed to far exceed 10,000. Good guy. How did you get so many? Lin Yu was wondering when he saw more little ice lizards coming from all directions. And Xiaobai also flew back from a distance.
Master, you're awake.
Xiaobai looked at the lizardmen, beggars, and the little ice lizards surrounding them below, and he didn't seem surprised.
Xiaobai, did you do this?
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. There must be nearly 1 million lizard people begging for life. The total number of lizardmen and beggars was truly astonishing. Although the number of small ice lizards among them is not that large, there are still hundreds of thousands.
Master, this is nothing.
Xiaobai's stomach suddenly growled.
In comparison, Xiaobai has been hungry for 2 days. 2 days?
Lin Yu took out a lot of barbecue and put it in front of the little guy.
What 2 days? Didn't you eat yesterday? You ate a lot. Master, you have been sleeping for 3 days.
Xiaobai devoured his food and said something that surprised Lin Yu. Sleeping for 3 days? What's the situation? Lin Yu was confused.
Are you kidding? No. Xiaobai was still wondering why the master slept so soundly. He knew that the master had not slept for several days, so Xiaobai didn't bother him. But it seems that the master had a good rest.
Xiaobai flapped his wings as he spoke.
Master, these lizard men are the only remaining lizard men. All the others have been killed by those little guys. Of course, the wolf-headed men also contributed a lot to this. They dispatched an army of 100,000 people and killed most of the lizard men scattered around. The current ones were driven over by the little ice lizards, who were no longer under the control of their masters after communicating with Xiaobai.
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows.
Good guy. Xiaobai really did a lot of things while I was resting. Then, where is the Divine Horn clan?
Lin Yu continued to ask.
Master, after the Shinju tribe eliminated the lizard people in the Oil River base, they went directly to the Secret Realm to participate in the Secret Realm's crusade against the alien beasts. As for Fei Yue, they should have given the news soon. Xia Lizzie and the others have already followed me 2 days ago. Master,
it seems that everything is going smoothly. The lizards and beggars were wiped out by the wolf-headed men until only these were left, and they had been surrounded by the little ice lizards. They were now at the gate of the city, looking like they were surrendering. The Shinju clan also completed their mission. As for Fei Yu, it seems that good news is coming soon.
By the way, Master, Xiaobai obtained this gem from the lizard people. The man who called himself Liu Kai said that the remaining piece is in the hands of Lily Karahao.
Xiaobai said, taking out a gem from the pocket of his tactical vest. Lin Yu felt more and more surprised. Hey guys, did you get the garnet? The remaining Imperial Topaz is in the hands of Lily Kalahao. The progress was so smooth that it just didn't work.
Master, what are you going to do with these lizardmen and the beggars?
Xiaobai suddenly asked. Lin Yu looked down at the lizards and beggars still making surrender gestures, and thought of a way to deal with them. The life of a beggar who has turned his back on humanity is considered a waste. Together with the lizard people, they have done so many things that other humans cannot forgive, and they are absolutely unforgivable. In particular, Liu Kai among them used his unique ability to become a promoter of disputes in this world. His sin was extremely serious. As for the lizard people, they have no meaning of existence. The moment they hunt humans and become enemies of humans, there is no need for them to exist anymore. But Lin Yu didn't want to do it himself.
Xiaobai, let the little ice lizards handle it. Remember, No one is allowed to stay. Kill the main ones first. Of course, you can also take action, especially Lu Kai and the Lizard Queen. Be sure to kill them. Xiao Bai understands. Master, please let Xiao Bai fight happily.
Xiao Bai suddenly turned into a white whirlwind and flew towards the bottom of the city wall. As its roaring roar resounds, the final reckoning with these enemies has come. Lin Yu didn't even bother to see what happened in the end. He went straight back to the shelter. Those screams can't be heard here. And it's more comfortable. Talk about it. Over there at Feiyue. Lin Yu opened the transaction panel. He discovered that Feiyue sent hundreds of transaction messages in one breath. Of course, these exclusive transactions all come with a message. Lin Yu watched from the beginning to the end.
It turns out, it's not going too smoothly.
Lin Yu discovered that these battle reports sent by Fei Yu were all revealing a piece of information. Without complete communication, it is indeed not easy to command the convoy. At first, with Xiao Bai and the others around, it was easy to say, and the momentum was overwhelming. But Xiao Bai and the others were busy with other things, so the Divine Horn clan could only look at their own situation. On the regional map, almost half of the color is light blue, but the color representing Lily Callahau still occupies a considerable area. Needless to say, the fighting power of the Xinjiao clan is also strong enough, as is Feiyue's, but Lily Callahau still has some strength.
It seems that I have to give a big blow to the remaining survivors who have not yet chosen to stand in a good team, as well as Lily Callahau.
Walking outside again, there was a smell of blood in the air. The screams continued, but Lin Yu didn't care. Lizardmen do not regret death. And of course, the same goes for beggars. Placing the Z Gundam on the ground, Lin Yu took out a copy of all things. Soon, there were two identical big guys in front of him.
One is going to charge. The other, Master, there seems to be something wrong with Xiao Bai. His body seems to be molting again.
At this time, the little guy suddenly flew over. Before Lin Yu set off, it conveyed a piece of news that Lin Yu didn't know whether it was good news or not.
Shedding your skin, Xiao Bai. Then you go to the shelter first. I will prepare good food for you, and you can start again when you are full. Xiao Bai, we are going to go to Feiyue first, and hurry up to get Lily.
Kill Callahau. The last gem is indeed what we need. No problem. Master. With master strength, Lily Callahau will definitely be able to resist any resistance. However, Lily Callahau is an enemy with strange abilities. Don't forget this. Master.
Xiao Bai was a little worried about Lin Yu. After all, he had heard from his master that the enemy could control people's minds and was very difficult to deal with.
Don't worry. We will definitely not underestimate any enemy here. The owner doesn't have to worry about the remaining little ice lizards. They will stay where they are. Xiao Bai gave them a lot of food in the cold storage, which is enough for them to eat.
Xiao Bai now has the same habit as Lin Yu. Before deciding to do something, he first makes preparations and follow-up matters.
That's good. Xiao Bai, wait until I come back.
After Lin Yu packed up Xiao Bai, he closed the door of the shelter tightly to ensure that it could not be opened from the outside. Then climbed up to the Gundam and quickly activated it. After the Gundam took off, it switched to flight mode and headed northwest under the guidance of the regional map. This time there is enough energy, so there is no need to worry about this problem. Soon, the extremely fast Gundam in flight mode arrived above the battlefield. Skillfully transforming, Lin Yu landed on the ground, at the forefront of the front line. Raising the laser spear, Lin Yu pointed it at the wall of the opponent's refuge village. Almost instantly, the opponent also aimed all their artillery fire at the Gundam, but their firepower obviously couldn't damage the Gundam at all. After all, the disparity is too great. A laser shot passed, and the red laser penetrated the seemingly solid city wall, and at the same time melted the enemies above that had just attacked him. And the next moment, all resistance disappeared. Lin Yu looked at the exclusive deal sent by Lily Callahau.
Why kill them all? Do you need a reason? Does it count if you are not honest?
Lin Yu looked at the dead bodies on the ground. Each one was equipped with sophisticated equipment. According to Feiyue, this refuge village was originally what Lily Callahau and the others had in Feiyue. Before the operation, the refuge village that was originally captured by Feiyue had been captured. Just after this world channel became unavailable, Lily Callahau's movements were more violent than he expected at the time. Another aspect of the content that Feiyue transmitted was that after Lin Yu destroyed the Suyusha, the world channel function disappeared, and Lily Callahau immediately led an army to capture the refuge village that Feiyue had just acquired. even at the expense of kill all the dissatisfied villagers to intimidate other refugee villages.
Just this. There is nothing much to say. Those who stay in the moon have disappeared. And the threat is gone. As a result, they still continue to fight among themselves?
Surrender. Never resist.
The other party sent a surrender message again.
I don't accept it. Lily Callahau, do you come out on your own? Or do I bury your city with you?
Just as Lin Yu finished speaking, he saw a figure in black coming to the city wall. And the next second, like lightning, the figure suddenly rushed to the Gundam only a few hundred meters away. At the same time, Lin Yu felt an extremely indescribable dizziness coming from the depths of his brain.
Give me! Kill everyone behind you!
That voice said. Chapter 552 Last Banquet. The demonic sound in my ears still kept repeating. Lin Yu saw that right in front of him, Lily Caraho had thrown away the jet flight pedal and had climbed onto the cockpit of the Gundam. Her voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind over and over again, crazily squeezing his original will. Gundam slowly turned his body. The laser spear in his hand was also raised at the same time, pointing at Fei Yu's army, who was shocked by this sudden change.
Yes, that's it. Kill these people. You, Lin Yu, have no right to refuse.
Lily Callahout's voice was extremely shrill and harsh in my mind. However, Gundam suddenly put down his spear. The cockpit popped open instantly, and Lin Yu, wearing a super alloy flying armor, walked out. He grabbed Lily Callaho's neck.
How? How?
Lily Callahau was extremely frightened.
It's impossible. What on earth? What on earth? You have the ability. And so do I.
The sand eagle in Lin Yu's hand was aimed at Lily Callaho's head. Boom! After the explosion, Lily Callahau, one of the culprits who caused chaos in the world, completely lost any possibility of making waves again. Although at that time, Lily Callahau might have thought that she controlled the form. But Lin Yu knew that no matter what this person did, there was absolutely no chance of winning. On the way here, he had already reached an agreement with Fei Yu. Considering the possibility that Lily Callahau would adopt such a strategy, Lin Yu directly handed Fei Yu 10 sniper rifles. Even if his ability is ultimately unable to withstand the control of Lily Callahau's ability, the bullets of 5 sniper rifles will prevent this man's trick from succeeding.
Success!
Hu Yu and the others below raised their sniper rifles and shouted. And everyone else cheered too. All the divine horns, looking at Lin Yu and the huge steel giant. All the fatigue caused by many days of fighting disappeared. And they also sang and danced along with them. Lin Yu set exclusive deals to each of the leaders of the refuge villages who had not joined Fei Yu. The accompanying information is only one sentence.
We will make different dispositions based on your choices. Lily Callahout is an example.
He picked up the dot of light that fell next to Lily Callahout's body. You gain 21,112 cubic meters of storage space. All items in this storage space will be merged into your storage space. Lin Yu no longer cares about how many cubic meters of storage space there is. He cares more about something else. Soon, there was something in my hand. Imperial Topaz. The huge rough gemstone exudes dazzling light under the sunlight. And it is also the last one among these 12 gems.
Finally, they're all gathered.
Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a long breath. It's really, really long. And the collection process is quite difficult. Fortunately, this time we finally found all 12 gems. And what we have to do next is much simpler.
Fei Yu, the next step is up to you. Let everyone gather together and go to your refuge. I have issued a warning to all the refuge villages that have not surrendered. If there are still resistance, deal with them as soon as possible. Then, it's time to bring all the remaining humans back to Earth. Fei Yu, this time, it's finally over.
Lin Yu put the gems into the storage space and returned to the cockpit. Mechanical fingers picked up Lily Callahau's body and threw it to the ground. The culprit disappears, and the obstacles that prevent humans from returning to their homeland no longer exist. Lin Yu piloted the Gundam and flew towards the shelter again. Although there wasn't much to do, going back seemed like the best answer. Soon, after arriving at the shelter, Lin Yu built another 300 trucks. And after asking people from the Fei Yu refuge to pick up the trucks, he took a rail-type train and patrolled the 4 sub-bases for a week. A large amount of stones were sent to Fei Yu again by Lin Yu. What can be done next? Lin Yu looked towards the shelter. Is Xiaobai still shedding his skin? It's better not to go in. Let the little guy finish shedding his skin quietly, and then talk about it. The lizards and beggars have been completely killed by the little ice lizards. And Liu Kai was naturally not spared. The little ice lizards are now resting around the main shelter, and seem to like it quite a lot. After Lin Yu gave them a lot of food, he also established a slightly closer relationship with them. Although he still couldn't understand what they were chuckling, Lin Yu still knew very well that the intelligence of these little ice lizards was different from his. The ones who were the same height were quite obedient and sensible. They did not run around or destroy the facilities of the shelter. Lin Yu got on the train again and came to the Oil River branch base. Then he took the Gundam and flew to the huge pothole.
How can the lizard people clear out so much?
Lin Yu looked at this place where there were almost no stones left. A huge stone statue stood in it, under the sun. Its strange posture was ferocious. Opening the hatch, Lin Yu put on his flying armor and landed in the mouth of the huge stone statue where the altar was. The place had been cleaned spotlessly, as if it had never been buried under dust and rocks.
As long as the 12 gems are placed on it, the door that can never be recalled will open, and humans can return to their homeland.
Lin Yu raised his head and looked around. The silence was overwhelming. On the bare rock wall, there were a large number of lizardman mummies. In the sky, a gray-white moon moved slowly from east to west. Now that the sun-moon ones have been completely eliminated, even if they return to the secret realm, that is, the Earth, they should not be teleported back. But the system is still there. Although the world channel and regional channels have been lost, it will still be available. Even the storage space is still the same. It gave him the feeling that after eliminating the Suyusha, he only destroyed the chat function of the system.
Is there something else wrong?
Lin Yu was confused and looked at the holes used to place gems. He took out the Imperial Topaz he had just obtained and placed it on it. It turned out that it couldn't be put in at all.
Huh? It seems that every gem is placed in the right position. The shape of the bottom is also a little wrong.
Lin Yu compared them one by one and finally found the pothole where the Imperial Topaz was located. However, he suddenly thought of a question.
Gems can summon that door. What's the principle?
Squatting down, he looked under the altar. Unexpectedly, he saw a flash of metallic light at the end below. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. He looked carefully and saw that the metal wrapped the entire circle of the altar and was tightly connected to the huge stone statue. Could it be that? He took out his dagger and poked away the slightly softened stone nearby. The area of the metal is getting larger little by little, and the extremely precise various circuits and chip structures on it are completely not technology on Earth.
The altar is a metal object, covered with a stone SHL. The 12 gems are actually the starting device, and if they must be in order, then there is a problem.
Lin Yu felt that this should be activated based on the original elements of the gem. For example, the element of diamond is carbon. Imperial Topaz is a compound of aluminum silicate, fluorine and hydroxide, and amethyst is actually a kind of silicon dioxide. These 12 gems are the various elements of this world. These elements are the key to activating this door. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. He took the train back to the main shelter and came to the side of the ancient gate of the secret realm. He found that he had been neglecting one thing. Except for the facade and door handle, he didn't seem to have touched the bricks and vines next to the door. Reaching out to touch it, Lin Yu discovered a rather surprising fact.
Virtual?
He discovered that except for the main body of the door, the rest were virtual products.
How do you feel? Now is the beginning of solving the mystery.
He had a shovel in his hand and dug it under the door. Soon, the shovel touched a metal object and made a crisp sound. After separating the soil, Lin Yu saw a long machine in it.
This is...
He wanted to use the system's identification function to try to identify it, but found that it was not displayed at all. After cleaning it up with a shovel, Lin Yu discovered some shining indicator lights on the long piece of machinery. Is this the virtual embodiment of this door? Wait. The ancient gate in the secret realm will disappear within a certain time limit. Is it related to the power of this machine? When the power is exhausted, the door will disappear. If the machine is destroyed, he remembered that at that time, the ancient gate of the secret realm had been destroyed by the alien beasts of the secret realm. And the last time, he was caught in the spaceship, the ancient gate was directly blown up. And there is another thing that cannot be explained. That is, once humans pass through the ancient gate of the secret realm, they will be forcibly teleported back to the gate before the disaster. Although he had this experience before, when he was forcibly teleported back after killing a mythical beast. The more Lin Yu recalled that time, it was just a flash of white light in front of his eyes.
If that flash of white light is something coming from myself, wait. The system?
Lin Yu thought of a possibility. This so-called system implanted in the mind is the key word sent back. Then, when passing through the door opened by the 12 gems, the system should also disappear? This so-called system. Lin Yu took out a mirror, took off his clothes, and searched carefully around his body. He suddenly touched a strange-shaped object under the collarbone on his left side. There is no such thing below the right clavicle. And it's right under the skin. This boxy thing is definitely not what humans should have. Although there is no discomfort. In fact, if you don't touch it, you can't even feel it. Lin Yu took out the dagger and took a deep breath. He fumbled and gently opened the skin with his dagger. Soon, blood flowed out, holding back the severe pain. Lin Yu looked at the center of the wound in the mirror. At the moment of healing, he used the system's photo function to take a photo. After wiping away the blood, Lin Yu felt the burning pain and looked at the photos. There is a tiny chip combination with a sophisticated circuit.
Maybe this is the so-called system.
Although I can't understand how it can appear a light screen in front of you, how it can make sounds, and how it can use its consciousness to speak words, let alone what is going on in those so-called shopping malls and survival points. Or even the storage, I still don't know how the physical space came about. But this thing is beyond the reach of humans. There is no doubt about this. And this also seems to explain why the system has not disappeared after destroying the Moon Dweller and the Moon. As for the problem of being unable to speak in the regional chat channel and the world channel, Lin Yu felt that it might be because the moon was destroyed and the
receiving signal tower
was broken. And if you pass through the door opened by the gem, the system will seem to be destroyed and become unbinding. Therefore, the group of people who survived for the first time were able to return to Earth safely. And this time, it will be the same. Thinking of this, Lin Yu put on his clothes again and looked at the commodity trading again. Fei Yu has sent several messages. Roughly speaking, almost no one would resist his alliance with Fei Yu. All the remaining refuge villages decided to submit to Fei Yu's name. And these people were even more excited after hearing that they could return to Earth. Now, under the leadership of Fei Yu, people from all over the country are building roads towards the Oil River base and starting to migrate. Those who are closer have been picked up by the trucks sent by Fei Yu and have already begun to move here.
Now, it seems like it's over for humans.
There is one more thing that needs to be solved in the other world. Or rather, it is a problem related to other humanoid races.
The Horned Tribe and the Wolf-Headed Man. Do they want to return to their original planet? What about other humanoid races?
Lin Yu was thinking about this problem when he suddenly heard the sound of the shelter door opening. He looked back in the direction of the door. After seeing Xiao Bai's appearance, he was suddenly stunned.
Xiao Bai? You, how did you?
At the moment, Xiao Bai seems to have completed this sloughing. But its appearance is very different from before. Its body shape has not changed much, but it has become upright as a whole. And its hind legs are not as curved as the original beast, but as straight as a human. Its head is more rounded, not as long and narrow as before. And its mouth is not as forward as that of a dragon, but shortened by more than half. Its arms have also become as slender as human beings. And its front claws are somewhat different from the past. Longer and slender. And the claws have become less sharp. Overall, it looks like a dragon.
Master, Xiao Bai seems to be different from before,
Xiao Bai said and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu also looked at Xiao Bai, who was 4 meters tall.
That's right. You little guy has become a bit like a human being.
Lin Yu was actually not that surprised. He had long thought about such a possibility. After all, he was no longer as surprised as before by what Xiao Bai had become. In particular, Xiao Bai's advanced intelligence and superhuman language ability made Lin Yu increasingly feel that Xiao Bai would eventually become humanoid.
Master, Xiao Bai was in another tribe of wolf-headed men before. After exchanging gems for their power rings, he discovered something that was difficult to understand at the time. But now, he can agree with it. About your ice lizard clan?
Lin Yu seemed to feel that he could guess something.
Yes, Master. About the origin of the ice lizards and their relationship with the people called the Moon People.
Chapter 553 Ancient God. People of the Moon. Those who live in the moon claim to be the people of the moon. Lin Yu felt that he seemed to be close to solving the biggest mystery. He looked at Xiao Bai, and Xiao Bai seemed to want to completely solve this biggest mystery for him. The relationship between the people of the moon and the ice lizard should be.
The Master, the ice lizard clan, is the servant of God, the guiding light that guides the migration of the people of the moon, and an ancient existence above their rank. According to legend, the ice lizard clan will have a person who will guide the people of the moon under the guidance of the ancient gods. Next, evolve into the most advanced life form.
After Xiaobai finished speaking, he looked at the sky.
The ancient gods brought Xiaobai's ancestors here thousands of years ago, and also brought the people of the moon to this world. However, the people of the moon did not adapt to this place at all, and kept escaping to the moon. In this regard, the ancient gods were extremely angry, and sent many mutant creatures to erode the planet, and brought in alien races such as lizards and wolf-headed men. But at the end, the people of the moon killed the ancient god when he was weak, and then flew away, went to the moon and settled in. Xiaobai, what are you telling a story about? Returning the ancient gods?
Although Lin Yu said this, he believed what Xiaobai said. There is nothing special about the moon people. On the contrary, what they made Lin Yu feel was that they only had empty technological capabilities.
Master, the ancient gods are high-level creatures who created the people of the moon. They possess high-level technological power that the master cannot imagine. However, their numbers eventually became smaller and smaller, and they were betrayed by the people of the moon, and finally became completely extinct. One of Xiaobai's ancestors evolved into the same final form as Xiaobai now, and led the ice lizard tribe to hide in the vast underground. And it has continued to this day after thousands of years. As for the people of the moon, after they eliminated the ancient gods, they developed the technology left by the ancient gods. Finally, they went to various galaxies and captured various humanoid races on this planet, specifically for viewing and entertainment, while the Earth humans are also one of the playthings of the people of the moon. But it seems that they perished when they met their masters.
After Xiaobai finished speaking, he looked up at the sky, where another planet was originally hanging. Lin Yu pondered. From Xiaobai's mouth, he had almost learned the whole story. The people of the moon killed their masters, the ancient gods, and inherited the ancient gods' technological power. However, they used this technological power to become a tool for their entertainment, and wantonly toyed with other intelligent life forms whose technological power was much lower than theirs. And their final result is already obvious.
Xiaobai, what is that ancient text you are looking at? Does it explain so many things?
Lin Yu still had many questions about this.
Yes, Master. After Xiaobai exchanged for the ring, he was led by the wolf-headed man to their holy land, and saw a stone statue. That was Xiaobai's ancestor, and the servant of the master who had reached the pinnacle of evolution. And the stone tablet that Xiaobai saw later was an important thing painted and spoken by Xiaobai's ancestors. The secrets mentioned above were also intended to be inherited by the successors of the Ice Lizard clan, who would eventually reach the peak of evolution. The most important information. Oh, the leader of the Ice Lizard. The one you just mentioned.
Lin Yu thought for a moment and suddenly understood something.
The reason why the wolf-headed man always calls you saint. Is this also the reason? Yes, Master. The last group of wolf-headed men are the descendants of the wolf-headed men who were originally responsible for guarding the ruins. They are different from the ones we encountered before. It is said that the ring was also made from there. Xiaobai being called saint is not accidental. People with wolf heads seem to have been waiting for the arrival of Saint for generations. And Saint is the slave of God. When Saint appears, God will also appear at the same time. Come! Oh, then Xiaobai. Your evolved form at that time was indeed not much different from what you are now. So the wolf-headed people will call you holy, but they will naturally call you God to me.
Lin Yu nodded. This makes sense. He also guessed the same at the time. Now it seems that he was right.
Yes, the master, especially the master who can stay and move in the air, possesses powerful force, and even has the gems owned by the ancient gods, which makes the wolf-headed people feel that the master is the ancient gods. That's why they are so loyal, and I look forward to the god being able to send the saint to save the wolf-headed people, eliminate the disaster gods such as the lizard men and the mythical beasts, and bring the wolf-headed people back to their homeland.
Xiaobai added again. Lin Yu nodded. As expected.
Then, did your ancestors have any explanation about the rough gemstone?
Lin Yu felt that this aspect was still an unsolved mystery.
What the master has discovered now. Is it possible that their arrangement has a fairly correct pattern? Indeed, they must be placed according to certain rules. It seems that they have a certain switch, and this switch has a certain relationship with their elemental composition.
Lin Yu took a deep breath, and sure enough, he guessed it right.
So, let me guess. The first thing to be placed is the diamond representing the carbon element. Master, it is true. It is the diamond of the carbon element, and it is also the most fundamental element that constitutes carbon-based organisms. Starting from the diamond. After successfully placing the various raw gemstones in sequence, the ancient door that can lead to the original planet of each organism will be opened. And, according to what is said on the stone tablet, the various chips, etc. rooted in these carbon-based organisms will be completely destroyed and will not be restricted by the people of the moon.
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows.
Good guy. How many guesses did I get right? Why are they all right?
Xiaobai didn't know what he did at the altar, let alone his guesses at that time. Therefore, when Xiaobai talked about these things now, Lin Yu felt that everything the little guy said was true, no matter how coincidental it is. There are so many things that have been completely verified before and after. It is impossible to explain it with just a coincidence.
But Xiaobai, how do you know what the moon people did on the stone tablet left by your ancestors? Wasn't that God wiped out before the moon people captured the various humanoid races?
Lin Yu suddenly thought of this problem, and seemed to be wrong.
Master, it is due to the wisdom of the ancient gods. Before the people of the moon rebelled, the ancient gods had already predicted this outcome and informed Xiaobai's ancestors of this possibility. The ancestors did see the wolf-headed man and others being captured. Things happened on this planet.
So among the myths of the wolf-headed people, there are myths of ancient gods and ancestors.
Xiaobai explained. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, that seems to be the case. The front and back are connected. So, now that we have collected the 12 rough gemstones, it seems that we really only need to send the remaining humans and other humanids back to their original planets, etc. The people of the moon have disappeared. So do we have to go through this door to go back? Isn't it possible to pass through the ancient gate of the secret realm? Chapter 554 Dawn. The people of the moon, those who live in the moon, should have all been wiped out by now. Moreover, the moon they occupied was now completely destroyed by him. It seems that now there is no need to use these 12 gems to open the ancient door. Humans only need to go back through the secret ancient door next to the refuge village. However, after Lin Yu thought about it for a while, he felt that this was not possible. Xiaobai just said that only by passing this door can the chip be destroyed. And this so-called chip, if you don't talk about it, is it the system? Perhaps the original lizards and wolf-headed men had been implanted with this kind of chip as systems, and were also viewed as
playthings
by the people of the moon. As the people of the moon grew tired of them, more humanoids were thrown in, until the first humans were thrown in, allowing them to find greater fun. Today's second survival game, with more than 7 billion humans, has brought unimaginable excitement to these moon people. And one of them, the most special one, Lin Yu, also gave them an unexpected act of extermination.
These chips,
implanted in human collarbones, carry high-tech gadgets called
systems.
And it would indeed be more convenient if this thing could be brought to the Earth. However, it may also bring unimaginable disasters to mankind. After all, the storage space alone is extremely buggy. As long as the space is large enough, it may be unimaginable what can be done. It is foreseeable that if people with bad intentions use this, they can even easily complete criminal activities that are extremely difficult to do. Humanity's stability may be destroyed.
It seems that we still have to let everyone alive in the world pass through here and return to the Earth.
Lin Yu now knew very well that there was only one way.
Master, Xiaobai has another question.
Xiaobai looked at Lin Yu, and then at the ancient secret door not far away.
You want to ask how to deal with those strange beasts on the Earth?
Lin Yu immediately understood the little guy's idea.
Yes, their number is much more than imagined. Although there are only 3 disaster gods in the myth of the wolf-headed man, and the mythical beasts corresponding to these 3 disaster gods were all killed by their masters. The remaining ones are just ordinary mysterious beasts. But even so, they are extremely dangerous to humans.
Lin Yu nodded. Really? All the horned gods and little ice lizards were sent to the secret realm and asked to kill the mutated creatures. The best they could do was to clear out the secret realm beasts in a small area.
Xiaobai, do you have any good plans?
Lin Yu did have some ideas, but no matter which one, it seems that there are disadvantages now. For example, the wolf-headed man.
Master, unless the master can evolve all the little ice lizards to the level of Xiao Liuzi and the others, even with the wolf-headed man, it is impossible to eliminate all the mysterious beasts. Can't the wolf-headed man also do it? Yes, Master, although the wolf-headed people can obey the master's orders. And Xiaobai can be sure that the wolf-headed people will not escape and hide even if they are scattered throughout the secret realm. Their combat effectiveness is worse than that of the divine horns. Even if the number is sufficient, it is definitely not impossible to accomplish such a great feat.
Xiao Bai affirmed. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, the wolf-headed man's individual combat ability is really not very good, and he is really only a little better than humans. But compared to humans, their ability to use weapons rationally is much worse.
It seems that the only way you mentioned is this. Otherwise, we can only let humans slowly eliminate them. By the way, Xiao Bai, do you know where all the creatures on the earth have gone? Master, Xiao Bai is not sure about this. It is not written on the ancestor stone tablet.
Xiao Bai replied. Is that so? Xiao Bai, now I have a lot less questions in my mind. But there are indeed some things that I still don't understand. But forget it. The most important thing now is to take over all human beings. And through this, Taoman, Master, it is indeed true. Only after the large number of remaining humans return to the earth can we make a beginning to solve this matter,
Xiao Bai said, flying to the side of the ancient gate of the secret realm.
Master, Xiao Bai wants to go over there and let the divine horn warriors destroy as many strange beasts as possible,
Xiao Bai said, opened the door, walked in, and disappeared behind the door. Lin Yu walked back to the shelter. He was thinking about a question. Can humans now return to the earth 37 years later, control the earth again as they did in the past, and become the de facto leader of the earth? I am afraid, in the short term, this idea is simply not realistic. The alien world survived for nearly 60 days, and on the other side of the earth, it was a world that had completely collapsed and was almost destroyed by nature and alien beasts. After humans lost their systems, the remaining population was only 2 billion. Although among these 2 billion, they have experienced several disasters and gained a deeper understanding of survival. But to be honest, if humans want to return to their past glory and make the earth as convenient and suitable for human habitation as it was originally, it may take decades or even hundreds of years of development. In this time of survival, among the dead humans, there are countless elites from all walks of life, as well as countless experts in science, culture, research, and other fields. Not to mention, so many mysterious beasts are still entrenched in every corner. Maybe the test will really begin after humans return.
It seems that someone has to do something, although I really don't want to be a savior. But now it seems that maybe I really have no choice.
Lin Yu took a deep breath and began to pack up various resources in the warehouse. In the future, he will have to do much more than he does now. Several days passed. During this period, after Xiao Ming and the others came back, they immediately went to the secret realm to support Xiao Bai and the others. And Fei Yu also brought good news. After conveying the message that everyone could return to Earth, all the survivors surrendered to Fei Yu and accepted his leadership. They began to move towards the Oil River base in batches, and the fastest ones had already arrived. More and more people have arrived from all directions, and a huge gathering area that has never been seen before has been built on the vast land in the southern part of the Wasteland. Moreover, the number is still expanding. After surviving one disaster after another, mankind has finally seen the dawn of the end of the survival game. Everyone's face is filled with a smile of hope.
It's time to open it, Master.
In these days, Xiao Bai, who led the Xinjiu clan and ice lizards to eliminate hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of secret realm beasts, finally returned to the ancient gate of the secret realm. It saw an affirmative expression on its owner's face.
Human, go home.
Lin Yu drove the Gundam towards the direction of the Oil River base. Chapter 555 Return to Earth. 5 days later, nearly 100 million people have gathered in the southern part of the vast wilderness. There are more people moving in this direction little by little via those big trucks, or even on foot. 12 gems, starting with diamonds, were placed on the altar by Lin Yu amid everyone's expectations. Soon, as everyone cheered, Lin Yu saw on the other side, nearly 1 kilometer away from the giant stone statue, a huge white light that was 50 or 60 meters long and about 5 meters high appeared. Screen. The door to the secret realm was completely opened. Fei Yu stood at the front, facing the crowd who were lining up in an orderly manner. At this moment, there was silence. Although everyone was extremely excited, they suppressed the intense emotions in their hearts. After experiencing so many days of hard life in another world, everyone misses their days on Earth extremely. They all want to return to their hometown as soon as possible, return to a quiet and normal life, and say goodbye to the so-called survival game once and for all.
Everyone, please pay attention. After passing through this door,
The opposite side is our planet, the Earth. After passing through, everyone must follow the guards and reach a safe place. Otherwise, if you don't follow the rules, the secret beasts are no joke. Okay. The first group of people.
Enter. Under Fei Yu's command. The first wave of people, roaring excitedly, nervously passed through the light curtain door. And then the second wave of people walked in. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The light curtain door that opens leads to the same place every time. This was the place where he killed the third mythical beast. And it was also the city where he had lived since he was a child. This place is located in a plain area. It is not a developed city. And there are not that many buildings. The secret beasts have completely disappeared because the third mythical beast was destroyed. So when Xiaobai and the others went around to kill the secret beasts in the past few days, they hardly did much. At that time, Fei Yu had counted the population. The total population alive now is a little over 1.7 billion. These 1.7 billion people will pass through this light curtain door in batches and go to the Earth. Then they will move in units of 10,000 people in all directions and begin to clean up the Earth after 37 years and start to adapt to life here again. Fei Yu will enter after entering 340 million people. And then he will start to act as the savior on the Earth, as the presidential leader of all mankind, and begin to effectively dominate all mankind. Exactly what this guy would do was not something Lin Yu had to consider. What he has to do is to keep sending Little White Little Ming, Little Ice Lizard, and the Divine Horn clan over there to kill as many mysterious beasts as possible. And he himself can't get over it yet. If you want to go there, make sure there are no problems in the other world before proceeding. When Fei Yu and others sent people there before, they also discovered something. The system will completely fail, and there will be no possibility of use at all. And all the various things stored in the storage space will be exploded as a result. Thanks to this preparation, Lin Yu and Fei Yu finally determined the rules for entering the door. Before entering the door, make sure that everyone's storage space contains only the food and water necessary for survival. No more than 5 days at most. There is no need to carry weapons if you don't have as many weapons as possible. After all, it is not necessary. In terms of water, the original Doomsday bunker underground next to the Oil River base has direct access to the underground ruins and is very close to the Ice Lizard cave. In the past 2 days, Lin Yu's main action was to continuously draw water from the groundwater there, and then put it in the system mall and trade the water in quantities of about 20 liters per person. In terms of food, Lin Yu couldn't control much. After all, he didn't have much. When we get to Earth, if that doesn't work, we can still use the mythical beast that hasn't rotted away as food. It's not inedible anyway. As the survivors entered the light curtain door one after another, the number of people gathered became smaller and smaller. Lin Yu estimated that it would take more than 20 days to transport everyone here and pass through the light curtain door. He also said that it was at least, although everyone has gathered in the refuge village before, it is still too far from the southern part of the wasteland. The farthest distance may really take so much time. Time flies. More than 10 days passed in a flash. Lin Yu discovered that the idea of human beings wanting to return to the Earth can really create a miracle. Even the survivors who were farthest away now use various methods to reach this wasteland in time. As the last wave of people passed through the light curtain door, Lin Yu, who had barely moved here, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally, let's send everyone there. No, maybe there are still some people who haven't come, so just keep waiting. Besides, Xiaobai and the others have a difficult job. Who would have thought that there are so many strange beasts in the secret realm? Lin Yu looked up at the extremely blue sky. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to stay in this different world for much longer. The original survival game was like a dream. From the time he trampled the first little lizard to death and obtained the wooden treasure chest, he has now sent all humans there. It was obviously a matter of dozens of days, but now it seems as long as decades. Lin Yu picked up the system tablet. In the transaction information, there were still thousands of people responding to him. Not everyone wants to leave. Some elderly people really can't walk, or the distance is too far, or they are sick. Hundreds of people decided to welcome death in this other world instead of going back. Lin Yu could indeed drive the Gundam and force these people to return to Earth, but he respected their choice. Speaking of which, the time agreed with Xiaobai is still 3 days away. This little guy came back yesterday and said that Fei Yu's side is going very smoothly, and he seems to be waiting for me to go back. Lin Yu looked in the direction of his refuge. Some high-tech things have been stored in his storage space. After all,
Some technologies were simply out of reach for humans before, such as those robot dogs, anti-armor robots, and flying armors. Wait, that's all. Lin Yu also used the design drawings to make everything that could be made at least once. When he returns to Earth, he will also let Fei Yu's scientists do some research on these things to see if they can benefit the entire human race. By the way, what will happen to the shelter after they finally leave? Now, it seems that all the mutated creatures have been burned to death, and some estimate that they are just small bugs. At least that's the case on the human side. In the Valley of the Wolf-Headed Man and the Gobi Desert of the Shinju tribe, there are many mutant creatures. At least, they should be starving to death over there. By the way, is it time for me to leave too? Lin Yu stretched out and suddenly saw a huge spaceship, like a dark cloud, suddenly covering the entire sky. Chapter 556 Nothing to Lose. Huge shadow? Lin Yu looked at the sky. The spaceship covering the sky was as shocking as what he saw on the first day. Almost instantly, he put all the gems into the storage space and successfully closed the light curtain leading to the Earth. Almost a moment later, hundreds of extremely terrifying red-purple laser beams instantly hit the giant stone statue where Lin Yu was. Boom! A deafening roar rose under his feet. Lin Yu had already jumped hundreds of meters into the air, escaping this attack that could destroy almost everything. He almost didn't stop. Although the speed of the flying armor was average, there was no problem in rushing into the sky and approaching the bottom of the ship holding the spaceship. Soon, he successfully reached the bottom of the boat, only to find that the other party also had a way to deal with it.
They actually released an anti-armor robot?
Lin Yu took out a high-precision research workbench and smashed it onto the spacecraft. At the same time, hundreds of anti-armor robots also pounced on his armor.
Break down!
Lin Yu roared. At the same time, the armor on his body suddenly turned into a pile of parts and fell from the sky. The next second, the spaceship turned into a design drawing, and the countless lives on it also followed him and fell crazily. Lin Yu ignored the high-precision research workbench that had fallen below and took out his parachute. However, before he had time to maintain his balance in the air, he suddenly saw several moon dwellers shouting, taking out their weapons, and making dozens of holes in his parachute.
Ha ha! Let's die together. Right.
The distance to the ground was now less than 100 meters. Lin Yu could no longer stabilize his crazily falling body, and the surrounding Suyu people all screamed and fell to the ground, turning into balls of flesh. Those crazy moon dwellers, who just knocked down his parachute, are now going crazy. Lin Yu closed his eyes. His body was disturbed by the airflow, and could no longer maintain balance in the air. He really never thought that he would be thrown down like this. Perhaps this is also the plan that the Suyu people have thought up a long time ago. But a Gundam suddenly appeared from beside him. It had a simple automatic device and held Lin Yu firmly. The next second, it climbed straight up for nearly 100 meters before stabilizing itself. After entering the cockpit, Lin Yu quickly changed it to flight mode, and then landed steadily on the ground.
Surprisingly, there are still people who are still alive.
He saw that there was actually a Suyusha on the ground who was lucky enough not to fall to death. So he drove the Gundam and stepped over it. After some operations, Lin Yu discovered that there were no longer any living moon dwellers.
These guys didn't show up until now. Where were they hiding before?
Lin Yu discovered that it seemed that all the moon dwellers on the moon had been eliminated. But there were still some fish that slipped through the net. Maybe they sent these spaceships to be in other parts of this world when he destroyed the moon. After more than 10 days of recuperating, they finally arrived here, ready to take revenge on him. The result is also obvious.
There should be no such spaceships anymore. Right.
Lin Yu once again took out the previously captured aircraft and turned on the search device. He found that the light screen was almost completely covered with an extremely large number of aircraft. Good guy. Where did all this come from? However, Lin Yu liked this. No matter where they come from, just kill them all. After experiencing so many battles, Lin Yu said that he was not afraid of anything. Just come here. The battle started in a few seconds. But Lin Yu was obviously superior in driving the Gundam. The speed of the small aircraft is very fast. Much worse than the Gundam in flight mode. Not to mention that Lin Yu has arranged the storm rocket launcher on the ground in advance and placed an automatic device inside, waiting for him to fly with the Gundam. In the distance, when many aircraft caught up with him, the storm rocket launcher started frantically bombarding the air. Of course, Lin Yu's laser lance was not idle either. After turning around and rushing into the enemy, it began a crazy attack. At the same time, The same was true for the beam sword. Amidst the constant explosions, enemy planes were shot down one after another, and Lin Yu's Gundam was also damaged a lot due to the opponent's attack. Taking out the new Gundam again, Lin Yu carried out a new wave of sweeps against the enemy aircraft after changing planes, and finally completely eliminated this huge attacking army. There is indeed a price. The two Gundams were almost beaten to a pulp. Even if the opponent's indiscriminate attacks were not powerful, the number was still too many. Lin Yu sighed. Luckily, he reacted quickly enough at that time. Otherwise, he really doesn't know what would have happened in the end. The Gundam was completely turned into scrap metal. When Lin Yu wanted to turn them into parts, he suddenly discovered that the high-precision research workbench was missing.
By the way, it fell from the sky, and I didn't take it into consideration. Could it be that?
After realizing that the workbench might have been thrown to the ground, Lin Yu started searching the ground full of wreckage and corpses. However, after searching all day and into the night, he finally found the workbench. However, it has been completely shattered and turned into a pile of scrap metal.
Ah! This. My divine weapon, but it seems to be of no use anymore?
Now that the Suyue people have been completely eliminated, no matter whether it is the Gundam, the workbench, the flying armor, etc., they are actually of no use. But there was one thing that Lin Yu was still very concerned about: riding a small aircraft. Lin Yu arrived at the giant stone statue. Not surprisingly, it was completely destroyed. As for the altar, it became a piece of completely melted metal and was completely unusable.
It's over now. It seems I can't return this broken system.
Although, this is actually not bad. Lin Yu indeed found that he didn't have much to do. He didn't have to worry about the remaining people who didn't want to return to Earth. As for the wolf-headed men, he couldn't understand the language with these guys, so he couldn't convey any orders. But it is true that how Xiaobai and the others come back is a very difficult question. The ancient secret door at Liu Kai's refuge was completely closed because he destroyed the third mythical beast. Now if he wants to return to his hometown, he can only move through the ancient secret door in front of his home and trek a long distance. Go back over there.
Everything went smoothly, but it got stuck here, but it was okay.
Lin Yu stayed here for several days. After collecting a considerable amount of fuel, he used the universal upgrade blueprint to upgrade the fuel tank of the original flight equipment. After upgrading its heat dissipation, he took it to the shelter. All kinds of resources that could be brought in, etc., came to the ancient secret door at the entrance of the shelter.
Hopefully, it will go well.
Lin Yu pushed open the ancient door of the secret realm. Opposite the door is the Earth. Chapter 557. Your choice? On the other side of the world, it's quiet. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. In the endless concrete jungle, time seems to have stopped. However, when he saw a bird flying over by chance, Lin Yu felt a little more excited and fresh. Before this, he had never seen any creatures that originally belonged to the Earth on the Earth. Not even as small as ants. Now, he saw a flying bird.
The Suyue ones disappeared. So they are back too? No. Could it be that?
Lin Yu thought. Maybe all the secret beasts in this area had been wiped out by Xiaobai and the others before. Are these creatures on Earth that had been hiding coming back?
According to Xiaobai's previous feedback, this seems to be near the middle of Europe. Then just fly west.
Lin Yu put on the large jet aircraft again, quickly opened it, and flew into the air. The speed of the aircraft was not very fast. But it was true that Lin Yu had no more suitable way to move. The high-precision research workbench has now been damaged and lost. It is impossible for him to disassemble the cars on the street. And even if there are cars, they cannot match the speed of this aircraft.
It's almost more than 100 kilometers in 1 hour. It's much better than traveling on a road full of obstacles. Is there any disadvantage?
Lin Yu still has 5 sets of this thing in his storage space, which can fly almost 700 or 800 kilometers at a time. This thing is too hot to work anymore. Therefore, when it reaches its limit, he must replace it. Along the way, Lin Yu almost tried his best to move around the city. There were strange beasts there. Even if a group of storm lizards came, he couldn't handle it. After all, the only thing that can be taken out now is the melee Gundam robot. But that can only be used as a last resort, without being able to contact Fei Yu and the others. He must now return to the city as quickly as possible. After flying for 5 days, Lin Yu finally arrived at a high mountain and desert in the northwest of Tang State. He also unexpectedly discovered traces of a large number of animals and birds here. When he landed on the ground, he even found traces left by more creatures. It seemed that this desolate place was not the hot land of alien beasts, but the biological treasure house of the original Earth.
It seems that the Earth should still be able to return to its original state. However, it still won't work without completely eradicating those strange beasts.
Lin Yu felt that in this regard, humans might have to spend years, or even decades of efforts to completely eliminate those strange beasts.
Perhaps. Can I specialize in this in the future?
Lin Yu thought about it, and continued to fly forward. After passing by the ruins of a city, he suddenly noticed a very fast black streak appearing in the distance.
Point!
He stopped quickly, raised his sniper rifle, and looked at the black dot in the scope. To his surprise, he discovered that it was Xiao Liuzi.
Gah!
Xia Luzi was extremely excited after discovering Lin Yu. It flew over as fast as possible and circled around Lin Yu.
Why do you always find me? But that's okay. Xiao Liuzi, I'm tired of flying here too. So you can take me for a ride.
The flight process on the road was really boring. But now that Xiao Liuzi was a traveling companion who could take him flying, it was quite good. It has to be said that Xiao Liuzi's speed is much faster than his flying device, and the little guy's endurance is beyond imagination. Lin Yu hung it up with the reins and tied his body tightly, and then waited peacefully for the little guy to send him to his destination. Indeed, this method was indeed much simpler and more effective than his method of movement. He flew for nearly 2.5 days. When Xiao Liuzi stopped and landed again, he found that he had arrived at a familiar place.
I'm finally back.
Lin Yu watched the familiar figure in white flying towards him quickly, and he also showed a long-lost smile. Fei Yu had learned that Lin Yu was back in the afternoon of the next day. At this time, he was walking nervously through the construction site. The resettlement work for the 1.7 billion people who have returned from another world is not easy. For several days, he has been on the front line, directing his men with construction experience to solve the problems after a large number of poorly built and transitional houses were built within a radius of thousands of kilometers centered on this city. More, there was almost nothing that could be used as food in this world. And in the end, they had to accept alien beasts as a source of food. Fortunately, they have Xiaobai, a partner who is extremely intelligent and capable of precise thinking. This little guy who looks like a dragon man can determine which exotic animals are edible, allowing this huge population of 1.7 billion to survive the initial food crisis. And indirectly, more strange beasts were eliminated. The Divine Horn tribe and the Little Ice Lizard Legion led by Xiaobai were extremely powerful. They led the humans to conquer the north and south, and recovered many cities, which also made Fei Yu's work much easier. But deep down in his heart, Fei Yu always felt uneasy and painful. On that day, while waiting for Lin Yu's final return, the light curtain suddenly disappeared, and there was no news at all from Lin Yu. This man who can almost be called the savior of mankind has successfully saved almost all the remaining humans from the other world. But it itself remained in another world forever because of the sudden disappearance of the light curtain. Fei Yu was unwilling to give in, and he never wanted this to happen. While leading everyone's efforts in construction, he also eliminated hundreds of thousands of people, and tried every possible means to find the ancient secret door. However, nothing was found. It wasn't until Xiao Liuzi flew over, and Xiaobai told him the news, and then flew away like crazy, that he suddenly became excited. No. It should be said that the entire human race is inspired. Lin Yu is really back. Soon, Xiaobai and Lin Yu flew back again, under the leadership of Fei Yu. Everyone cheered for the return of the hero. Of course, because he really didn't like this, Lin Yu simply said hello to everyone, and then flew to a quieter place with Xiaobai. It was enough to let these people know that he was back.
Xiaobai, what are you going to do next? Where are the Divine Horns? And the Little Ice Lizards?
Lin Yu knew that although he wanted all the little guys to live with him, obviously, this was not realistic. With tens of thousands of little ice lizards, he couldn't be satisfied with food alone, let alone anything else.
Master, Xiaobai has decided to lead the little guys and the horned gods back to the planet in another world. The Earth does not belong to us.
Xiaobai seemed to have made this decision long ago. Lin Yu nodded.
I respect your choice. What about the Divine Horns? There are also wolf-headed men. Without the altar, they will not be able to return to their respective planets. Master, regarding this, the horned gods also want to return to another world. The wasteland where Master originally lived is more suitable for them. And the wolf-headed people seem to have no old enemies after wiping out the lizard people. What they want now more is, they are returning to the vast world, not their homeland. Of course, They will still be loyal to you. Their master.
Xiaobai said, and asked Lin Yu again.
Master, what is your choice?
Chapter 558 Finale. Your World. Lin Yu looked at Xiaobai, and knew that he had to make a choice. However, he already had the answer to this question in his mind. Stay on Earth or go to another world. This question is actually not difficult to choose.
Xiaobai. For you, the other world is your hometown. But for me, this Earth is my hometown. No matter how good the other world is, it is not the paradise of human beings.
Lin Yu looked at Xiaobai's ruby-like eyes, and informed him of his decision.
Xiaobai understands. The master still wants to be here on Earth. The planet in another world has never been the destination in the master's heart.
Xiaobai nodded with some disappointment. But it can also understand Lin Yu's choice. Just like the owner has no objection to its choice.
But, Xiaobai, I know you want to go back to another world now. But this side of the Earth, especially my side, still needs you to stay here for a while.
Lin Yu pointed into the distance.
On the Earth, alien beasts are entrenched in every corner. They are very dangerous existences to humans. They do not belong to this planet. Xiaobai.
Next, we must at least eliminate these alien beasts first. Then send the Divine Horn tribe and the little ice lizards back to the secret realm. At the same time, pay attention to finding the ancient gate of the secret realm. After all, that is the key to getting back there.
Xiaobai nodded.
Master, Xiaobai once thought that if the ancient gate of the secret realm disappeared, Xiaobai might stay on this earth with the master. In fact, there is nothing wrong with it.
Although it said this, the mood was still very complicated. The more it learns about the identity and experience of its ancestors, as well as the mission of the ice lizards, the more it feels how incompatible this planet is with it. Even though the owner is here, it still wants to go back. God is not here, but Saint must be there to lead all the alien races in the other world and make it a better place.
Xiaobai. I think so too. If the ancient gate of the secret realm is still there, I will go back to the other world from time to time. Anyway, there is actually nothing to do here for me.
Lin Yu said. Look at your friend with a smile. He didn't want to be separated from this partner, friend, and most loyal comrade who had spent such a long time with him.
Then, Master, let's start your plan first. First eliminate those annoying spider rats and storm-flying lizards. And then look for the ancient gate of the secret realm.
Xiaobai let out a roar and flew high into the sky. And Lin Yu followed him and flew into the distance. Over there are little ice lizards and divine horn tribesmen waiting. 1 year later, the center of the giant city. Millions of people are looking up at Fei Yu, the leader of all mankind, who is dressed in costumes. And their hearts are extremely excited. Over the past year, Fei Yu and Lin Yu worked together to eliminate all strange beasts in every corner of the world. The earth has returned to peace, and the future of mankind is bright. Except for these millions of people. All the other people on Earth are watching the live broadcast of the re-established network with the same excitement as the supreme leader of mankind on the TV screen. Fei Yu is on the high platform, taking a deep breath. He closed his eyes. A year ago, all mankind was forced to participate in the so-called survival game. Now, after those difficult days, mankind has finally returned to the Earth. After surviving several disasters, mankind as a whole has become stronger and more confident. After returning to Earth, the entire human race worked together to revitalize this place and restore the entire society to its original normality. Even the alien beasts that invaded the Earth were completely wiped out. The Earth returns to its former peace and tranquility. Everything behind this is inseparable from one person. When Lin Yu became number 1 in the group rankings for the first time, I got to know him. But I'd heard of him before. Third Master. When I first came to this different world, he asked me to stay with him. And he was also my sole guide. One day, he told me, Fei Yu, this world is very interesting. There are a few people who will be extraordinary in the future. He talked about Du Ping. He talked about Lu Kai. He talked about Xing Lingfeng. And some other people. But when he talked about Lin Yu, his eyes lit up. You should pay more attention to him. He is incredible. Everything he does is very reasonable and wise. So, when I saw his profile picture in the group, I paid attention to him. Of course, he was different. Because some things were already so obvious in the first group rankings. The most important thing is that Lin Yu has a very valuable talent. He understands different worlds. He knows how to become stronger. And he can make the strongest people in the group even form a refuge village without any survival points. He is great alone.
I remember that when Lerwick attacked him, when I rushed over with Xing Lingfeng and Lu Kai, Lin Yu solved the impossible situation alone. I found that he was a well-educated person. Respect others. Be humble and polite. And not vain or arrogant at all. He is an example in this regard. Because as he is now, as the greatest survivor, he has never lost these qualities. His humility, and his respect for us. I think Lin Yu never wanted to be independent. What's special is that he is the only survivor living alone in this different world. Moreover, the other world is so complicated, so dangerous, and so difficult to sleep peacefully. Even though there were so many difficult factors. So even though I thought he would become a powerful survivor, I never thought he would become the savior of the world. From the time I've known him, he's never stopped improving. He keeps learning and mastering more knowledge, turning himself into a master with guns. Before he could only use those cold weapons, but after that he was almost omnipotent. We will never see another survivor like him again. Not just because he can do it, but because he does it all the time. Others could only do a little, but he seemed to have no end. We are lucky that he came to another world. Without him, all mankind would not be what it is today. He is the most fundamental reason to save the world. When you talk about Lin Yu, you must not forget that he has always done what you have done. And he has done it better and stronger than anyone else. Lin Yu never claimed to be a savior. Nor did he think that he was the most powerful survivor. He just keeps striving for perfection, and he's never satisfied. When dealing with a terrifying mythical creature, he killed one, two, and he wanted to kill a third. This is true against the lizard folk, as well as against those humanoid creatures that are hostile to us. He makes the survivors around him better, because we have to strive to live up to the power he brings. Lin Yu's character makes it impossible for him to rely on each other or act in a group like us. He has always been alone in this extreme world to survive. But this does not prevent him from becoming the strongest person in the world. That person. Privately, I consider myself his friend. He is an introvert, and it is not easy to get him to open up. But after he trusts you, you will find that he is very funny, likes to joke, and he is a good person with a big heart. If you needed his help, he was always willing to help.
Lin Yu, we lack some gunpowder here.
He will send you a lot of gunpowder without saying anything. And it works every time. But what I admire most about him is his honesty. He has a strong personality. If he doesn't like something, don't try to change him. But he will tell you to your face that he doesn't want to. The friendship we built over such a long period of time made me feel that he would never betray me. Of course, I have never betrayed him. And I have never even had such an idea. Let me ask, who in this world can resist his charm? Finally, I have to say, the remaining human beings can return to the earth and their homeland, which would not be possible without Lin Yu. You all say that I, an ordinary person, am some kind of savior. But I am here to tell everyone that the only savior of this world is Lin Yu. Without him, we simply would not be able to eliminate those high-handed enemies who call themselves the Moon People and turn us humans and other humanoid creatures into playthings. Without him, we would not be able to reach the distant moon and destroy the moon where the Moon People, who have technology that surpasses ours, are located. Without him, how could we pass through that light curtain and return to the Earth we are familiar with? Without him, we would never be able to completely eliminate all the alien beasts entrenched on this planet. Without him, we humans might have become extinct. Of course, as a friend and Lin Yu's closest comrade in arms, I want to do more for our friend. But he didn't seem to want this, but told me,
Fei Yu, the hymn of mankind is a hymn to courage. The greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. We humans have overcome this huge difficulty and finally returned to the Earth. I hope that humans will not have disputes. I hope that humans will no longer lose trust. I hope mankind, after this hard-won great victory, can cherish everything it has now and revive the great light of mankind.
I deeply agree with this. Humanity has experienced such trauma and should abandon all disputes and contradictions, completely rebuild everything that humans originally had, and make the entire planet as vibrant and full of hope as before. But my power alone is limited. This requires all mankind to be united, and we need to work together for a lifetime. Certainly, Lin Yu, this guy who disappeared to who knows where, will definitely be pleased with our future efforts. Lin Yu, thank you for being such a person. Thank you for your fight. Thank you for your companions. And thank you for everything you have brought to all mankind and the Earth. Thank you for being you. Wherever you are, I, and everyone on Earth, will be grateful for all you do. I won't say goodbye to you because you never left. The history of mankind will always have a glorious page written by you. If possible, I hope we can finally meet him again when, whether it is at the end of the world or at the end of the world, we may all encounter by chance the greatest human being who has given us everything and made us strive to achieve it all.
Faye, you finished speaking. All humans are excited, trembling, crying, and excited. They all roared, and from the depths of their hearts, they thanked the hero and savior who had disappeared somewhere. Of course, they have not forgotten that for more than a year, Feyua has been using his personal prestige to make the entire human race work together to return to its former glory. This era, two saviors were born among mankind. A man who wiped out the people of the moon, wiped out the mythical beasts, wiped out all the alien beasts, and sent humans back to their original homeland. Since then, he has disappeared without a trace and has been called
the greatest hero in human history
by later generations. A man who united the entire human race, devoted his whole life to the rejuvenation of mankind, and restarted human civilization. His name as the
Great Emperor
has been passed down for thousands of years.
Xiao Bai, tell me, would it be interesting to be a king in another world?
Standing on the highest roof of the giant city, Lin Yu, who has not aged for hundreds of years, looked at everything in this glorious country he built, recalling everything in the past, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The other world, no, it should be called the
Hope World,
has dozens of humanoid creatures. After Lin Yu's hundreds of years of conquest and construction, it has changed from the barbaric past to the current one that even catches up with the original. A powerful civilization with the technology of the Moon People. All humanoid races regarded Lin Yu as their
God,
and Xiaobai as their
holy.
They put aside all disputes and contradictions and united to make this planet their paradise.
Master, of course it's interesting. But the Master seems to have forgotten that you have already allowed the wolf-headed people to immigrate to 3 galaxies next door. And the Horn tribe has gone on an expedition to a galaxy 700 light-years away. You should have the consciousness to call yourself a star god already?
Xiao Bai's appearance has not changed for hundreds of years. The Ice Lizard clan has an unimaginable lifespan. It is said that the reason why its ancestors died was because they ate too much and died from exhaustion, rather than reaching the end of their lifespan. As for Lin Yu, he has the ability to heal himself. And this ability also gives him an appearance that cannot age and an endless lifespan. After hundreds of years, Lin Yu can even maintain this ability wherever he is. However, even though they were also in the Milky Way, they were not able to find the location of the Earth in the vast starry sky. After all, the solar system is nothing more than a speck of dust compared to the entire universe. Ever since he eliminated the last alien beast and opened the ancient secret door to enter, Lin Yu had never seen the ancient secret door again. It has not appeared again for hundreds of years.
The star god thing is a bit too outrageous. Xiaobai, by the way, my people are really unbearable. They talk about wanting to know where the Earth is and what it looks like every day. Alas, if I had known, I wouldn't listen to you and Xiaobai. Why are you looking for a queen? Well, how many people are there in this generation? Together with those who didn't have time to retreat to the Earth. Sigh. I don't even know how many people there are now.
Lin Yu sighed as he spoke.
Master, there are 4,922,132 people. Due to the development of genetic technology, human reproduction capacity has been greatly enhanced, and it has fully integrated with people of other races. This number can be even higher. Of course, the Master's bloodline has also continued. 4 million? No wonder the Unicorn tribe is too crowded. So they went to live in the D882 galaxy. What's the matter? In a few hundred years, will it be 7 billion? By the way, Xiaobai, where are your people?
Xiaobai raised his head and said,
Xiaobai has worked much harder than Master in this regard. There are a total of 500 million descendants from Xiaoming, Xiaoluzi, Green Claw, Red Dot, and Black Dot. Master is still not as good as Xiaobai in this regard.
Ah, rabbits don't eat the grass beside their nests. The ice lizards just take care of everything. Right. I didn't expect that Xiao Ming was actually a female. And you guys have already... Wait a minute. There's a letter from the Divine Horn clan.
Lin Yu turned on the light curtain communication mode.
God! We found the Earth. The coordinates are Y39° 5859'.
They welcomed our arrival. Moreover, with the help of our universal translator, they learned that when the Master was still there, it seemed that the entire planet was boiling.
Pepliqui, the fleet commander of the Horn tribe, reported,
Okay. I understand. Peplik. Express our goodwill to the people on Earth and wait for my news. God. Peplik is waiting for your arrival. This is our greatest honor.
After turning off the light screen, Lin Yu looked at Xiao Bai pretending to be calm.
What did you say about waiting for me to arrive?
I didn't say.
Master. Are you leaving now?
Xiao Bai interrupted Lin Yu.
Maybe their savior is welcome there.
Lin Yu laughed.
You know the answer. Let's go to the door.
Lin Yu and Xiao Bai came to the huge metal door. It is something that Lin Yu has developed over hundreds of years, using the remnants of the people of the moon and the remaining technology of the ancient gods. It can go to any location in the galaxy he wants to go based on the coordinates. Of course, it must be that his people have been there. Taking a deep breath, he entered the coordinates of the Earth in the Milky Way. Y39 degree 5859. After the door emitted a white light, it slowly opened.
Let's go, Xiao Bai, and take a look at the secret realm we have been to countless times. Master, this is a supreme honor. You know how to apply what you've learned now. Let me see. Damn it. Is this Earth? Master, Fei Yu seems to be working very hard. Look, there seems to be a statue of you and him over there. The one with a height of several thousand meters. This guy has gone too far. Wait, there is a name under the statue. Let me see. Wei Wang. Good guy. Fei Yu's name doesn't even have Wei in it. It's okay to call him Wei Wang. Master, you are called the greatest savior. Damn it. Let's get over it. Can it be done? This Fei Yu. Master, what should we do next? Taishi is dead. I want to go back. Go back to that orphanage? According to the investigation, it is now a temple. Is that okay? What on earth is Fei Yu thinking? Does my current situation have anything to do with that orphanage? Master, according to what Xiao Bai just learned, people from all over the earth are rushing towards you. Do you want to escape? Yes. I want to go back. Sorry, Master. It seems it will take 24 hours before the door can be used again. Should we go somewhere quiet? If you want, let me see Mount Everest. Sorry, Master. According to the intelligence, it's now called Lin Yifeng. Did you make a mistake? By the way, Master, you seem to have a palladium treasure chest that you haven't opened. Do you want to give these humans the high technology that may be unlocked in it? I opened it a long time ago while you were on your way to another planet. Master, what's inside? Why do you think our planet is developing so fast? Master, what about Earth? I don't care about the Earth anymore. By the way, I'm going to blow up that statue right now. What's the greatest thing? It's simply outrageous.